Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton for this Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy clash between Western Storm and Northern Diamonds. As you can see, no spots of rain in Taunton this morning, so we are expecting a delay in the start. As soon as we have any update on a start time, we will, of course, keep you posted. Ladies and gentlemen, the latest from the middle is that providing there is no further rain, the toss will take place at 11:30 with play due to get underway at 12 p.m. So we are looking at a toss at 11:30 with a start time of 12 p.m. providing there is no further rain.
Preference for the habitual voyeur of what is known as. A morning suit can be avoided if you take a route straight through what is known as. John's got through his crew, he gets intimidated by the dirty pigeons. They love a bit of him. Who's that couple marching? You should cut down on your pork life, mate. Get some exercise. Except on Wednesdays when I get rudely awakened by the dustman. I put my trousers on, have a cup of tea, and I think about leaving the house. I feed the pigeons. I sometimes feed the sparrows too. It gives me a sense of enormous well-being. And then I'm happy for the rest of the day. Safe in the knowledge there will always be a bit of my heart devoted to it. never rich, so we were out to make that steady finger. Once I was 11 years old, my daddy told me, go get yourself a wife or you will be lonely. Once I was 11 years old. I always had that dream, like my daddy before me. So I started writing songs, I started writing stories. Something about that glory just always seemed to bore me. 'Cause only those I really love will never really know me. Once I was 20 years old, my story got told. Before the morning sun, when life was lonely. Once I was 20 years old. I only see my goals, I don't believe in failure. 'Cause I know the smallest voices, they can make it major. I got my boys with me, at least those in favor. And if we don't meet before I leave, I hope I'll see you later. Once I was 20 years old, my story got told. I was thinking about everything I saw before me. Once I was 20 years old. Soon we'll be 30 years old. Songs have been sold. Traveled around the world and we're still rolling. Soon we'll be 30 years old. I'm still learning about life. My woman brought children for me, so I can sing them all my songs and I can tell them stories. Most of my boys are with me, some are still out seeking glory, and some I had to leave behind. My brother, I'm still happy. Soon I'll be 60 years old. My daddy got 61. Remember life, and then your life becomes a riddle. No one can ever say it's true, but I know that I will always be with you. I'm warmed by the fire of your love every day. So don't hold me, just stay.
to the Cooper Associates County Ground for this Hayhoe Flint Trophy match between the Western Storm and the Northern Diamonds. Western Storm would like to thank our principal partners for their support throughout this season, namely Benback, WPA Health Insurance and Shrey. For those of you who have just joined us, you will notice that it's a little bit damp out there. We have had rain at the Cooper Associates County Ground today. If there is no further rain, we will be having a toss at 11:30 with play due to start at 12 p.m. Seating is available in the Marcus Gothic Pavilion, the Old Archie stands, Gimlet Hill and sections of the Somerset stand. Matchday food and drink will be available from Stragler's Coffee House and from the concession unit, which is situated on the upper tier of the Marcus Gothic Pavilion. Hot food is being served as we speak. Given the poor weather that we've had this morning, I think there will be no access to the outfield during the interval. Don't forget to get your fill of Western Storm here at Taunton this week. Our next match is on Wednesday. We'll take on Central Sparks. Tickets for this game are still available and can be purchased via the Somerset website, or you can use your official Somerset County Cricket Club membership to gain access to that game if you are one of those members fortunate to have white ball cricket included in your membership. very latest from the middle is that Western Storm have won the toss and will bowl first. Due to the rain that we've had, the match has been reduced to 43 overs per side. So session 1 will be between 12 and 2:43 with a 30-minute interval, with the second innings getting underway at 15:13. We will confirm the starting lineup shortly, but just to recap, Western Storm have won the toss and will bowl first.
got some really exciting news. Western Storm are going to be the first team to offer a women's only membership. Head over to our website to get yours. Benefits include a lot of different things, but mainly entry to all our home games next season. Go get it.
Just to recap today's news from the toss then, the Western Storm have won the toss and have elected to bowl first. The match has been reduced to 43 overs per side. The first innings between 12 and 2:43, and the second innings beginning at 15:13. Let's run through the two lineups for you then today, starting with the Northern Diamonds. They start off with Lauren Winfield Hill, number 58, number 22, Stair Callis, number 57, Holly Armitage, number 7, Emma Marlowe, number 26, Rebecca Duckworth, number 10, Leah Thompson, number 17, Phoebe Turner, number 48, Sophia Turner, number 2, Lizzie Scott, number 23, Katie Levick, and number 12, Grace Hall. And your Western Storm lineup for today: number 25, Alex Griffiths, number 74, Emma Corney, number 63, and skipper Sophie Luff, number 35, Fran Wilson, number 27, Lee Holland, number 37, Nat Wraith, number 16, Sophia Smale, number 2, Nicole Harvey, number 20, Chloe Skelton, number 14, Molly Robbins, and number 13, Gemma Lane.
was going to say, is it good morning, but it's nearly afternoon. Good morning, I think, still from Taunton here at the county ground, Cooper Associates County Ground, Somerset. We are all set here. The sun is out for Western Storm versus Northern Diamond in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint. This is the 50 over competition between the 8 English regions. We've had a bit of a delay because we had some nasty rain earlier. All the covers are off, I'm happy to say, and Charlie Taylor, who's going to hear later, who describes himself as Captain Somerset, is going to be on the commentary later. He assures us that we're not going to get any more rain today. So today's game is shortened by rain. It will be a 43 over game with a 9 over power play. As I said, it's the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. We're heading towards finals day on Sunday the 24th of September at Northants. So if you want to get your tickets for that, that's the finals. There will also be an eliminator a couple of days before, which will be between the 2nd and 3rd place teams in the division, we should say ladder for those people in Australia listening. And you're going to hear the voices of Hannah Thompson-Radford and Claire Jenkins. We are both former Somerset players, but you will also hear the voice of Captain Somerset himself, Charlie Taylor, later. We are due to start at midday, and the sun is out here. If you want to join in on social media, the Western Storm use Stormtroopers and Northern Diamonds use The Northern Way. Both teams coming off defeats. So Western Storm were beaten by Sunrisers by 4 wickets at Radlett, but 16 overs to spare, unfortunately, for that game for Western Storm. And Diamonds beaten by Vipers, but by 3 runs off the last ball thriller there in that game, which may well be absolutely decisive in the last run-in for the finals day. Umpires today will be Rose Dovey. Watch out for the slow right arm of destiny of the former Sri Lankan international, and Simon Widdop. And the scorers today are Polly Rhodes and Cecilia Shapansky. In terms of the other games today, South East Stars are taking on the Blaze. I'm just going to have a quick check of the scores there. So South East Stars are 119 for 4 off, and they're coming towards the end of the 22nd over. And Central Sparks won the toss and elected to bat against the Sunrisers at Chelmsford, and Central Sparks are 97 for 1 off a similar amount of overs. So I'm going to say welcome to Hannah Thompson-Radford, who is going to run through the teams for us before we go through the other stuff.
Yep, so for Western Storm, we've got Alex Griffiths, Emma Corney, Captain Sophie Luff, Fran Wilson, Neve Holland, Nat Ray, Sophia Snell, Nicole Harvey, Chloe Skelton, Molly Robbins and Gemma Lane. And then for the visitors, Northern Diamonds, we've got Lauren Winfield Hill, Sarah Callis, Captain Holly Armitage, Emma Marlowe, Rebecca Duckworth, Leah Dobson, Phoebe Turner, Sophia Turner, Lizzie Scott, Katie Levick and Grace Hall.
Yeah, because it's going to be interesting, isn't it? Because the regional teams, some are more affected than others by the players that they've lost for England duty at the moment, because England are in the middle of a series against Sri Lanka of ODIs. So having won the first one yesterday, in the middle of the series anyway with Sri Lanka. So some of the players are off on duty. So some teams lose more than others. So in terms of Western Storm, they will have lost Lauren Filer and Danny Gibson. In terms of the Northern Diamonds, we think it's just Bess Heath who they'll be missing from England duty. I'm looking over with a question of you about Hannah, which is kind of nodding, I think. So not so much affected, but some of the other teams across the other regional setups will be more affected. The Vipers and the South East Stars, I imagine, without looking at the list exactly as we get started here. So we've got Western Storm taking the field in their distinctive green, matching the beautiful swathe of grass that we've got here at the Thompson County Ground. They look like they're going to start from this end, Hannah. I'll get to Hannah in a minute. And then also Northern Diamonds in their beautiful blue kit coming to the crease. So I think it'll be over to you then, Hannah.
Yep, so we've got Lauren Winfield Hill opening the batting for the Northern Diamonds.
Number 14,
Looks like
Molly
she'll be
Robbins.
facing first delivery. Molly Robbins with ball in hand for Western Storm. So Western Storm will be wanting to put a good performance in here, bottom of the table. Need to get some points, but they have been rain affected in 4 matches so far this summer.
Yeah, so that won't have helped them with the rain, will it? In the same way that the 100 teams, some were more affected than others, perhaps with the weather we had in August. So let's hope that the weather is set fair for today.
So Robbins coming into Winfield Hill. First delivery, respectfully just plodded back.
I was saying to Charlie Taylor, I think Stair Callis, if you ever go to any women's cricket match, Stair Callis will be playing. It doesn't matter what the teams are. It feels like she's been playing forever. I look, and her age would make you think she's older, but she's still young.
As again, another dot ball. Shout of weight on from Lauren Winfield Hill there. It's a tidy start from Molly Robbins. But yeah, you're right, Stair Callis has been around the scenes a lot. She's done fair break.
She's done fair break. She was playing for Birmingham Phoenix.
Played for Holland.
She's played for the Netherlands, and now she's playing for Northern Diamonds.
Third delivery of the over comes in. And again, all Lauren Winfield Hill can respectfully see that one out. Good chatter in the field. Crowd building up nicely here at Taunton as well. And we've got Weston-super-Mare Cricket Club below us in, funny enough, a Weston-super-Mare box as well. So
it's very fitting with the bubbles. Weston-super-Mare.
Really tidy start from Robbins here at Taunton. Another dot ball.
Winfield Hill coming off the back of a 29 ball 29 from last week against the Vipers, so she'll want to get back onto ball.
Another one of those players which we'll probably talk about a lot, but in terms of our England selection, missing out. As she puts her arms free back delivery a little bit more, but can't find the inner ring.
That's a good field placement there, Hannah. Straight to the player.
Very good. Straight to Sophia Snell. Signature arm.
Bandage, bandages, whatever. Warmers.
Protect the elbows.
Yep, especially on that dry bit of grass there.
Robin comes in, right arm over again, and finds the edge of Lauren Winfield Hill, who will get off the mark. A single taken. But Robbins didn't do too much wrong there.
No, it was a tidy start there.
The end of the over, Northern Diamonds are 1-0.
You mentioned Winfield Hill. She's actually top of the Rachel Hay batting table, as it were, for the Professional Cricket Association do a most valuable player rankings. You want to look that up, and it's quite useful in terms of who's done well with each of the departments and then overall. But Lauren Winfield Hill, as I say, sitting at the top of that, and she's also third in the overall rankings, which will take into account catches that she's taken as a wicket keeper, etc. But yes, they won the tournament, of course, last year at Lords, did Northern Diamonds, so they will want to be trying to put themselves back. And if they win this, they get 4 points. If they win it with a bonus point, they'll get 5 as the bowler comes in to Winfield Hill, who just leaves that to go past, and there is a wide, another one to the score.
Yeah, you mentioned they're defending champions, but they haven't quite had that defending champions performance.
No, not so far. Not so far. I'm a bit mixed. I saw them play up at Chesterfield, and they did not play well. That's the best way to put it. Winfield Hill comes forward and defends that, and there is no run.
But mathematically, still possible to defend their title, so it's quite open, the Rachel Hay Flint Trophy, and it's interesting because we had such a big break in between as well. That momentum that was built in the first half.
It's great though, isn't it, that a competition is so close. We want the regions to be close. We want them to be vying for their slots. As Gemma Lane comes into Winfield Hill, who comes forward and plays that straight to the mid-off fielder, and there is no run. Still on 2 for no loss. Yeah, we want it to be close, don't we? We want it to be exciting because the potential with having England players out is for some of these results to go not necessarily as one might think, just looking at the headline of who's playing whom. So Winfield Hill just setting herself again. Comes forward, plays it up and over the bowler. I think we're going to get a 4 here. It's racing towards the boundary. They're not going to catch that. That's the first 4 of the innings. 4 runs to Lauren Winfield Hill, 4 to the total, 6 for no loss.
She struck that nicely back over the bowler's head there.
Staircase hasn't faced yet.
No, I was going to say she is definitely hogging the strike here so far. Getting her eye in nicely. She repeated the shot as well in the middle there. She's quite chuffed with that one, I think.
Yeah. Hold the pose for the cameras. Lane into Winfield Hill. Ooh, plays that down the leg side and looks sort of apologetically at Stair Callis, who calls her through for an easy single. Another one to the score. 7 for no loss, second over. So we've got 43 overs here. We've got 9 overs of power play. In terms of the bowling restrictions, there'll be a few on 9 overs and a few on 8. I don't do numbers, so you can work that out for yourself. But it's not the full 10, obviously, because we've not got the 50 overs. As Gemma Lane contemplates what to serve to Stair Callis, who is going to face her first delivery of the innings, tapping a bat. Ooh, doesn't, sort of tries to play that, nearly edges it to the keeper or to the first slip there. It's keeping them interested for sure. Obviously wanting to look at the timing of the pitch. That, as Gemma Lane would be pleased with herself, that first ball beating the outside of the bat there, Hannah.
Yep, she certainly would do, and moved across from the Vipers previously.
Ah, touch of the Vipers. Okay. Callis comes forward and plays that straight to the cover point field, and there is no run. He's got 22 on the bat, so she got a bat on that one, so she'll feel a bit happier about that. So the end of the over. 3 overs down. No, 2 overs down. I'm ahead of myself already. 2 overs down. Northern Diamonds are 7 for no loss here at Taunton County Ground. You're listening to Claire Jenkins and Hannah Thompson-Radford, former Somerset players, both of us, back in the day, for much further back from me, but much more recently from Hannah. You will also hear the voice of Charlie Taylor, who tells me his mates call him Captain Somerset. That's good enough for us. He's also TMS, so we've got to behave ourselves today, Hannah.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen
TMS.
recently, it has been a decade for me as well.
That's
So.
well, that's a lot closer than it was for me.
As Robbins back into the attack here for her second over. Dot ball once again fielded neatly by Nicole Harvey.
Yeah, we're hoping that the weather is going to be set fair here today. We've got some spectators in, so you won't be able to see them. We'll see them on some of the shots on the live stream, actually. We've got some spectators in who very sensibly kept out of the rain for the first little bit when we were off and the covers were on.
Robbins charges in. Again, a bit slower delivery, it moved. Winfield Hill wasn't too sure what to do with that one then, and you could see with her hand movement, she said, look at that swung.
Yeah, but she's saying that moved a bit.
Score remains 7 for naught with Winfield Hill on 6. It's right arm over. Again, but this time, Winfield Hill finds the gap. The field is going to get there though. A brilliant stop on the outfield. Emma Corney with a brilliant stop there.
I love that because we've got it's rope here as opposed to some of the sponges you might have seen through the summer, and it was a brilliant dive, almost Luff-esque in the outfield there, managing to keep her hand to bat that back in.
She had to put the yards in, slide into her left, prevented what we thought was going to be a 4. As Robbins responds. And a misfield, they're going to come through for a single. Chloe Skelton there.
Perhaps it was a bubble. Perhaps it was a bubble as it came nearer. But they got through for an unexpected single there, didn't they?
Scored 10 for naught at present. Callis is now facing. Robbins to Callis, who edges it down for no run.
She's sort of had to almost jump backwards, didn't she, to play that down. I love that shot through the covers by Winfield Hill, by the way. It was a beautiful shot.
Very beautiful.
She kind of deserved a fall, but then the fielding was even better.
It slowed up a little bit with the damp conditions here,
Damp out there.
but excellent fielding nonetheless. Robbins again teases the edge of Callis, but no bat on that one. It ends the over. Diamonds 10 for naught with Winfield Hill on 9, and Callis yet to score.
I thought we might see the slow right arm of destiny from Rose Dovey then. I thought there was a sort of noise in here, but obviously not off the bat, because there was no there at all. So yes, you can look out for that today. Watching the game, see if we shall see that. And she's former Sri Lankan international. I was chatting with her on Tuesday at the Derby match, and she umpired one of the practice games for Sri Lanka, but she hadn't told them. And there's quite a lot of the players that she played alongside, so I think she had a bit of fun there. And they weren't expecting her to turn up, and then she was umpiring their practice game. So great to see. She's made her debut in the 100 this year, so much expected of the former Sri Lankan international umpiring today with Simon Widdop. And we've got Gemma Lane continuing from the Sophie Lough end, as I like to call it. Winfield didn't play that convincingly, but went into the leg side, but it almost felt like she was about to sort of half nutmeg that. Sophie Lough decided to throw the ball back to. These two bowling well here in tandem. Score still on 10. Into the 4th over. Winfield Hill coming forward and playing that straight to the cover fielder, and there is no run.
It's been really tidy from these two. Of course, we had the first wide delivery, but beyond that, it's been looking really good, because in the first part of the season, Storm were struggling with their line a bit, weren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. There's always that, do you go for speed or accuracy? And these two are pretty disciplined here as Winfield Hill taps a bat. Squirts that into the leg side, and they get through for a single. Score moves on to 11 for no loss. Halfway through the 4th over. It's difficult though, isn't it? Because they've had a rain delay. So you're kind of a bit like, when are we going to go back? Are we going to go back on? Is it going to rain again? So getting bowling momentum, I imagine, is a bit of a challenge. Not that bowling was ever a thing that I did so much. I'll come back to that maybe. Right arm over to the right-handed Callis, who kind of carves that straight to Fran Wilson at point, and there is no run. Yeah, I liked a bit of an off-spin, but the problem was I never pitched it, so I didn't really get to the off-spin bit of it.
You have to
and not much of a run-up.
You do have to use the pitch.
so getting my momentum with my bowling was never really a problem. A few steps and a throw. Oh, not a throw. A lob. Lane in from the Lough end to Callis. Plays that into the leg side. There's a gap there, so then it's just placed. But I think it's going to go for 4, and it has gone for 4. That's the first boundary for Callis. She gets off the mark there nicely. Score moves on to 15 for no loss. So I don't do numbers. 15 for no loss. I'm waiting for the scoreboard to catch up again there. Yep. Nicely. So what's Gemma Lane's response to that Callis shot into the gap there? Oh, good response. Callis does a spectacular kind of up and over defensive shot there. It's the end of the over. 15 for no loss are Northern Diamonds. And it's quite warm in here. I imagine it's going to get quite steamy out there as the spectators will put their hats on, put their sun cream on. Getting ready for a hot day there in the sun, potentially. We've had some lovely weather, haven't we?
It's been too hot.
It's too hot.
The typical British answer, isn't it?
Yeah, too hot for us. Too hot for me. Whew.
Yeah, and it's been lovely down here. Can't fault sunshine, can we? Especially when we had such a wet summer and we lost out on so many games. But
yeah, we should be grateful, shouldn't we? It's just it would be nice just a few degrees cooler.
As Robbins to Winfield Hill. Loops it a little bit, and Winfield Hill can only get the toe of the bat back to the bowler.
That's one of those ones where you get the judder up the hand and you're like, oh, I didn't really hit that very well. Ow, ow, ow.
She did shake her hand for a minute. She's just checking the facilities as well.
Yeah.
Love a bit of gardening out there.
Bit of gardening, yeah. Bit of
prodding the pitch.
Prod the pitch. Prod that invisible lump.
As 24-year-old Robbins comes in.
Ooh.
And again, it's one of those moments, isn't it?
Ooh, and take a breath.
He misses it, repeats the shot, but that's what she should have done a minute ago.
Yeah, but this is good bowling.
Really good bowling
liking this.
From Molly Robbins. Gloucestershire talent.
Yeah, wicket keeper and slip. Feeling very like they might be in the game in a minute.
Have you just set that up nicely, Claire Jenkins?
Could be.
To Winfield Hill this time, strikes through nicely, but goes to mid-off.
You say that. I was at Edgbaston on Tuesday, and Mike Perkins said, "Oh, the problem with the Lizelle Lee batting for Blaze is she gets sort of 20, 30, 40, and she just got 40, and then she spoons a catch up." And that's exactly what she did the next ball. Couldn't have been timed better. Poor old Lizelle Lee won't want Mike Perkins talking about her again.
Robbins in again.
Jammed down, wasn't that? That was like, I'm not going to play that one.
Winfield Hill's giving Robbins quite a lot of respect here, isn't she? She's seeing her out and trying to get away with a bad ball, but there hasn't been many bad balls here.
It's getting warm in here. I thought Polly sorted the aircon out. Woof. Unless I'm having a flush, which is lovely.
Winfield Hill's used her feet, hits it over the top of the bowler this time. Hand stretched, but she didn't quite get there, and it's gone for 4 runs. A brilliant shot from Lauren Winfield Hill there.
That's the shot of a former international, isn't it?
Yeah, can't fault Molly Robbins for trying her. She got a hand on that.
No, she did. She just I felt like her Inspector Gadget arms might well have pulled that in, but just out of her fingertips.
Yeah, good effort made nonetheless.
Nice shot though.
Brilliant shot from Lauren Winfield Hill. Robbins looking for a response now. Sends it down the leg side. It's not been signalled wide, so maybe that come off the pad or something, but good keeping from Nat Rafe behind the stumps there to tidy up. Northern Diamonds 19 for 0. Winfield Hill moves on to 14. Callis on 4. 5 overs down.
Yes, so I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Charlie Taylor and Hannah, and have a little cup of tea. 5 overs. We've done 5 overs, haven't we? Yes, we have. 5 overs done, and I shall come back later and have a chat with you later, because we've got some messages we need to get out, and we need to talk about Western Storm. We've got this fantastic membership thing. And also, obviously, there's going to be an international here next year. England will play Pakistan at Somerset, and tickets, they tell us, are already being sold. So that's really exciting.
Lane comes in again. And a brilliant take from Nat Rafe. They have a slight uphill, but only a couple of them went up for that one, and umpire was not interested at all. So safe to say that one was probably not out.
Wonder if the appeal was a bit, as it went down the leg side, trying to persuade the umpire that they got something on it.
Yeah, definitely getting that vibe.
In comes Lane, and this one is pushed into the leg side, pretty square. They'll just come through for 1. As the sun's thinking about coming out, we had a pretty big rain shower earlier on, Hannah, didn't we? We wondered how long we'd be delayed for, because it was quite heavy.
Yeah, but you had your app and you knew what was going on. You said it was going to be fine. And now we've got bright sunshine, and you can see the Quantox, and people have got sun hats on.
Well, I know Claire said earlier on that I've assured that everyone there'd be no more rain. All I've done is look at a radar, that's it. So don't blame me if it does come again. Yes. Lane is in again this time, just pushing into the covers for no run. Yeah, but at the moment you can feel it is looking a bit brighter, clouds are a bit higher. All good news for the stakes of this game. Only 7 overs lost for each side in their batting, down to 43 over game, which is still a pretty good game of cricket, isn't it? Only the 7 overs gone, considering how heavy that rain was and the clean-up operation that took place.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Still a slip in place. Griffiths waits as in comes Lane again. Now she comes walking out of her crease here, and there's a cheeky little throw by Nat Wraith towards Lauren Winfield-Hill's stumps as she walked out of her crease. Saw Johnny Bairstow getting out like that in an Ashes Test match. Probably wouldn't have had quite the same furore about it had that hit, but there's an attempt at it, and Lauren Winfield-Hill might just be a bit more wary of coming out of her crease now with Wraith alert to that. 20 without loss, the score. But they're causing a few problems here, these two, Lane and Robbins, as this one is edgy, but it goes past the slip, might run all the way for 4. No, it's a good attempt on the boundary by Robbins. And some good fielding already on the in the boundaries areas here for Western Storm. A few 4s have been saved already, so that'll please the coaches after a pretty disappointing loss earlier on in the week against Sunrisers.
Yeah, it was disappointing because I think it was the first time we've lost to them in the Rachel Heyhoe Flint Trophy as well.
Yeah, and Trevor Griffin, the coach of Western Storm, was talking about the top 6 batters taking on more responsibility, but even that, saving runs also helps, doesn't it, as Lane pulls out of a run-up this time. But I can see why they've kept that slip there, even in the power play. I guess you have to have them players inside the ring. So you may as well have one at slip if you're finding the edge like that. And Griffiths will be alert to one. That wasn't too far away from her, that last ball. And Diamonds, of course, current champions of this competition. Oh, driven straight back at the bowler. Oh, it's hit the clump of sawdust there and slowed the ball down. That's interesting. I've not seen that before.
I've never seen that either, because obviously if it hits a helmet, etc., it's
Yeah.
fielding penalty points.
But you can't really say that's a fielding.
The fielders didn't
Fielders haven't put that there, have they? So it's not their fault. So I'm afraid, I think that might have stopped a boundary, you know, because it did hit it quite hard.
I think you're right. They've got a 12th person out there, the sawdust.
Right, yeah.
It definitely did.
Well, that's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that. Well, you can see on this angle here the big mound of sawdust in the background. That's the other end. So you can see how big this sawdust mound is.
Well, it was that big until it got.
Well, it was, and now it's completely flattened because the ball smashed into it. You can see how straight a drive that was as well.
A beautiful shot.
Oh, I think that saved Western Storm 2 runs there.
At
They
least,
were.
yeah.
How many did they run? They ran 1 in the end, didn't they? They come back for 2. No, they did run 2.
Oh, we did.
Yeah, it was off Winfield-Hill, wasn't it? She's ended up back at this end. So yeah. So they ran 2. Well, it could have been a 4. Well, there we go. That's the first time for everything, isn't there? This time. Now I'll be wary of that. Great big clumps of sawdust.
Robbins continues her attack to Callis, who finds the gap just about. Sophie left of the field, tries to deny it, but they come back for 2.
Good running. These 2.
Ignore me, it wasn't Sophie Luff out there. Sophie Luff's coming round now.
Is it Corney?
I think it might be Corney.
Emma Corney, who's going to be opening up the batting a bit later on. Quite similar
Tricked with a similar height,
hair,
ponytail.
same height, same build. Yeah, can be tough.
Although up close they look nothing alike. So
Yeah, well that's the truth. But the
thank you for helping.
problem is when you're this far away, it can be quite tricky if you can't spot numbers. But yeah, you're right. Sophie Luff over on the leg side at the moment. She does often field there, though.
That's what I was used to thinking. That's a Sophie Luff position they're coming in. But of course, injured her thumb earlier this season and has stayed out of the action a little bit. We don't see her as close into the field after she's done that injury to her thumb. But she's back out there playing and stuff. But that's her first injury in potentially like her whole career, really, isn't it? You don't often see Sophie Luff missing matches.
No. And she's a stalwart in this side, in Somerset side as well.
The Gloucestershire talent comes in. Bowling brilliantly here at Taunton.
Didn't get a game in the 100 this year, Sophie Luff, with the London Spirit, but has played the previous 2, but not used by Spirit this year.
Yeah, interesting.
Which will be, I'm sure, disappointing for her.
Yeah, because it's an area of her game that she's been working on massively with short form, because she's brilliant, obviously, in this format. But known to be a little bit slow to kick off with. Robbins comes in. Lovely shot by Callis. Get the single. A good stop in the field. That makes the most of in this field. Well, this field a bit harsh for stop, wasn't it?
Yeah, a really good stop that from Smale, who got down quickly, stuck out an arm. I think you have to say she saved runs rather than leaked a run there, really. I think being fair to her, she's done a good job. I've been impressed so far by Western Storm's fielding, especially coming off the back of a disappointing defeat. You know, to come up with, you know, that kind of attitude is not always easy.
Winfield Hill on strike. And can't get it out the inner ring. It just feels like at the minute Winfield Hill is either for or just respectfully plods it back.
It's a very correct looking shot, that very straight bat, wasn't it? But
Very straight.
no venom in it, just as he said, stroking it back. We'd love to get Winfield Hill out cheaply here. She's already on 18.
Just move there quite quickly. Again, finding the boundary options nicely. It's Winfield Hill finds the fielder. Again, a very textbook shot.
Well, quick look through her scores this this season. Winfield Hill has had a great Rachel Hayhoe Flick Trophy. 75, 42, 51, 7, 45, 116 not out, 56, 33, 28, 8 and 29. So loads of good scores in there for Winfield Hill.
So that's the end of the over. Diamonds are 27 for Nor, and as I mentioned, Winfield Hill on 18 at present, and Callis on 8. 7 overs have gone.
So that's why they'll be so keen to get Winfield Hill out, because if she stays in, she can really stay in. She might well be here towards the end, which would be then a very big target to be chasing the way she goes about her game.
Oh, you've been corrected on Twitter as well. Luffy played in the last 100 games.
Did she play in the last one?
The last one.
Beg your pardon. As in comes Lane. That one is defended.
Thank you to Mike Gibson.
Thank you, Mike.
Danny Gibson's dad.
So, still, as I said, that wouldn't have been what the return Sophie would have hoped for, and she was moved over from Welsh Fire to London Spirit. Played quite a few London Spirit games in that second season of the 100, but just the one. And in that game as well, Spirit would have been out of contention, wouldn't they? So not really playing in a match that meant they could work their way through the tournament. As Lane is in, and it's down the leg side, but I think umpire's taking the view that actually that might have been pretty close to the being over the stumps, or perhaps even just brushing the shoulder on the way through for Callis, who's there. Good to have Mike Gibson watching us today, because Danny's not involved today. She's in the England setup and doing really well there. Cut away this time, but straight to the fielder, who's done really well there. Fran Wilson, who's excellent.
Expecting nothing less.
Yeah, especially at points, tough place to field, comes at you very quickly there, and she's done really well, so no wonder she's been placed there by Sophie Luff.
Yeah, Danny Gibson's been a massive success story from the region, hasn't she? And I got to speak to Mike actually before she made her England debut. Only a couple months ago now, isn't it?
Lane, full toss. This one swung into the leg side. Again, good stop. Western Storm doing really well here, and that is Luff this time. Just the single. I tell you what, it wasn't far away from run out. Sophie Luff was a bit disappointed that she hadn't managed to fire that in a bit quicker there.
Really tight in the field here. But yeah, Mike was talking about Danny's days at Dumbleton and how much she's given to the region, and especially to her local club, and how proud they are, of course, of her making her debut.
Comes Lane again towards Luff at mid-wicket, and there's no run this time from the bat of Winfield Hill. Yeah, great to see success stories like that, especially Gibson and Filer this year have been fantastic to watch as sort of Western Storm fans. We're very proud, I'm sure, to see. Of course, Heather Knight's always in the setup with England being the captain, but seeing those two progress through this year has been fantastic.
Yeah, it's passing of the baton as well, because obviously we had Fran previously, played for England.
Lane over the wicket again, and this one is pulled and will go all the way for 4. She's found the gap backwards of square there. Winfield Hill moves into the 20. She's on 22. And score moves along another 4 runs. So there to be pulled. Quite a lowish pull, but in the end it's a good shot. And 32 without loss the score.
Yeah, Winfield Hill really accelerating now, isn't she?
This is the danger. you can't allow her to stay in for too long. Got to get it. If you're going to beat this Northern Diamonds team, a good way to do it is getting Winford Hill out as soon as possible.
He's on 22, Callis on 9.
Well, the problem is you get her out and then Holly Armitage comes in, so it's serious talent in this Northern Diamonds top order.
Holly Armitage last year did a job on Western Storm, scoring 131 not out in the same fixture last year.
Some bad memories for these Western Storm players seeing Holly Armitage.
Almost a year anniversary. It was on the 11th last year. As Robbins continues. And a beautiful shot from Callis. Finds the gap, and that definitely goes for 4 runs. Textbook. She's saying she wants to join in with Winfield Hill here on the fun.
There to be driven. Little bit of movement. But good shot.
Here was a response from Robbins. She comes in again. That movement, she finds it once more. Nat Ray collects him, but just hoping for a sneaky edge there. See it on the replay. She's finding some good movement. It moves away.
Yeah, good ball that. Good response after the previous delivery was a bit overpitched.
And it's gone in the air. Fielder won't quite get there. Nicole Harvey tidies up. Thought there might have been a catch opportunity coming there, but she found a bit of space in the field.
It hung in the air. It was a bit it was a tempter, wasn't it, up there for a while? Just think, oh, if the person's in the right place, but she picked her gap nicely. Bit of a risky shot for the 1 run.
You can see Robbins is forcing some errors here. From Winfield Hill, swipes that across her legs. Sophie Luff's going to chase. It goes for 4 runs. The field's quite in actually on that side. Still quite a large distance to strike, but Sophie Luff couldn't quite get there. 4 runs for Winfield Hill. Moves on to 26.
She won't mind it being bowled there to her. Very happy. Just nice length in front of your toes. Plenty of gaps obviously in this power play. Get it through the infield and you've got 4 runs pretty much. Raced away.
Robbins to Winfield Hill, who again puts her hands through on the offside this time and will return a single. Rotating the strike nicely. I couldn't quite see where the rope was on that right side because it's kind of blended into where the grass changes colour.
Yeah, it's not a massive field out that side today. They're using a pitch, as we look at it, quite over to the left towards the Somerset stand. So they've brought the field in, the boundary in accordingly, but it's not a massive boundary.
Dot ball on this occasion.
10 from that over, so fairly expensive, but that's kind of what you expect in a power play. They've been good up until that point, really, this Western Storm opening pair.
Especially how she opened up as well, just 1 run from her first over.
And that is the end of the power play as well, 9 overs gone. 42 without loss. I think Northern Diamonds will be pretty happy with that. Especially not to have any wickets down.
Yeah, brilliant power play. So umpire signals end of the power play as well. That nice rotating arm.
Yeah, if you are just joining us, we've got a short game today. That's why we're talking about the end of the power play after 9 overs. So 43 is what we'll do per side, assuming there's no more rain, which at the moment we've got lovely bits of blue sky like we've been enjoying over the last week or so. Don't think it'll be quite as hot as it has been, but still should be a pretty pleasant rest of the day, which is good news. Just a bit of a showery storm. We had cracks of thunder and all sorts going on, but that's luckily all cleared up. I'm going to see a change in the bowling here. Are we?
Yep. Sophia Smale.
Looks like Smale's going to come on. So as soon as that power play's done, they've spread the field and they're turning to a bit of spin now. Sophie Luff comes across. I have a chat with Sophia Smale, who, I'm talking about the 100. She had a very good 100 with the Invincibles. She's a very passionate wicket taker. When she takes a wicket, she really does tear off in celebrations. Good to watch. I always enjoy that bit of theatrics. See how much it means to her. Here comes Smale and her first ball around the wicket. Takes her inside edge off Winfield's bat and they'll come through just for 1. They'll need to start thinking about wickets here. Got 7 overs less to score runs in, but that's 7 overs less to take wickets in, if you like. So you don't want to leave these two out there for all that time, because they will punish the bad balls, these two. 43 without loss then in the 10th over. Going at a good rate at the moment. Callis just pushing that one towards Sophie Luff, no run.
Yeah, and of course last year in this fixture, Diamonds won by 104 runs. They batted first and put a mammoth 334 for 6 on the board.
Yeah, that was a big old defeat. This one is swept. I don't know if there's anything on that. It might be given as a bonus. Must have got just an under edge on it.
Umpire teased you.
Yeah, I wondered. He did walk away, and sometimes they do that, you know, bring the leg up for the leg by signal or something, but no, that one must have just had an under edge. Just the one run from it, 44 now. As the young Welsh bowler comes in, Sophia Smale. This one's pushed down the ground by Winfield Hilda. Again, come through just for one.
Yeah, 'cause that's what I love about this region as well, is you do get representation from all of the counties that feeds into the region.
Yep. Absolutely, there's some Devon talent as well as Somerset, Gloucestershire. Oh, this one's in the air, down the ground, that'll be 4. I don't even bother running the fielders after that. That one flew away off the bat. Good shot from the batter. He comes down, punches the glove with Lauren Winfield Hill. Derek Callis, who is, as Claire was saying, he's been around the game. It feels for a lot longer than she has. Plays an awful lot of cricket. And you can see why with shots like that.
They're hitting so nicely over the top, aren't they? We've seen several boundary options taken there.
Yeah, good shot. But yeah, you're right. It really does represent the area, which is great to see. And plenty of Welsh talent in amongst that side as well, as this is pushed into just backwards of square on the leg side by Callis. It'll just be the one.
And of course, you've got Nicole Harvey from the depths of Cornwall, so you really do have everyone featured. I think I'm going to take a break for Claire Jenkins to come in.
And Thompson Radford alongside us today. Claire Jenkins joining us in just a second. And the 50s up at the end of the 10th over. So going at exactly 5 and over at the moment. These two, Winfield Hill there on 29 and Callis on 20. Good start for Northern Diamonds. I don't think Western Storm will be displeased with how the power play went, but they'll definitely be searching, praying for those wickets. They really do want to make sure they don't leave these two out there for too long. Claire, how would you rate that power play for Northern Diamonds?
Yeah, I mean, it sort of feels a bit on as even, really, in some ways. But, yeah, 50. I mean, I think both... I mean, there was some good bowling at the beginning, wasn't there, from Western Storm. And then Winfield Hill and Callis getting their feet well and truly under the metaphorical table in terms of getting their eye in. So, kind of probably both sort of feeling happy about that. As... straight through to the wicket-keeper, and there is no run.
The old swing there.
Yeah. Robin's still getting some swing, still keeping that slip fielder interested. So we've got a slip fielder there. I'm just watching the replay.
Yeah, a little bit of movement
was
there.
it? Yeah. Robin's into a 6th over, running away from us at the pavilion end. Towards Callis, who crouches, plays that into the offside. Just into the gap, and they get through for an easy single. 51 for no loss on Northern Diamonds. And this is the Rachel Hayhoe Flame, what would normally be a 50 over competition between the 8 English regional centres of excellence, but because of a rain delay, as Charlie mentioned earlier, we're down to 43 overs apiece. And we are hopeful that the weather will stay set fair, sun shining on the emerald green of Western Storm as Lane goes away from me, and that's played beautifully straight, and I think it's going to just head for the... Yeah, we're going to have another 4 there. Beautiful straight drive there from Northern Diamonds. That was Winfield Hill. Played that straight back past the stumps. 4 more runners to the total. 55 for no loss. It's quite a party atmosphere here. I mean, we've got the music in the background, we've got some spectators, and as I mentioned, Western Supermare are busy having hospitality downstairs. More of that later as Lane comes away from us. That's played straight to the fielder. Sophia Smale, who doesn't even know she stopped that, and there is no run. I was chatting to Lauren Filer's mum. She said we weren't sure whether to go and watch the England game the other day because if we don't find out till the last minute whether she's playing or not, it's a long way to go to not watch her. And then they're kicking themselves because there was obviously lots of celebrations for her 3 wickets, I think it was, in the England game, but a brilliant ODI debut for the Western Stormers. That's hit straight to the fielder again, and there is no run. Yeah, it's a great game for Lauren Filer. Getting some shape and some speed. She's been working with Jack Brooks. We were talking about that before the commentary, weren't we? And he seems to have managed to get her to get a bit more pace on, particularly judging by Elise Perry's face as she faced that first ball in the Test match where Lauren Filer was making her debut. What a way to start your England career, straight in as the Test. Easy game, isn't it? And that's played down again for no run from Lauren Winfield Hill, and that's the end of the over. 11 overs gone, 55 and no loss.
It feels like she's sort of in that setup now. He's gone from having no England experience to being sort of part of that team that you'd sort of be questioning why is she not in the team now these days. You know, she's really sort of set herself up in there really well.
Yeah, I mean that's what her mum was saying. She said, you know, it's just like, I mean, it's meteoric isn't a good enough word for it. It's kind of from nowhere straight into that side. But I have said on a couple of times on commentary, because and I was mentioning to Charlie before the game that I saw a game in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint. I think it was the first season or second season. It was certainly COVID impacted, and Anya Shrubsole in her Western Storm days and Lauren Filer pinned Central Sparks in at Edgbaston for very few runs.
Smale continuing from the River End as this is just patted back to her by Callis. There's no run added, so 55, 33 of which are from Winfield Hill and 21 from Callis, the Dutch international. Smale in again, and this one not convincingly played, coming forwards there, just getting some bat on it, a bit edgy, but no run, no danger. Sun now really coming out here at Taunton, looking like another beautiful day. Quantock's bathed in sunshine as we look out. Smale in again, like a bit of a slower one, and this one's been clipped nicely through the covers, could run away all the way, it will reach there I think. Yeah, it did slow up a little bit, but it's got to the boundary. Nice shot by Callis, who's beginning to look pretty at home here at the crease. 25 she's on now.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, I was mentioning this game at Edgbaston against Central Sparks in one of the first or second year, and there was something about Lauren Filer's bowling. I can't put my finger on it, but it's obviously now come to fruition, which is great.
Well, it's a sad miss for Western Storm, but I don't think anyone will begrudge her the experience she's having. So this one's into the leg side for just one run there. Yeah, just the one added. So Callis on to 26, Winfield Hill on 33. Already now getting towards danger territory here. These two have put on 60 together, and they haven't looked a couple of miscues, but nothing that's been so bad that, you know, it's a drop chance or anything where you feel like they've missed the chance to take a wicket. But that means they're looking pretty solid here. Might be a good pitch to bat on, I think, as this is driven down the ground. It'll only be one because it's a fielder at the boundary who comes in.
Winfield Hill enjoying those straight drives. She's just leaning on them and then just taking that single, or if she's hit it hard enough for a 4, back past the bowler.
Callis back on strike then. She readies herself, and this time trying to play it into the leg side, which she'll pick up a single from. There's a throw at the stumps, and Sophie Luff does enjoy a throw at the stumps. She's a good fielder. She'll back her arm, but that time I don't think there was really much danger. I think she looked like she was going to be comfortably home, even if the ball had hit the stumps.
Textbook Sophie Luff though, wasn't it? Captain Fantastic Sophie Luff. Yeah, that lovely slide, pick up and throw almost in one motion. She's one of those people who is a match-changing bit of fielding, and a great example for all the young players here. Look at bowling change.
Going to see Griffiths, I think, who's going to come on, which gives us a good chance actually to talk about this new membership which Western Storm have launched today. You can't buy it just yet, but you can see all the details on their website and on their social media streams as well, and it looks like it's going to be actually a really great way of getting people watching, because there you are, you can see some of it there. Keep an eye out. I think later this month you'll be able to start buying it. It's 45 quid for an adult. There are discounts for juniors as well, but it will bring you membership, ability to get into all the Western Storm games, plus discounts on the Vitality Blast double headers, and it gets you into the ODIs, the women's matches, England matches at the grounds as well in Bristol and in Taunton. So it's like a really interesting thing. It's first of its kind actually in this country. So
already, we've
well
got a lot.
at.
I mean, I'm sure Hannah can tell us later, but we've got Alex Hartley tweeting about that, Raf Nicholson tweeting about it, Melinda Farrell, already causing quite a stir there. So I think that's going to be a great addition and just proves the strength of the women's game and how much people want to see that as Griffiths runs away from us, and that's played into the leg side by Callis. There's a fielder sweeping that up and they just get through for the single. Score moves to 63.
It fascinates me how Western Storm use Alex Griffiths differently to how Welsh Fire use Alex Griffiths. I watched a fair bit of Welsh Fire this year, and I've watched a fair bit of Western Storm over the years. Alex Griffiths opens the batting pretty much always in this tournament. Opens the batting. She barely gets a bat for Welsh Fire. She goes. I mean, they've got a very good batting lineup, but they sort of use her as a specialist bowler, which is, she's good enough for. It's just interesting.
Yeah, and that's thunking the pads. And there is no run there.
And I wonder whether she sort of had a note saying, "You do know I have a bit of a bat as well, I can hold a bat the right way up." I just wonder if she needs to sort of tap him on the shoulder, because she comes in at like number 9 or 10.
Maybe sometimes work. I'm sure somebody spotted it, but it is interesting how they use them differently in the different formats, particularly with the spotlight of the 100 as Griffiths goes away from us. Winfield Hill works that into the leg side and get past the fielder, and they get through for a single.
Just rolling the wrist a little bit, perhaps, just trying to get a bit of something off the pitch. And I wonder whether that is actually probably quite a good way to go here on this wicket so far. I'll have a closer look this time.
She caught Eva Gray last weekend against Sunrise, the last game against Sunrisers. As Callis gathers herself at the crease. Griffiths heels flying. Callis comes forward and just defends that. There is no run.
Well, she looks like she's bowling on leggies the way she's letting it out.
Bit of magic, bit of wrist usage, variation, as they say in the bowling.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get the pitch to bite a little bit. I wonder after the rain. Obviously it was covered, but I wonder if they just think there's a little bit of grip in there.
Something in there. And that's down the leg side. And that's going to be a wide, as signalled by umpire Rose Dovey, former Sri Lankan international. That's another one to the total. 65 for no loss. Callis got a useful 37 against the Vipers last week in that very close game that Diamonds had with Vipers, which may prove costly for Diamonds not winning that. As Griffiths serves one well wide of the other side. It's going to go down the hill. It might even make the boundary for 4, and it has. 4 runs for wides there, and that's extras batting particularly well there, unfortunately for Western Storm's case, but happily for Northern Diamonds. What's your diagnosis of that?
I reckon she is doing something, bringing it out either the back or flicking it slightly, and I wonder whether she's lost a bit of control, because one going down one side and then the next one going down the other side, over-correcting.
Let's see what she's got in the next ball to Callis. Just to work that into the leg side off her hip almost, and they get through for a single. So corrected indeed. Better line and length there from Alex Griffiths. Yes, Callis must have been doing some miles in terms of the 100 Northern Diamonds and Netherlands duties, because they've had European qualifiers on them. She played in some of those. I may be wrong. As Griffiths goes away from us, red shoes shining in the sunshine. That's squirted to mid-on, but that's not going to be a run, because Lauren Winfield Hill wasn't sure how she got that kind of contact on that ball. That's the end of the over. 13 overs gone. Northern Diamonds are 71 for no loss.
Yeah, I think they'll be the happier now, the way things are going. A few extras there from Griffiths.
Yeah.
But that opening partnership's still intact. Plenty of batting to come. There's that Armitage and Marlowe still waiting to get out there. Storm, Sophie Luff now coming over to chat to her bowler, Sophia Smale, will be saying, where do we prize a wicket from here? How do we get one of these two to make a mistake?
Yeah, because looking at the Northern Diamonds, Western Storm will not want to see the innings that Holly Armitage played last year here, and I think it was maiden. Hannah mentioned it was maiden century last year. She really got herself in and batted beautifully here off. She clearly enjoyed the Taunton surface.
Good place to play. Does offer a lot for the bowlers and the batters really here. So this one's just going to be a single push down the ground. Yeah, you've got to work a bit hard as a bowler to get it. You're not going to get 3 wickets, but there is something in it, and also I think as well there's a sort of a psychological thing that you see with shorter formats here at Taunton, is because it's quite a small playing area. Batters try and go down the ground, or they try and clear the ropes, and quite often if you can just fox them a little bit, make one stick in the pitch a little bit, you can get those top edges and things. So it's a nice looking shot coming out of a crease there. Winfield Hill just pushing it to long on.
We want to keep the batters and the bowlers interested, don't we? We want to get everybody in the game, because that's always more exciting.
Having watched Somerset here an awful lot during the men's T20 Blast, which obviously they went on to win this year, they took 10 wickets in pretty much all of their games here, as this one is just glanced down off the hip for a single. They were the team that took the most wickets in the competition. They were the first team to take 10 wickets in both the semi-final and the final. So, you know, this is a team that was taking wickets. But here at Taunton specifically, even though it's a small ground, you know, there's more than enough talent in the South Group to smash sixes over the ropes here. Actually, they were very good and took an awful lot of catches. So you can definitely do it in the smaller grounds, as this is clipped by Winfield Hill. There'll just be another single. So picking up ones here, these two, happy to find the gaps. No risk shots, really.
Yes, you get. Having watched some of it on the telly, the Blast from here, it's you get quite a great atmosphere down here with the lights on and a full house, don't you, for the Blast game?
It's
so
rocking on a warm summer's night with the lights on. This place absolutely is rocking. It's fantastic. Smell here, that's a full ball, and Callis does well really to flick it really off her toes for a single.
Of course, the women had the Ashes match here as well, didn't they?
Absolutely, yeah.
That was another good atmosphere there.
Yeah. Yeah, they've had, what was it there? No, not this year. Last year they had the Ashes match. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Some movement in the field. They're bringing in the...
Yeah, where was it this year? It was Trent Bridge, the test
The
match
Ashes
this
with
year.
Trent Bridge, it was brilliant. It was exhausting watching. Oh, my goodness me, I was there.
Yeah, they had the deciding ODI here this year, which was brilliant. Down the leg side, attempted sweep shot, and no connection given as a wide, which is fair enough.
It was a full house. It was brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely great.
The women's Ashes game.
And the result, the way England won and drew the series
oh my God.
At the end, fantastic drama.
So brilliant.
This is just push forwards for a single again. One's enough here. I think they're quite happy just to collect the runs as they come.
Just getting settled, aren't they,
yeah.
really?
Oh, yeah, getting settled. Approaching 80, you know, this is a very, very good partnership in the context of a 43-over match, yeah.
Let's have a look at the other grounds. So, down at Chelmsford, where Sunrisers are taking on Central Sparks. Central Sparks are 155 for 4, halfway through the 35th over. Meanwhile, at Beckenham, South East Stars are 193 for 5 off 36. So that's the state of play in the other games in the Rachel Hay Flint Trophy.
So wickets tumbling elsewhere.
Yeah. But
none here yet
at the moment. Yeah. But they started. They got a head start on us.
So yes.
We'll give them that.
We had a rain delay. Quite right. Yeah.
As Sophie Love passes on a bit of message to Smale for her next over potentially. She's signaling to some other players. I think there might be a change of ball on the other end when we get there. But we've got Griffiths at the moment running away from us. Right arm over to the right-handed Winfield Hill, again plays that straight down the ground and past the fielders again. It's running down. Will the fielder haul it in? She does, just before the rope. So that's definitely a fall prevented there. Again, that Winfield Hill, she's sort of making that a trademark of her batting this game, playing that straight drive. And the score moves on to 80 for no loss.
Yeah, pleased with how Western Storm have fielded so far. Been good work.
Some great saves there.
Yeah.
Griffiths to Winfield Hill. Defends that, and there is no run.
Must be at least 6 or 8 runs saved now from on the boundary, which can all add up. They all make a difference by the end of the 43 overs.
And the analysts do points for that. So I was talking to Laura McLeod from Central Sparks, and she was saying, oh, you know, if you drop a catch or, you know, the difficulty, they mark all of that. That's all analysed now. And good points for fielding here from Western Storm. As Winfield Hill carves that out through point region, and they get through for a single. Score 81 for no loss for the Diamonds in their blue batting. They lost the toss, and Western Storm put them into bat, or Western Storm decided to field, whichever way around you want to describe that as. To the halfway through the 15th over as Griffiths to Callis, who works that into the off her hips again to the square leg fielder, and there is just a single. 82 for no loss.
I'm going to
have a little rest.
make way for Hannah. Yeah, Hannah's going to come in
Hannah's
to do the
gonna
next over with you.
Brilliant. Thanks, Charlie. Yes, it's weather set fair here. You can hear the squeals of the crowd. We've got some spectators in, which is great to see. Griffiths to Winfield Hill, who plays that through mid-wicket. There is a fielder who's going to cut that off, and they just get the single. 82 for no loss are Northern Diamonds. And this Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. Listen to Claire Jenkins and about to be Hannah Thompson Radford. Just joins me back again. We're both ex or former Somerset players, and you've been listening also to Charlie Taylor, who's Test match special and captain Somerset apparently, as that's played through the cover point region, and they get through for a single from Callis. Score is at the end of the 15th over, 84 for no loss. Winfield Hill on 42, so heading towards that milestone, that batting milestone. Callis on 33, and so what do you make of it so far then, Anna?
Yeah, these two have really powered off now, haven't they? And Western Storm have fielded well and have done decent work in midfield, but it's not quite enough at the minute. They really need to get that breakthrough, don't they? Store this momentum.
And it just feels like they're starting to accelerate now. Just you know, we talk about going through the gears, but I'm just a bit afraid we might set the cliche klaxon off there now.
We've got Smell and Griffiths going for over 7 and over at the moment. So not ideal.
I'm still worried about the cliche klaxon. I'll tell you particularly why, because Mike Perkins said that cliche klaxon is a cliche in itself. So now I'm really worried about that. So I need to be aware we don't set that off today.
Yeah, it's not overly expensive going for 7, but it's not quite what's...
Yeah, it's sort of...
Skelton comes into the mix this time. She's had a brilliant season so far.
She's been doing well, actually.
Skelton to Callis. He sweeps that away, but will only get the single. Perfect field placement there.
Yeah, that was straight to the fielder, literally backwards square.
Yeah, she's been quite prominent in Western Storm attack and has been a game changer when she comes on, etc. So can she get this must-needed breakthrough for Western Storm? Winfield Hill edging closer to that landmark, 42 at present. And Callis has moved up as well quite quickly to 35.
Yeah, she's sort of, for having not faced many at the beginning.
As she whacks that out into the deep. But Winfield Hill will just get the single.
They're making Sophie Luff's field position look really good there, straight to the field on both of those occasions.
It's like she planned it.
Yes, almost like it's planned.
Yeah, it's brilliant when a bowler actually bowls to the field that's planned, isn't it?
As you say, they relied on Skelton.
Skelton once again with swing. Callis gets a trickle on it, and it will edge its way over for a boundary. 4 runs on the board.
See, having said that, she's got all the field in the right place, but to be skill of the batter to find a gap in the field, isn't it? That's the thing.
To be fair, sliding down leg, just got enough on it to turn it round the corner.
Little nurdle in the corner.
Skelton will look to get back on her line. She comes in.
Nice.
Callis splits the field. And again, back-to-back boundaries for Stair Callis.
You say she's decided that she's going to speed up.
Yeah, started off a little bit slow, and she's really got into her innings so far. And all of a sudden, Callis has crept up.
They're getting proper second now, aren't they? I mean, Western Storm will definitely need to get a breakthrough. They're both on 43.
Yeah, I had to just double check that she has gone on to 43.
Yeah, they're both on 43.
I paused for a minute just to double check. Both on 43. Finds the fielder this time.
It's almost like there was a switch flicked or a bit of advice, or they've just decided, right, okay, you have a bit of a go. Maybe that may well be an instruction. You have a bit of a go, and I'll dig in.
Skelton to Callis. Nurdles it for a single.
The funniest bit there was Fran Wilson going down in slow motion, nowhere near the ball.
So that's the end of the over. Northern Diamonds are 95 for naught. Winfield Hill 43 and Callis on 44. 16 overs gone, 27 overs remain because of course we've been rain affected. And this will be a 43 over match for both of the batting sides.
Yeah. So
You're
I'm sorry,
right.
I'm still laughing at Fran Wilson going down as slowly as she did, nowhere near the ball.
Putting the batters off thinking, oh, I'm going to get there, or I'm not going to get there, but I'm going to let you think I'm getting there.
Right, concentrate now. So Griffiths is adjusting her hair. Sophie Love giving her a last bit of advice, basically saying break this partnership for us because this is looking increasingly dangerous. They're both heading towards their 50 over. They're both, almost on a sort of run a ball here. So Western Storm need that breakthrough. And Sophie Love's bringing a square leg fielder up to the 25-yard circle as Griffiths goes away from us to Callis, who plays that lovely shot, just lent on it to long on. The fielder comes in and reels that, and there's just one to the total. They're heading towards that 196 for no loss on Northern Diamonds. Bit more advice from Sophie Love. And square leg is going back out again, and the mid-on fielder is coming up to the 25-yard circle. 30 yards in the men's game, of course, 25 yards for the women. Griffiths to Winfield Hill plays that. Oh, straight to the field! Oh, thought it was going to go straight to the fielder then. Oh, that was nearly absolutely brilliant. So, yes, change of field, just up over the fielder's head, and it goes for 4. Oh, Anna, how exciting was that?
Oh, jumped out my seat then. I thought, from the angle we were at, I thought it was going to land nicely into the hands of Skelton.
Perfect plan, didn't it?
It did.
Bring her up, serve her that, and she'll give us a catch.
Good from Western Storm. We're getting those chances coming through now.
Chloe Skelton thought she was going to take a catch there. Griffiths to Winfield Hill. Defends that down. Much better ball from Griffiths. There's a dot there. So they make the 100. So that was a clapping we could hear there. Diamonds go 100 up for no loss. So they'll be happy. Happy that wickets column is still naught, and Western Storm desperately trying to find a plan. They nearly had it in that last ball, that ball before last. Griffiths into Winfield Hill, squirts that backward of square unconvincingly and thinks about a run, but then comes back because there really wasn't a single there at all.
Alex Griffiths giving us some entertainment in this over.
Yeah. Well, we're
trying to get that breakthrough.
Yeah, trying to get that breakthrough, and that nearly did it. Nearly made Sophie Love's captaincy look even better than it had done in terms of field position. Skelton's coming back onto the rope in front of us, so what is planned here? That's thumping the pads, and they're going to get through for a single. I suspect it's going to be a leg by. And a shot at the stumps, but yeah, Rose Dovey tapping her knee there. Leg by, another one to the total, 101 for no loss.
Do you know what I love about Alex Griffiths?
What do you love about Alex Griffiths?
Did you see the social media around the hundreds when she was talking about what it means to play for Wales?
No.
And Welsh Fire?
Oh.
It was so passionate.
Brilliant. And Winfield has a little waft. Oh, Callis has a little waft at that and goes straight to the keeper. There's no run. What would she say?
Well, because of course, like playing for Wales, etc., there's not as many opportunities these days, unfortunately, in terms of playing for the county, especially when you are a regional player. and she was just saying playing for Welsh Fire, it gives her that Welsh connection still, and being one of a few actually Welsh players in the Welsh Fire squad.
There's 2 or 3, wasn't there?
There's a few, there's definitely a few, but obviously in the minority rather than the majority.
But not often to represent her country, as it were.
I appreciate it's city-based franchises, but to just have that connection to like the Welsh Fire, of just how proud she was. And it was a really nice social media clip on the Welsh Fire
I'm sure
Instagram page. And
people can pick that
I'm
up.
sure it's on BBC Sport, etc. as well. Pretty sure they shared it out too. But it's a really wholesome clip, and just seeing that kind of passion inside the huddle, doing a team talk and saying what it means, because of course Wales is part of this Western Storm team.
It's a massive region,
It's a massive
right
region.
away to the tip of Cornwall, all of Wales, and all of the West Country. So so great that she got to represent her countries. 17 overs gone. Diamonds are 101 for no loss. So look that up if you want to see the passion, the choil, as they say in Wales. Passion, spirit. To play for the dragon, fire Welsh dragon.
Yeah, it was just really strong. Skelton comes in.
Ooh!
And
it went straight through then.
it went straight through, and I almost got excited because I thought it was going to hit the stumps. But Nat Rafe was just blocking our viewpoint here.
I think
so
she
we were
couldn't
just
believe it hadn't hit then.
waiting a moment. We're going to see it on the replay. How did that miss? That was so close. Skelton again.
Oh,
Winfield Hill makes some movement, but finds the fielder.
Luff adds to her bruise total.
Yeah, but of course, talking about Wales, it encompasses Western Storm, but obviously the language is Western Storm, representing the whole of the West Country. Skelton.
Oh, another bruise.
And they look for a quick single. And it's a direct hit!
Oh, and the slow right arm of destiny! There it goes!
Western Storm have their breakthrough, an epic piece of fielding. A run was cool, but it was definitely not a run. The ball went straight to the fielder. You couldn't get a better throw than that, could you?
I couldn't believe they'd taken the run. It was a great shot. I mean, it was also Sophie Love had put the fielder right in the right place there, and side on, so she only ever had one stump to aim at there for that run out. And we got to see the slow right arm of destiny from Rose Dovey as well.
So waiting and waiting.
Got the breakthrough. 101 for 1 finally, and we're going to see it on the replay how close it is. But she didn't have much to aim at. Oh, that's it. Oh, it's a great bit of fielding there. Western Storm, as we said, been fielding brilliantly this morning. So, yeah, brilliant. Oh, we love that.
Yeah, really.
So Western Storm very happy with themselves. And we've got Holly Armitage now, haven't we? Do we think? Yes, Holly Armitage. Captain of Northern Diamonds. Captain of Northern Superchargers, of course, in the 100. And I have a personal theory that she's made of the stuff that she's made of a composite of all the women I've ever played against for Yorkshire. She's she's very much Sue Metcalf, Bev Nicholson, Claire Romper Taylor, and all of that generation. I think that they somehow have gone away and formed Holly Armitage out of bits of all of them, the best bits of all of them, of course, because she's playing really well. But Western Storm will not want her to repeat the innings that she had this time last year in this fixture.
So Skelton, again, the game changer, made something happen. She loops that one up, and Armitage will get off the mark with a single.
Give me amuse because Fran Wilson did a slow dive again.
She's energetic in the field always.
I don't know whether she's got a timing wrong for her diving or...
Might be the GPS, like, let me get my numbers up.
Yes, maybe she gets more points for the amount of time she dives.
Skelton, again, Winfield Hill facing and swipes it out to the deep for 1 run. But yeah, we should credit as well, it was Molly Robbins with the throw in that took the single stump and saw the back of Stair Callis.
Loads of points for that.
Yep.
In the analysis.
Skelton to Armitage. Not a run there.
No. I don't know why, I've got this feeling that Armitage sort of started slowly and then built up when we saw her last year, because of course it depends on how the innings is going. We should say it's 18 overs gone, 103 for 1.
Yeah, a brilliant over there. Yes, she didn't affect it with her bowling, Skelton, but well, she did affect it with her bowling because she caused the pressure to then build it up in the field for the run out. But yeah, of course, it doesn't get credited to her, does it?
No,
But
it's a team
it's
success,
a team
isn't
wicket.
it?
Yes.
Yes, actually, the pressure has been put on by the bowler, and
Which is a really good bit of fielding.
complemented by the fielding, which was exceptional bit of fielding there. I love a bit of good fielding. I'd like to have been good with the bat, but I had all the right shots, but not necessarily in the right order. And as I mentioned, my bowling earlier didn't always pitch, but I did like a bit of fielding. So good bit of fielding always appeals to me. As Griffiths goes away from us, Winfield Hill just angles that into the offside and gets through for a single. Almost, one for the cameras there.
You made
Beautiful
me
shot.
almost ask then. So you didn't like batting, you didn't like
No, I
bowling.
like batting. I love batting, and I could
that's
bat
good.
for hours. But it was all. I'd be out there for ages, holding an end, as they say. There's the cliche klaxon going off,
Yeah.
and then I'd say, how many did I get? How many did I get? Because I was out there for ages. 11. You're like, oh God, I've been out there for ages and I only got 11 runs. Griffiths
I feel
to
you.
Armitage this time. Comes forward and squirts that through where Gully would be. It's going down the hill. There's a fielder after it. I think they're going to reel it in. Yes, they are. Stopping that. Again, preventing that fall, which will be key later when they come to chase this total. Score moves on to 106 for 1. Yes, I liked batting, but I didn't get very many runs.
I thought I was very similar in that department, and one of my friends once said that they'd rather watch paint dry, and that kind of really knocked my confidence. But
Cavalier and aggressive are not words that you would use about my batting.
I hold an end, as you mentioned.
Yes, holding an end. Cliche klaxon going off. Griffiths to Armitage, who plays that more respectfully straight to Smale, short cover, and there is no run.
But the game has developed massively in terms of the way that batters approach batting now, because I remember all we used to do growing up was, here's a sweep shot and here's how to bat straight.
Oh,
and that was
okay.
actually it.
Fair
That's
enough.
all you kind of got
Two
to coach.
shots.
Whereas, literally and occasionally a pull shot. Whereas now there's so much.
Oh,
Let's
the
get
funky
taught.
shots now, isn't there? Armitage plays that straight to Smale, who stops it and kicks it all in one movement. That was an interesting bit of gymnastics there. Short cover.
But the culture
There's no run.
was all about don't get out, rather than if you get out, it doesn't matter, which is quite a lot of the mindset these days is,
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
if you make a mistake, it doesn't matter, as long as you were trying to do
Yeah, trying to do
something
something
positive.
aggressive and positive. The fact that you're out. Yeah, and that's freeing up, isn't it, for batters. Griffiths to Armitage. Oh, and it rattles the pads, and there's a big shout, but umpire Dovey's not interested, and they get through for a single. Must have come off a bit of bat. So 108 for 1.
Yeah, I just find that mindset shift really interesting, because like going through the pathways and etc. and having that kind of fear of failure
Yeah.
versus now players are coming through and it doesn't matter if you make a mistake, because
It's so exciting for the players
yeah.
and more importantly the spectators, because it's more of a spectacle, isn't it, when batters are being more aggressive, because then you've got more wickets, more sixes, more fours, and everyone's happy.
it's just that coaching culture.
Yeah. Winfield Hill plays that forward straight to Sophie Luff, and there is no run. End of the over. 19 overs gone. Diamonds are 107 for 1. Yeah, it is the mindset, but I think that seems to be what happened with Bazball and whatever else we want to, Louis Ball or whatever. The game probably, it's just at that right time where if we don't have aggressive batting, then you're starting to lose spectators. But if you do have aggressive batting, you're getting fours and sixes and wickets and catches, and it's getting much more of an entertainment, because I think there's a fine line between sport and entertainment, isn't there? I think we're sort of tipping now towards it's got to be entertaining. It's got to be entertaining, keep the crowds, because all of our concentration levels are, let's face it, are diminishing. So the faster, the quicker, the more exciting the game, the more new eyes and new people and new money coming into the sport.
Skelton into Armitage and dot ball. Yeah, you're right, because obviously the 100 is very much like a media sport.
Yeah.
It is way more about the kind of production and cricket as entertainment than
product,
it is
isn't it?
about
Yeah.
than it is about cricket necessarily. Obviously there's outcomes from the cricket that is really positive, but it is much more about that entertainment value. Skelton just down the leg side and they put their hands up, but I think that's a little bit optimistic. Ball slowing down in the outfield. It's not going to race away for a boundary, as Neve Holland does the mopping up. leg by signalled.
Yeah. But it's so much more exciting, like you say, that it brings in so many more shots. There's sort of real, proper 360 degrees of shots, funky ramps and reverses and all that kind of thing.
Skelton once again. That's a bit of bounce in the pitch there. Pops up a little bit.
Another good bit of fielding there.
Armitage
on the bounce.
tries to get her hands for it, but finds a fielder. Spinner comes in. And Armitage gets forward to it and denies it going past her.
Beautiful day here at Taunton. We've got some spectators in as well, so we're getting some. Well, if they're Northern Diamond fans, they're really enjoying this. Western Storm, great fielding. Still need some more wickets.
Armitage playing that a little bit late there. Skelton really pinning her in. Armitage is currently on 4, and at the opposite end is Lauren Winfield Hill on 49. Skelton gets her arm through that one, and Armitage again gets forward and just has to see it out.
Just bobbed that down, didn't she?
Yep.
She wants to give Winfield Hill the strike the next over. I'm going to just have a little drinky winky, cup of tea or something, and you're going to be joined by Charlie Taylor, so I'll speak to you later, Adam.
So that was the end of the over. Northern Diamonds are 109 for 1. Lauren Winfield Hill will be facing up this next over, currently sitting on 49. Has had an excellent innings so far. The only mistake she's made is perhaps that run out call. Stitched up her mates there, Callis, for a quick single, which Molly Robbins destroyed the stumps to give Western Storm a chance to get back into this game and take a bit of the momentum.
Yeah, Callis must have been absolutely fuming to that. Just never was a run on, was it? Straight to the fielder who was nice and close, and Robbins has got a good arm as Griffiths comes in, and this one, it's I think the edge of the pad. I don't think it'll be given as a wide. Might be. No, yeah, just a dot ball there. 109 for 1. Winfield Hill on 49 on strike now. But a key breakthrough, absolutely massive, because Armitage has had to slow it down a little bit just to get herself in, so that means the runs aren't coming quite so quickly, because Callis was, well, she was rocketing along towards the end. Here comes Griffiths now, and this one is a big attempted pull shot, but she's missed it. And the ball would have gone, I think, probably down the leg side, so there's no real shout. So still there on 49, trying to get this 50 up quickly by the way she's playing her shots so far. $109 for 1. Still a very good platform here. That one wicket hasn't dented the Northern Diamonds too much. As Griffiths is in again in this one. Just pushing forwards, but not able to get the run. Do you think she's thinking about the 50? Or do you think she's just struggling to find a gap here at the moment?
Probably a bit of both.
Yeah, hard to say,
Sit on the fence.
I don't know how big Lauren Winfield Hill, whether that would be a big margin for her. She's got a lot of 50s in her time. Imagine you still get a bit nervous though. You still want to clock up another one, don't you? Especially on 49. You don't want it to go wrong now. In comes Griffiths. And they'll pick up the single here. So that's a 50 for Lauren Winfield Hill. Well made as well. She's been pretty progressive and sort of punchy from the start. 65 balls it's taken to get there. And wicket-keeper raise the bat around the ground here and comes up and shakes the hand of her captain, Holly Armitage, which is nice to see. So 50 for Winfield Hill.
She's had an excellent innings, a captain's knock so far. And Western Storm will want to prevent her getting to the next landmark, that's for sure.
Griffiths over the wicket. And this one is sort of pulled, a funny looking shot, but it's going to bring up a 4, I think. There's a big chase on here. It might be a dive, won't get there. And Nick Holland has to escort it over the boundary for 4. Sort of driving on the back foot through the leg side. And Armitage picks up, I think that's her first boundary, must be, mustn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, into 8. But yeah, clearly finding the middle of the bat there. It was timed nicely, even if it was a bit of an unusual looking shot. Griffiths has been fairly expensive here from her 4 and a bit overs. She comes again, finishing off this one, and it'll be a dot ball. She's gone for 29, so going at almost 6 and over. Alex Griffiths yet to pick up a wicket. Well, no, bowler's actually picked up a wicket technically. Even though, as you say, I think you made a good point, Hannah, about Chloe Skelton having made something happen despite the fact it won't go down in the book as her wicket. I think she added a point of difference with her bowling. Just caused maybe that confusion, made them want to pick up runs quicker.
Yeah, just when you build up that pressure, isn't it, when you starve them of getting runs on the board, and then they want to take that risky single, but Molly Robbins with an absolute gun arm at a tight angle as well. Single start showing.
Well, it's funny, it was Robbins just a few balls before she'd flung a ball right back to the keeper, and I remember thinking, oh, she's got a very strong arm. I hadn't noticed it before, having watched her.
Skelton continues. Winfield Hill whacks that out for 4 runs.
That was absolutely dispatched, that, wasn't it, from Winfield Hill?
Leant back and put both arms through that one.
Yeah, it was funny, just a few balls later, after sort of noticing that, she was there running out. Callis. Yes, someone not to take a quick run to, Molly Robbins.
Winfield Hill splits the fielders, but there's a fielder out in the deep who will do the tidying up. Single taken.
Plenty of runs on offer today, I think, judging by what we've seen so far. And I don't think it's just the fact that they've been brilliant batting, and it's been good batting, but I think the pitch looks like a good one to get in on here.
Yeah, normally there's always runs at Taunton. As Armitage uses her feet, it's gone aerial, and has that gone for the first 6 of the day? It has. Maximum scored there. Holly Armitage used her feet well. We'll see it on the replay here. 1, 2, 3 step. Arm straight through it, and it goes across for 6 runs.
Well, this will bring back some memories, won't it, seeing Holly Armitage scoring like this?
Yeah, she enjoyed Taunton last year. 131 not out she did. And she's played very respectfully so far, hasn't she? She's hit the bad ball, but she sees out that good ball, gets forward to it.
Yeah, Western Storm might just get sort of flashbacks last year.
Again, uses her feet and will take the single. Yeah, 131 from 131 balls, so 100% strike rate. Spent 191 minutes out there, 10 fours and 1 6, so she's already done the 1 6 feet. Skelton to Winfield Hill this time.
She's been bowling herself a fair bit in this competition as well. Holly Armitage. It's a useful extra skill if you've got a captain who can think, well, I'll just come on and bowl a few tweakers, see what happens. Get 3 or 4 overs out of yourself. That's really helpful. As they'll come on and have a bit of a drinks break now. 22 overs bowled, 21 remain, so pretty much halfway through, in fact just over halfway through the innings. Northern Diamonds clearly will be happier, 126 for 1. Where do you think Western Storm need to turn now? Would you be looking at someone else to do some bowling? Would you be looking at bringing someone back in, Hannah?
That's a really good question. To be fair,
I haven't seen any of Nicole Harvey yet.
No, I was thinking, yeah, Nicole Harvey, and perhaps even bringing Molly Robbins back into attack. She opened up really nicely, didn't she? Nicole Harvey was one of the greatest county bowlers of all time as well in the county scenes. I don't know if the stat is still true, but at one time she was the second highest wicket taker of all time in the county side of things.
Robbins has got 3 overs left, so I wonder whether they think about saving it till the end. You've got.
That's the only thing I was questioning. That's why I paused, because I'm like, do you bring her in now and see if she can make a difference, or do you save her?
Well, that's the thing. If you save her, but you've already got 300 on the board, then what have you saved her for? That's sort of the question that Sophie Luff's going to be thinking now: is do we go for a breakthrough, or do we hold off? I wonder whether it is worth seeing. Nicole Harvey with her leg breaks can just cause issues, and that would be something that they haven't faced so far today. I wonder if it's worth just giving her the ball for a couple of overs. Just see what happens. With the spinner, you never know, do you? If you can get one that just grips, causes panic in the batter's psychology, you just wonder whether it's worth just giving it a go. I think by the end of that Skelton over, Armitage was quite happy to use her feet, come down, wasn't she? Scored a 6 and was pushing it out towards the boundary there. So if you do just try and change things up a little bit from that end, Skelton will come good, perhaps towards the end of the innings. Hopefully once there are a few more wickets down, or certainly from a Western Storm point of view. For Northern Diamonds, I guess they're a bit more of the same here. There's confidence, they're trusting the pitch, aren't they? Not getting an awful lot of turn out of it, Western Storm. So it's going on where they're leading off at the moment. It's been looking really good for them. 101 was when the wicket fell. They're currently 126 for one. Callis was needlessly run out, really. They should be 126 without loss, really. But they took on a silly single. Didn't make it through.
I think it was the pressure that was built up by Western Storm and Skelton at that end, causing a few issues. And it looks like we might have predicted it, because Nicole Harvey is getting some sawdust on her hands.
Yeah, I think if I was Sophie Luff, a drinks break's a good time just to quickly recap and look like we did there, just to quickly look down and think, well, what's different? Well, we need something different. What are we going to do? And I think Harvey offers you that.
As we mentioned, she is one of the all-time leading wicket takers.
Yeah, she's good to see her back in the Western Storm lineup. Saw her take a couple of wickets earlier on in the season. A round of applause for Nick Harvey. Former Somerset player, as well as, I know she's Cornish, isn't she, but has played for Somerset.
Yeah, she's played for Devon as well.
Well, she's done the big three.
Yeah.
We always call that the big three.
Her mum played for Cornwall as well.
There we go. Just wonder if she's got a son, hasn't she, just recently? I wonder whether he'll carry on that generational thing.
Let's hope.
Bit of a looping one to start off with. A loose snare. Won't go for 4, I don't think, because Griffiths is going to dive and stop it. He'll come back for a second. And Harvey will know that wasn't what she was trying to do.
Might get a bit more sawdust on those hands. And
I guess the outfield is going to be quite wet. We had a pretty heavy shower just before we've delayed the start of play, which is why we've lost 14 overs today. So the ball will be again wetter after that, I should think. She doesn't actually have a towel on her that I can see. That's better. Right.
Yeah, that was much better from Nicole Harvey. Who I didn't realise actually owns her own business as well.
Does she?
She does.
Is it cricket related? Is this what's pushed into the covers?
Recruitment. According to the Western Storm website, I was having a little browse last night because it's been a while since I've looked through the players' bios and everything, and I was like, oh, interesting. I didn't realise she did that, because I knew she used to be a teacher. I don't know if she still is, but...
Too short, as this one is pulled, but can often be quite dangerous balls, those really short ones. The batter's eyes light up. In the end, that one all right. Just a single.
And many of these women have crickets outside of cricket, I was about to say. Talents outside of cricket. And different businesses, etc.
That's one reason we don't see Claire Nicholas on weekday games during term time. She's a teacher. Push forward. There's another quick single. Oh, it's a direct hit there. I think she's safe. Yeah. Knocked out middle stump. Great throw.
The Western Storm have clearly been working on their fielding. That's 2 direct hits today already.
Is that Fran Wilson out there? Yeah. Well, again, as we say, we expect very high standards from Wilson in the field, but that was a great bit of fielding.
Absolutely, because we have seen this season that the fielding side of Western Storm hasn't always been at its best, but today it looks like they've put wrongs to right.
Well, it'll just make them think twice about taking those quick singles, which again might just save a few runs. 2 direct hits, one of them a wicket. In comes Harvey. Pretty much stops in a run-up before she bowls. She sort of approaches it, stops and then bowls. And there's a dot ball to finish. Pretty good over. There's a loosener in there and one which dropped short, which again, neither of them were punished fully, but actually bowling leg breaks on a day where the ball's wet isn't an easy skill, but the one she got right looked pretty good to me, so I expect Sophie Luff will think about keeping her on, and we'll see spin at both ends now. Skelton will continue.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Holly Armitage was getting quite used to Skelton, but if Skelton can just keep Lauren Winfield Hill on strike here, or even better, send her back to the pavilion, and she won't have to face that threat of Armitage. Skelton comes into Winfield Hill, edges it, guides it backwards, and it won't be anything for the scoreboard.
Nat Wraith needed to be about double the height to receive that throw back towards her. Sailed straight over her head.
Uses her feet, he goes aerial, and finds the gap. We're going to come back for 2 runs.
I don't mind that from Skelton. She's flighted that one a little bit, pushed it a little bit wider, and it's the sort of shot that's what you have to do as a batter, is come forwards to that one. And I think Skelton's just thinking, well, come on then. You have to get everything right here, and if I get any sort of turn, you're out of your crease. And get it past the bat.
So a bit more pace on from Skelton then. And again, dot ball. Nice response there. Diamonds 132 for 1 at the minute, with Winfield Hill facing on 58. Halfway through the 23rd over here. 24th. Another dot ball.
Almost Yorker length, that one. Hard to get away. Don't want to get it wrong though. Turn it into a full toss. That one's well bowled.
She takes some mark and comes in. Winfield Hill gives herself some room. Hits it square. Just a single. Looking for 2 there, but no risky decisions on this occasion.
Yeah, that must be playing on their mind a little bit.
I think we would have had a similar situation then if she did call for that one.
Last thing that Northern Diamonds want.
As Armitage swipes that behind for 4 runs.
Yeah, just get the feeling that Armitage is pretty comfortable against Skelton here. Just quite happy to watch for those shorter balls and pull them like that, or use the feet and drive it down the ground. So Winfield Hill on to 59 and Armitage there on 22. These two now already building up a partnership of 36. It's 24 overs in, so we've got 19 to go. I'm just going to try and do a bit of technical work. There's a big button on the back there if you can find it. Our monitor's just switched itself off there. It'll be Harvey to continue. She comes in from the pavilion end. This one is driven through cover. Just for a single. .60, she moves on to now Winfield Hill. 138 for 1. Lovely skies here now. Wispy clouds, full sunshine. That thunderstorm, brief one we had, feels a long time ago. There's a little reverse paddle here. Ramp shot, and there is just 1 run added.
Yeah, very clever shot there. Saw that the fielder wasn't there. Found the gap. Minimal risk, really.
Yeah, they've got a fair old gap behind the bat here to play with. So Harvey's got to get her line right. Down the ground, could be a catch! Oh, it's dropped just in front of Chloe Skelton, who actually has managed to stop it as well as get to it, but couldn't catch it. Oh, that's the closest we've seen to a catch. I wonder whether that... she got her hands to it there. Must have been close.
I'm not sure it fully carried to her, to be honest. Maybe a couple steps away from it, but a really good effort.
Harvey then causing issues. This one takes an inside edge, and again they think about the single, and Armitage is a few steps down before she's turned back. Just a bit of panic here. The Diamonds certainly nowhere near as comfortable against Harvey as she is against Skelton. Holly Armitage, and comes Harvey again. And she has managed to get this one away for a single as Griffith comes in from the long on boundary. one ball to go in this over. To Lauren Winfield Hill it will be. .141 for 1 the score. This one is in the air, but it's going to be safe, and it's going towards the boundary, and it will get there, straight down the ground. Another 4 to the total. Winfield Hill moves to 65. The score to 145 for 1. And Hannah makes way for Claire, who joins us. Hi, Claire.
Yeah, I'm back. Oh, we've even got the live stream back up again. Thank you very much, Mr. Technical Man.
We had to bring in. Sometimes there's a button you press and it works, but it was beyond my capabilities, that one. So
usually the answer's turn it off and turn it on again, but if you can find the button, that's the that's the challenge.
Isn't that a big challenge? It's 145 for 1, 65 to Winfield Hill, 24 to Armitage. And again, these two now beginning to build that partnership. 44 it is so far. Nicole Harvey is causing a few problems with the ball. Going to see a change in spin at the other end now, the river end. It's going to be Sophia Smell coming in for Chloe Skelton.
Brilliant. See some Smell back. Bit of spin, a bit of trickery from the far end, from the Sophie Luff end, as I like to call it. I do have a bit of a giving people names and things, so. I'm going to see Smale to Armitage. Winfield Hill's well established now, she's on 65, Armitage 24, so she's getting there. Just having a tap of the bat and look around the field. And that's swiped down, but straight to the fielder, and there is no run. So we've got. Go on.
Is there a reason it's a Sophie Luff end? Is there Sophie Luff has got a link to that end?
No, just because there's not many things named after female cricketers, and struggling to think of one. I'll come back to one in a minute. Smale serves another one. There is no run. So we've got the Jeanette Britton room at the Surrey at the Oval, and the Alex Hartley floodlight. Yes,
which is a bit unofficial. I know they've officially said it.
It's got everything on it. You know, you can follow the QR code to no balls and everything.
Yeah, which is nice.
Serves one to Armitage, and she swipes that again, but straight to the field, and there is no run.
I feel it's a bit of a cop-out, isn't it? Naming a floodlight.
I like it.
Yeah, it's a good. I'm sure it's fun. It's nice, but I feel like it's not a stand or a pavilion, is it? I feel like a floodlight is, or what have we got which we could shove her name on? Well, that's how I feel. I'm sure she feels.
But she asked for it. We'll come back
that's
to the
different,
story
isn't it? She asked for it.
Smile left arm around to Armitage, who manages to now find the gap beyond mid-off there, long off rather, and they get a 4 there, a lovely 4 to Armitage total, and Northern Diamonds are 149 for 1. And we are into the 26th over. Yes, so I kind of feel partly involved in that. See if I can do the story in between these balls, as Smale is about to come left arm around, a bit of spin to Armitage, setting herself at the crease, tapping a bat. Steps back, and it puts that through Fran Wilson. There's a fielder who's going to cut that off, so again they're going to cut off the 4. They think about 2, but then decide against it. Just a single then, 149 for 1. So yes, somebody wrote into No Balls, having heard me describe a fielding position when Alex Hartley wasn't playing. I described a fielding position as short fine Alex Hartley, which then somebody wrote into No Balls. And she said, oh, that'd be great to have a fielding position or anything, I don't care, even a floodlight. And then the floodlight was named. So I kind of feel part responsible for that.
Absolutely.
So, short fine Alex Hartley might come in later. Get a ball down there. Smale to Winfield Hill. Plays that again through that gap that they've left now. So Fran Wilson has moved. It's going to get cut off. So just the 2 to the total, 152 for 1.
What I mean is, it's not enough. Old Trafford hasn't said, right, we need to name an official part of the ground after a woman. That's what would be great, isn't it?
I mean, that would be great, but if we wait for that...
Well, sadly...
that's going to be too long to wait.
And the big question here at Somerset is, it would be wrong not to name something after Anya Shrubsole, given the names that are here, Somerset, who haven't had as much success as
How great would
as
that be?
Anya.
Having retired this season? to have
Absolutely,
the
absolutely. And I
annual
would say
futsal
if it's going to happen,
something.
then this season is certainly good. For instance, there and with very good reason, that's become the James Hildreth stand because he was been a club legend who retired at the end of last season, and then over the winter that became the James Hildreth stand, having been the Marcus Droscopic stand.
Yeah.
Then Marcus was used. The name was used on this pavilion.
Yeah.
So I think if you're looking for a good time to do something here at Taunton, then that. Good player to choose, good chance to do it. But I certainly feel that it's a part of the game which is hugely lacking, is that everything is always named after men in all the grounds, which, understandably, up until this point, you can see why that's happened. But now's a good time to start to change that, absolutely.
Yeah. We need some precedents set. I mean,
Quite right.
the floodlight is part way to a precedent.
Well,
Your
what
point is make it more bricks and mortar.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can't have a posh dinner in the floodlight, can you? That's part of it. And I'm not saying you need to do that.
Dance around it.
Yeah, exactly.
Although there isn't much room to get around the back of it. I've got a photograph of it.
We named the store cupboard behind us the Pete Trigo store cupboard because he was a bit annoyed that his mate James Hildreth had got the stand. So there are things you can do like that. This is swept, and there'll be just one run from it.
Oh, they're going to go.
Oh, they are going to come for two, and Armitage was well on her way back. Had they gone to the other end that throw, who knows? Oh, that's taking the bails off as she's throwing it back towards the goal.
Holly Armitage is like, let's get on with it. Come on, we're going to get a big score here. They need to get They may well need to get a bonus point out of this. So I suspect that's probably Armitage's big incentive. They get 4 points for a win, but they get 5 points if they get a batting or a bonus point. Basically, it's basically a batting point.
This is fired straight to the fielder, Sophie Luff, who is a bit gingerly getting up. Yeah, she's done something there. That doesn't look good.
Little take a breath there. Moment.
Now, is it?
Oh, that's not good.
What's she done here? Is this just an injury from being hit by the ball? I don't think the ball was travelling quick enough. I think this looks a bit more serious here.
Ooh,
she's clutching her leg.
Yes.
Looks like a thigh rather than a hamstring, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks like a sort of.
Well, physio's thinking about coming out, but she says not just yet. Oh, she's really limping here, Sophie Luff.
She won't want to go off and she won't want to get treatment, but
she is. She's
Captain Fantastic, but she is hobbling
her leg
distinctly.
Here.
That was just a bit
awkwardly.
of cramp, but it was an awkward.
Well, physio's ready to come on. Harvey will, I guess, finish off this ball, which will finish off the 27th over.
Yep. The 12th is ready as well. Bib off.
Yeah. I don't think it looks like good news. Oh, it's an edge there, an outside edge. Armitage tried to use her feet, but it will safely go through into the covers for just a single. Yeah, and I think that might be, certainly for now.
She's taking big breaths.
Yeah, she's clutching that. That's just the side of her leg, isn't it? It's the edge of her thigh muscle. She says no at the moment.
Quick word with Neve Holland, but she's going to start.
Yeah, she looks a little less.
She's moving a bit. She's moving a bit better now. The 12th thought she was going to get on.
Oh, I really hope for her. It's not.
I got on as 12th here. I did actually play on here. Yes.
Who did you come on for?
I came on for Jan Godman, who was a world champion. She was a World Cup winner, although she actually played on the pitch for the World Cup. But she was in the World Cup winning squad, she was playing for Somerset on here, and she had to come off to feed the baby. So I got on while it was now grown up and nearly retired probably. Yes, so I did get to play on here, but only briefly. I should just say I played on here and just leave it at that, shouldn't I? Really?
It would have been, yeah. It feels like a bigger story, yeah. But and then you go into the details, and well, it's still impressive.
Yeah, Smile to Armitage. Oh, straight to Sophie Lovett. Oh, straight into her hands, but it was proper walloped at her. That would have been. There was almost a defensive catch there, proving that she's set the field in the right place, but probably wishing that she was a couple of yards back. And that was, oh, gosh, she really got hold of that. She leant back, smacked it. There was quite a bounce on that one as Smell decides she's going to go over the wicket this time to Winfield Hill, as Sophie Luff, having been battered and bruised the last over, and we thought she was going to go off, but she's on the pitch and probably wishing she wasn't. I thought she'd bowled her then. There was
what's going on?
Everyone's confused. So Winfield Hill sort of backed off one. I thought we were going to see the stumps go, and in fact it got just deflected to the field. They did get through for a single there, I think. 159 for one. It looked like she was going to get bowled there. Rocks back again,
Don't think
straight to the fielder again, no run there.
Don't think it was a wicket-taking chance. I think she stayed in her crease. I think Wraith would have been frustrated had she missed that, and Armitage was out.
I wouldn't have been surprised to see Bales fly, however.
No,
but,
it was a good ball.
Smale, this time around the wicket to Armitage. Rocks back again, and again through that cover region. They're going to get 4 there because the fielder's not going to cut that one off as it races away to the Sophie Luff end. And that's 4 runs to the total. 160. Is it going to go to 163? Just waiting for the scoreboard to click. It's 163 for 1. Diamonds batting first, asked to bat first by Western Storm, who won the toss here at Somerset.
So how many overs have we got? They've got 15 after this one.
Yeah, I've confused myself. I was 8s and 5s. And yes.
It's a bit odd, isn't it, when you've got shortened games, working out how to go.
That's dabbed to the point fielder, but there is no run as Holly Armitage growls, no run, no run.
So I guess as a batter, you're looking at the remaining rather than the number of overs, because you want to know when to start going big. I guess you start to think 10 overs to go with 9 wickets in hand. Surely that's a good time, or probably before that.
Yeah.
To really start.
That's where the 100 scoreboard is I imagine handy for the batters, because they know exactly how many balls they've got left and exactly how many runs they've got to get. And actually, I heard one of the Bryce sisters say it really helped her when she played for Scotland, because she kind of turned the scoreboard in her mind to the 100 scoreboard, and it made it much easier for her to get the runs she needed. So one format helping another, as that's straight to the field, and there is no run. That's the end of the 28th over. Diamonds are 163 for 1. So they just lost Callis as the only wicket to fall here in the Northern Diamonds innings. She was run out brilliantly by Robbins and side-on throw at what would have only been a 1 stump target to aim at.
Yeah.
Brilliant bit of fielding, and they have been good in the field. They've cut off a lot of 4s here of Western Storm. Just the thing that's been missing is the wickets column for them.
Yeah, it's a shame there about Sophie Luff dropping that one. As you say, it came at her quickly, but still.
That would have been, I mean, it was a rock back. It was a tennis shot, proper smacked at her. So.
Well, Harvey will continue from the pavilion end. This one's flighted nicely, but it's whacked through the covers for 4.
Yeah.
Great shot from Winfield Hill. Moves into the 70s now. She's 71 and just keeps churning out runs in this tournament. She's been brilliant so far for the Northern Diamonds, who, as you say, Claire, will be thinking about getting a bonus
point
if they
can, because that's going to be key. It means that they leapfrog several teams with in the table.
Yeah, and well, that's sort of also where you start to lose overs, and you start to, what's a good score becomes a bit of a difficult thing to work out then, doesn't it? Because 43 over games a bit different to a 50 over game in that you've lost those 7 overs to score those extra runs. Here comes Harvey then, better ball, and this one only fired out towards the fielder at long on, Alex Griffiths, who comes in.
They also have to, the captains also have to work out who's going to get 9 overs and who's going to get 8 overs, because it's much easier when you've got it's probably likely to be 10.
Yeah, that's
unless,
something that,
barring injury or whatever.
Well, that'll be another reason that Sophie Luff doesn't want to come off, because actually this is, I don't know if Fran Wilson would take that on and she'd be more than capable, but actually Sophie's probably got all these things in her mind as to who's going where. Oh, that one, it's gone all the way through. I thought that was maybe going to hit the stumps, but no.
You think all those it'd probably take half an hour to pass on all the
plans.
I've got them in my head, so I can't go off, because,
That might be a reason why she's staying on. If she thinks it's not too serious, you don't want to stay on if it's super serious, but if she thinks she can run it off or something, this one is whipped out towards, again, Alex Griffiths. And there's just the 1 run.
Yes, I call Sophie Luff captain's fantastic, because she's definitely a leading from the front captain, isn't she? She wants to be involved in everything. She wants to be engaged in the field. She wants to be batting. She wants to be setting an example for these youngsters out here.
Harvey, and again, this one driven down the ground to long off this time, and it's Chloe Skelton who will bring it back in. Another single added, so Harvey from 4 overs nearly. So far it's 24 runs, so going about 6 and over. Leaking the odd boundary here and there, which is driving that up a bit. 170 for 1 the score. Very good so far from Diamonds. In comes Harvey, and just defended there. So exactly 6 and over she's going at after 4 overs. And that is the end of the 29th now, so a further 14 to go here at Taunton.
You're doing well, because I can't do
work
that.
out the maths.
I don't do
Yeah.
numbers.
14 overs left to go. So what's a good score, Claire? What would Northern Diamonds be looking at from here? I mean, they should go big, shouldn't they? With just the one wicket down. Plenty
How many
of
overs did you
talent
say?
coming.
How many overs did you say?
14 to come.
14 to come. And I'm looking at the scoreboard to see what sort of run rate. Does it give you a run rate now?
I can tell you what they're working at the moment, if you like. What they are,
Yeah,
170
what's the
divided
sort
by
of trajectory,
29.
as they say?
170 divided by 29. At the moment, they're going at 5.8786.
Probably looking at 250 beyond, aren't you?
Yeah, so looking at 5 and over. Yeah, you'd certainly look at increasing that slightly if you've got these two set batters now.
So the news from the other grounds, Central Sparks are 227 for 8 against Sunrisers at Chelmsford. Meanwhile, South East Stars are 200 Central Sparks are 227 for 8, that's right, Chelmsford. Meanwhile, South East Stars got 278 all out against the Blaze at Beckenham. So they're because they've not had a rain delay that we've had, so their first innings done and into the second half shortly.
Might want to add 100 runs, I reckon. 270 you can go for here if you keep the wickets column pretty intact.
They want to, won't they? Set batters in place.
Absolutely.
Winfield Hill on 73, Armitage on 40.
That would be just over 7 and over from here, which I think is doable.
Yeah, they're all wanting points now as we get towards the end of the game here. That's played through the fielders, and that's going to be 4 there for Armitage. Another 4 to the score, and you said that they're going to need to get 100, and that's another 4 onto that. And as you said, Western Storm will be having a bit of a deja vu if Holly Armitage gets in as well as Winfield Hill. So Armitage heading towards that 50 milestone. She's already on 44, basically a run a ball more or less. 44. Winfield Hill on 74 off the 83 she's faced. Plays that into a big gap that there is there at mid-wicket. There's a fielder there, so they're only going to get the 1 from Armitage. But another 1 to the total. 176 for 1. Northern Diamonds here in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint. What would normally be a 50-over competition between the 8 English Regional Centres of Excellence. But we've got a rain delay, so we've got a 43 over a side game here at Taunton. And that's played into the same gap by Winfield Hill, and they get through for another single, rotating the strike quite nicely here, demonstrating that skill. 177 for 1, approaching the end of the 30th. We're going to have a little cup of tea then, Charlie.
Yeah, I'm going to take a quick break, and it'll be Hannah who comes in to join you, Claire.
Charlie Taylor is Captain Somerset, his mate called him, and the other voices you're going to hear today are mine, which is Claire Jenkins, and also Hannah Thompson-Radford. We are both former Somerset players. As Robbins comes in from the far end, the Sophie Lough end is in the air. There's a fielder underneath it. We're going to have a catch. Yes, we are. Oh, that was good. You haven't even turned your mic on yet. We got a catch. So that's a catch at deep mid-wicket there. Armitage is gone. So the captain is leaving the field. Good catch there. Who's that there? Who's that? I think Coach Charlie was shouting at me. Who have we got there? Right there at deep mid-wickets. I think it might be Emma Corney, but we're going to get that confirmed on the scorecard. But a good catch. It went in the air. She had some time to look at it, but it's maybe sometimes it's worse when you've got more time to see that. So Alex Griffiths out at deep mid-wicket. So Armitage goes Court, Griffiths, bowled Robbins for 45 off the 48 balls she's faced. And 5 4s and a 6. I missed that. I missed a 6. Was I out of the box at that time?
I'm not sure.
Were you on for the 6?
I was indeed. It was a glorious shot by Armitage that went
into the Sophie Lough Pavilion, did it?
It was it's called the James Hooper stand.
Oh no,
so it kind
the
of
Sophie Lough end.
yeah. it hit that section of the ground.
Where the black side screens are, was it that one?
No, over in the James
the
Hildreth.
next bit. Oh, the next bit over, yes, beg your pardon. James Hildreth. Oh, well, I missed that. Yeah, I must have been off comms. I didn't see a 6. But brilliant. So, Armitage caught Griffiths, bowled Robbins for 45, and that brings Emma Marlowe to the crease for Northern Diamonds. So, Western Storm getting some success with some wickets. What can they limit Northern Diamonds to? Because this is going to be quite some chase without Danny Gibson and Lauren Filer. Particularly Danny Gibson.
Hadn't even sat down and the wicket was...
I do. How rude was that? They could have at least waited till you sat down.
Brilliant from Western
Oh,
Storm.
Dobson. Oh, no,
Yeah,
the
Leah
score sheet was on
Dobson.
Leah Dobson. I was thinking that didn't look like that. Leah Dobson to face this time. She rocks back and just defends that down, and there is no run. So, yeah. Dobson. That's the end of the over. 30 overs gone. Northern Diamonds are 177 for 2. Winfield Hill on 75 off the 84 balls she's faced. Leah Dobson just joining the crease, and shall see. So Western Storm will want to try and restrict. Meanwhile, Northern Diamonds, as we mentioned earlier, are trying to get the bonus points. So they'll be trying to get as many runs on the board as they possibly can. Winfield Hill's carrying her back from the beginning of the inning, so she potentially is going to anchor that as she can she get to 3 figures, for example.
We've got Nicole Harvey. Winfield Hill
Good bit
moves
of
her feet.
fielding. Good bit of fielding.
But Harvey doesn't enough there. Originally from Cornwall, and as we mentioned earlier, has played for Cornwall, Devon and Somerset.
Yeah.
Played for Welsh Fire as well. We look for a quick single.
Shy the stumps. Ooh. I don't know how close that was because we're not sideways on, but we might get a view of that. Haven't got any sideways on cameras, have we? Got
There was
one there.
If there was a direct hit there, though, I would have been interested.
Yeah, Sophie Love's just saying something, passing on some info.
These two
Nicole
have played
Harvey.
a lot of cricket with and
Yeah.
against each other.
Yeah.
With Sophie Love playing for Somerset through and through.
She's sending the square leg fielder out to the boundary, so there must be a plan.
Harvey comes in. Dobson trickles it round the corner to the fielder.
Yeah, trickles, that's a great description of that.
Just uses her wrists.
Yeah, no, I like that. Good. Trickles, good.
Harvey a few steps in.
Ooh,
And is looking for the
hands.
RBW. It definitely,
I thought we were going to sit the slow right arm of destiny, and no.
definitely struck pad, but perhaps going slightly down leg.
We're at sort of 45 degrees, so we're at no decent angle to tell what's happening with that.
Harvey in again. Excellent bowling.
Good bowling, isn't it?
Another dot ball. She's really come into this attack well today.
It's a very stuttering run, isn't it? It's very distinctive, sort of. It's almost like there's a sort of half refusal on the way she's moving the long off fielder back to the rope and bringing in the deep square into the 25-yard circle.
As again she returns a dot ball. And that ends the over. So Northern Diamonds 178 for 2. Winfield Hill on 76, and Leah Dobson yet to score. 31 overs gone.
Tidy over there, wasn't it?
Very tidy over from
Lovely.
Nicole Harvey. And as mentioned earlier, she's one of the most prolific wicket takers from the county days. Very good bowler, but has been a bit in and out of the Western Storm squad of late.
She caught Grace Griffins last week, which will have been handy in their game against the Sunrisers.
And she contributed runs as well, didn't she?
Oh yeah, we got the runs. Yes, she got 25 runs, which was the second highest in the Western Storm
Unfortunately.
innings last weekend. But
Yes, there's a
in
lot.
losing cause. We won't talk about that now. As Robbins to continue, rocks back. Winfield Hill plays that almost down the tennis doubles line to the fielder at deep mid wicket, and there is just a single. bounced quite high there. Charlie mentioned there's something in it, as they say, for the fielders and the bowlers here. So that sat up and Winfield Hill dispatched it to the fielder as Dobson makes ready to face Robbins. Plays that forward but straight to the fielder at mid-off, and there is no run. Score is 179 for 2, Diamonds batting. Western Storm in their distinct green in the field, having won the toss and decided to field. Oh, there's an edge there, and it goes streaky down to deep third, I suppose you'd say. And they get through. Was it just a single there? 180 for 2. And yeah, so I think she sort of edged it, but it was going at some speed, so it made its way 2/3 of the way to us, and then was fielded, and that's into that gap through short mid-wicket to deep mid-wicket, and there is a single on offer there. There's a sense of them starting to, Dobson feeling the bat on the ball, and Winfield Hill obviously well set and looking for a big total for her. And that's played into the square leg area. There's a fielder there. And just have the single. 182 for 2.
It's really brightening up here in Taunton now as
sunshine.
well.
There's a bit of you can hear a bit of gurgle on the spectators enjoying themselves. Probably a bit of glugging from downstairs as well, as Western Supermare ladies are in the house. And that's going to go down towards the boundary. It's a 4. It's another 4. So nurdled round the corner from Winfield Hill. 4 easy runs there. That's the end of the over. 32 overs gone. Diamonds are 186 for 2. And just a 4 to finish that over from Winfield Hill. She moves on to. Just waiting for the scoreboard to click over. That'll be 82. Yes, she's on 82 off the 89 balls she's faced. 9 4s. Doing well there. And Dobson on the 2 off the 8 balls that she's faced. So there's a rock concert here in the background. So what Black Betty's got to do with this, but yeah, we go. Over to you, Anna.
Yeah, Nicole Harvey with the
Some
ball
more.
in hands, just moving the field slightly. As Dobson faces. Again, looks to trickle around the corner. They've gone for a quick single.
Ooh.
And they make it safely.
Interesting, they went for Dobson's end there.
Bit of a stutter in between the batters, but the throw came in a little delayed. So they ended up making that quite safe in the end.
Long off, coming back to the rope below us.
Winfield Hill on strike on 82. All lifted up.
That was steamed at her, wasn't it?
It was hit hard. Did it hit into the ground first, or was that a potential catch opportunity?
We don't know. We're trying to watch live and the replay there.
This time it's hit out for 1 run. Yeah, I'm not sure if she hit it into the ground first and it popped
possibly,
up, or whether it was a low.
Either way, she did well to
chance,
get
but
a hand anywhere near that.
saved
Either
runs,
way.
that's
saved
for
runs
sure.
more. Yeah, more saved runs.
Harvey, once again. Good fielding at mid-off.
Good tactic again, because that fielder was long off and came into mid-off to field that ball. So what's the plan for this ball then? Because she's gone back to the rope again, and the deep square has come into the circle again. So there's obviously a plan here to near Dobson.
Dobson tries to make some room, but hits it straight to the fielder. Fran
Wilson gets another bruise.
rubbing her 5. Don't show pain.
No pain, no pain, there's no pain.
As Harvey to Dobson again returns a dot ball. Excellent bowling from the spinner. Again, just really tight from this end, putting the pressure on the Northern Diamonds. End of that over. I'll just wait for the scoreboard to update. That should be 188 for 2.
The other games, they're still at the innings break there. So Central Sparks at Chelmsford against Sunrisers got 227 for 8. South East Stars got 278 all out against the Blaze at Beckenham. So that's keeping you up to date with those. I'm not sure who's helping you, who's on the live stream for those, because Chelmsford tends to be the Essex guys. Beckenham doing those at
I saw Abby Freeborn hit century for Central Sparks.
Ooh, let's have a little look at that. Fancy a bit of that. I'll check with that. And oh, it's in the air. Is it going to be a fielder underneath? It's coming out of the sun. Oh, it's a great catch. It's an absolute specky. Oh my goodness me, what a catch that is. It was skied, it was coming out of the sun, but at some pace. That's a brilliant catch. She's got a lot of area to cover there. That's clacked up in the air by Winfield Hill, who's heading towards those 3 figures. Oh, it's brilliant. And also, it was over the Hessian strip, so your eyes are half looking at the ball, half looking at, I'm about to land on a Hessian strip there. Oh, my goodness me, that was a great catch there.
You would not expect anything else. So, from Fran Wilson.
Oh, Fran Wilson, that was Fran Wilson-esque, actually,
yeah,
as I would say to Ed Seaborn. He'd look at me confused.
Yeah, she sets the standards every time, doesn't she? Those catches look impossible, and she makes them look simple as anything.
Maybe those slow motion dives earlier were to get in practice for that, but looking at watching that go, you can see the angle of the shadows there, so it would have been completely out of the sun. She's running across the line of the ball, full stretch onto a Hessian strip. I mean, it doesn't get more specky than that, I don't think, really.
No, absolutely.
Other than perhaps one-handed, but she successfully got 2 hands to that one. So I think if you're going to be out to a specky catch, aren't you?
Yeah, Molly Robbins
potentially
in the action again.
Yeah, another wicket.
She's been involved with every single one.
Yeah, Robbins caught Wilson. That was brilliant. You distracted me by asking about Abby Freeborn in the Central Sparks. Who've got 107 not out off her 140 balls with 8-4. So Abby Freeborn was obviously enjoying batting for Central Sparks today against the Sunrisers. And meanwhile, back here, Robbins to continue. And that's played forward, and there is no run. So we've got Emma Marlowe into bat with Dobson, who's on 3. So much rebuilding here, as they say. And with the established Winfield Hill gone, after an amazing innings. Again, that's played forwards, but they won't get a run because it's straight to the fielder, who throws that back to the wicket keeper. And Diamonds remain on 188 now for 3 wickets. Marlowe yet to get off the mark. Dobson also establishing herself, but on 3 off the 12 balls she's faced. Robbins comes in over the wicket. Oh, and he goes past the wicket keeper and the batter. There is a fielder down here. Nicole Harvey is going to cut that off, and that's going to be byes. I suspect he'll wait for Widdop. Yeah, that's a bye. Thank you very much on the umpire. Another one to the total. 189 for 3. Overs running out here for Northern Diamonds, but a significant total, I suspect, given the Western Storm roll without Danny Gibson. So Robbins comes into. Oh, straight through. Ooh, golf. How did that miss the stumps? There's a big swipe and a miss from Dobson there. But
and potentially Nat Wraith as well, unfortunately.
Yes, Nat Wraith was like watching that, thinking it was going to hit the stumps, I think.
Stumping.
Yeah, yes. Stumpings, because there was all sorts of potentials in that. Oh, not timing the ball well as it's squirted up and over, but for no run. 189 for 3. That's the end of the 34th over. And as I So 189 for 3 are Diamonds. Western Storm in the field. They've got those wickets that we've been calling for to kind of make the game a bit more in the balance, because Northern Diamonds are chasing not only the win for 4 points but also that bonus point, so they want to put a lot of score on the table, on the scorecard. And Western Storm trying to spoil their party and
Climb
have
up
a
the
good
table.
climb up the table and have a good end to this competition, because the Rachel Hale Flints kind of sandwiches the whole season, doesn't it? So we started the season with Rachel Hale Flint, normally 50 overs, but obviously shortened here. So 50 over comp. Then we went into the Charlotte Edwards competition, which is the 20 over, which is done and finished, and then obviously the Ashes and the 100, and then back to Rachel Hale Flint again as the batter goes back and just plays that down into the leg side. And Captain Fantastic Sophie Luft, was a little bit shy at the stumps, but there wasn't really a risk down. They get through for a single. 190 for 3, so they're heading towards that 200 milestone potentially. Northern Diamonds here as
Harvey comes in for her second delivery of this over, and Dobson finds the fielder. Yeah, Emma Marlowe off the mark for a single in the previous delivery. She's comes into this fixture in the last 3 matches, has scored a 22, a 25 not out, and a 20. So provides some tidy runs in the middle here.
yeah.
As
One of
Dobson sweeps it behind, and the ball's going to chase away to the boundary. Fielders are chasing after it, but it's safe. 4 runs to the batter.
Emma Marlowe, of course, what the successful under-19 squad. We've seen a lot of the under-19s and all the things that they would have learnt in that first ever Women's Under-19 World Cup in South Africa at the beginning of the year. I'm sure they came back armed with all sorts of useful information and learnings from their time there, as they got to the final but were beaten finalists.
Harvey again.
Streaky edge.
A very streaky edge from Dobson. She used her feet to get up to the pitch of the ball, but completely missed it, and it edged its way backwards.
It's one of those balls when you're looking down the line of it, you're not sure if it's come towards you or away from you. It's going down the hill.
But she got away with it anyways. As Harvey again has been bowling well here. It gets hit for a single. But very tidy from Nicole Harvey.
It's a very distinct run, isn't it? It's a sort of stutter in the middle.
And again finds edge of the bat.
It's just almost I think she meant that one a bit more than the last one.
That's what I thought. She kind of meant it. It still found a bit of the edge, but she guided it down. As end of the over. Northern Diamonds 199 for 3. Marlowe on 3 and Dobson on 10. 8 overs remain. And Charlie Taylor's coming back into the mix.
Thanks, Hannah. I've got some good news. Lunch has been delivered. I can tell you what it is, because we're slightly delayed lunch break today, so it's come up a bit early. We're going to be enjoying some cottage pie with veg and chips, which is nice. Hope you like potatoes. It does look very nice, actually. So that's what we're looking forward to in the next 8 overs. 199 for 3. Now, when I left 5 overs ago, the ball before a wicket fell. We were talking about 270 perhaps being a target. Well, this game has totally changed now, because both Armitage and Winfield Hill are out. And these two are just going to take time, naturally, to get going. Dobson 18 balls to reach 10. Marlowe currently 5 to reach 3 as Skelton comes in. And this is just clipped onto the leg side. And I'll just think about the one. Yep, just a single. Well, and what that's done is drag down that probable target, or possible target, by probably 20 runs, you'd say, at least, maybe even more. So this is great news for Western Storm. Those 2 wickets, although it's only 2 wickets out of 10, actually could have a huge impact the way that how big those wickets were, the way those 2 players were going. Marlowe and Dobson in. Skelton runs in. This is pulled again. fielder out there. So again, just a single. Singles are a lot better than those boundaries, which were coming fairly fluently up until those wickets fell.
And you mentioned Cottage Pie. I can see in the scorer's box it's been snuck into there already.
They've already been out there. There'll be nothing left for us. In comes Skelton again, and once more unable Dobson to really get hold of it, so they should just pick up a single. That's once more it's been pushed into the leg side.
Claire was mentioning as well the Under-19s World Cup. Did you get to see much of it?
I was able to watch a bit of it on TV, yeah. So Neve Holland, of course, was our local interest here in Somerset. We were keeping a close eye on her. But yeah, Dobson, of course, in there too. Just a single on that one. I think it was an under edge, so it'll be given as runs. I'm watching the umpire.
It feels so long ago now as well, wasn't it? Was it back in January?
It was, yeah, January time, straight after Christmas it was, yeah. I remember I spoke to Neve before she went out to find out a bit about how she was feeling and that sort of thing, and then yeah, she was opening the batting, scored the first ever half century in an under-19s Women's World Cup. This is another single, this into the offside this time. Yeah, it was great to see. I think one of the most nerve-wracking games of any cricket that I've ever watched was the semi-final against Australia, where England looked like they were down and out, having been bowled out in the 90s, and then somehow keeping Australia down to in the 90s as well. So just into the leg side again, backwards to square for a single. But yeah, it was a great tournament, and India were the best team in there. And you look at that, the way the final played out, they've got some fantastic players for the under-19s. They're going to be a force for a long time, India, in the way that their team is coming up and the talent coming through.
Because it was this time last year that we were looking at who might be getting picked for the under-19s World Cup. So and it's amazing to see how a year on so much has changed. Like Lizzie Scott for Northern Diamonds, she was really just bursting on the scene for the Northern Diamonds last year, and then all of a sudden she gets picked up for the under-19 World Cup and then gets 100 contracted, etc.
What was nice in the 100 was a lot of that team, those 11 or more than 11 that went out to to South Africa, a lot of them got 100 contracts, possibly based on that higher profile coming from an England tour like that, or a tournament. But yeah, it was really good to see all those players coming through who are now really cementing themselves in sides like this and 100 sides as well.
Yeah, Alex Griffiths coming back into the attack.
I wonder if this will suit Griffiths. I think she was up against Winfield Hill and Armitage and Callis early on. She might fancy this a bit more high style.
Marlowe facing. So away for 1 run. And again, I was looking at the player bios on the Western Storm website, and she's from Swansea, which is good because I've just moved there. So
yeah, she certainly is.
I'll be trying to get her to come and talk to some students, I'm sure. Whether she's
You're going to be pestering her, is what you're saying, basically.
Well, I've been pestering the Western Storm manager to get her to do some work for me over in Swansea, I think.
Well, she's probably got nothing on over winter, I should think. They only ever play cricket, these people, don't they? They don't have personal or private lives to
well, they're paid all
contend
year,
with.
aren't they? They actually do have media obligations, etc.
Do
in their
they?
contracts,
Does that include helping out at uni lectures, does it? I'm not sure. I think that means sort of post-match interviews rather
sure
than...
we can tick that off as a media. If you star on a podcast, that gets counted as one of their media.
There we go.
If I record it, it's basically media duties.
Well, in that case, plenty of these Western Storm players have been doing their duties on my podcast.
Gone aerial again, but finds the gap over the top of the fielder. Nicole Harvey not quite able to get there as the batters return for 2.
I think some of them have gone over and beyond their obligations to help me out, especially Sophie Luff. God, there was a time with Sophie Luff where we were getting her on most weeks, and I felt sorry for her. And I was like, look, you can put other people up if you like.
So don't quote me on this, but apparently somebody told me we have to do 5 media things outside of the game.
There we go, interesting.
I believe, but that might be total nonsense that I've been told. But
I'm sure someone who's listening will be in the know on that one.
Steams in. Dobson hits it away for a single again.
Callis and Armitage, both of them 45 they made. Now in my club, that would be called jug avoidance. You'd be anything above 45 and 49 in that bracket. You've avoided buying a round for everyone. Same anything above 90 and lower than 99.
It would just be nice to get into that kind of round, to be honest.
I've never been there. I don't know what that's like, but I certainly benefit from it when other players get out and
Francis comes in.
Oh. How's that missed? The stumps must have just gone over it.
But it's not going to chase away. Fielder runs after it and we come back for two. That's signalled a bye.
Can't have been far away from the top of the stumps, that.
Well,
Will feel a bit hard done by, I think.
There's a lot of oohs in the crowd.
They were. Yeah. 211 for 3. That I'd love to see the worm, how things have changed since those 2 wickets. I feel like things have slowed down a fair bit for Northern Diamonds.
Griffiths looks through for the next breakthrough. Batter misses. Nat Ray keeps it nice and tidy, and that's the end of the over. Northern Diamonds 211 for 3, Marlowe on 7 and Dobson on 16. 6 overs to go.
Interesting period of the game now, these last 6 overs, 211 they're on. What are they looking for per over for those last 6, do we think?
At least a running ball, isn't it?
At least 6, I'd say 6 to 8 ideally. Anything more than that obviously is better. So if you're aiming at 6 a ball and you're getting another 36 runs, takes you up to about 250.
Yeah.
So you can see it has come down a bit from where we were looking at maybe 8 or 7 and over, with those other 2 batters in, with Winfield Hill scoring freely and Armitage at the other end. We're going to see Gemma Lane return from the River End. Her figures earlier on were from her 4 overs, 0 for 21, pretty good. And she'll have a slightly different challenge in the death overs of trying to restrict. You haven't got their power play here though, so maybe that will help her a little bit as well. Slightly more spread field. 211 for 3. The sun very much out now. I saw a tweet from someone in the crowd today saying it is definitely a warm one. People sat in the sunshine. Hi Rosie, if you're listening. You met Rosie's dad earlier on.
You did indeed.
In comes Gemma Lane. This one is fired over the top of the covers. There's a chase on for Emma Corney. She'll make it just inside the boundary rope. They'll come through. Just. No, they come back for 2 actually, so they've done well there, picking up a couple of runs.
Is it Rosie from Western Supermare Cricket Club?
Yeah, that's it indeed. Rosie's joined by a lot of other Western Supermare players today.
Of course, they've got the connection to Western Storm through Lauren Filer, who's obviously away with England at the minute.
Absolutely. In comes Lane again. This one, similar looking shot. And again, Corney will be the one chasing. Oh, she's not done as well this time. She's sort of dived past it. Might have moved a little bit, I guess. We'll give her the benefit of the doubt, but she's let that one go through her for 4.
You can see the frustration, and we'll see it on the replay here. It did bobble, to be fair. It did bounce up.
It's a tough one. She's got that whole area, that whole boundary she's sweeping, so it's a tough ask out there. Nearly did well. Saved 2 the previous ball. Score moves to 217. Dobson just getting going now. She'll want to increase the rate here, just get that score as high as possible towards the end. What can Lane do? That one fired back at her. She can't quite get anything on it, but it's safe. It's the fielder at mid-off. Scoops it up. No run.
Yeah, the annoying thing as well is we've got quite a big crowd beneath us, but obviously where the camera angles are, you can't actually see the crowd below and slightly to the right of us. But it is really building below.
Lane in. And again, this is a similar area, and actually probably a better area from the batter. It's not going to trouble the fielder at all, that one. 4 more to the total. This is expensive now, this over from Lane, but pretty good going from Leah Dobson, who is aiming at that area over extra cover. So that's already 10 from this over with 2 balls to go. So this is a good one for the Northern Diamonds.
Yeah, we did say a runner ball would be good, but this definitely surpasses that. Takes
Absolutely.
a bit of pressure off the next over, that's for sure.
Well, I wonder if Luff's just going to, move Corney a bit further around, a bit straighter, just to try and stop that shot. Obviously, Dobson aiming for that area. Now, that means that there is a lot of gap, sort of square, if she can get it over the point area. Oh, she's going down, straight down the ground. And that'll be another 4, I think. It will be. Oh, this is expensive now, 14 from this over. This might be the most expensive over we've seen today, I think. With still a ball to spare, 3 4s and a 2 so far, and a dot ball. 225 for 3. Well, this is going to be very, very helpful for the Northern Diamonds as they look to post a competitive score. Definitely feel like there's runs out there. If you can get in, feel like the pitch isn't causing too many issues. Hasn't seemed to get more difficult yet or slower. If anything, it's probably got a bit easier. Lane is in, driven straight back to her. She's probably very happy to feel her hand connect with the ball there. Dot ball to finish. She's now bowled 5 overs for 35, going at 7 and over at the moment. Did mention it's a bit difficult in these death overs as batters start to really hit out.
And they've got the freedom to as well, because only 3 down, there's plenty of people still to come in if needed.
There you go, there's a view of the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion, quite well populated as you can see.
Yeah, there we go, that's the angle.
Yeah, it's
building nicely.
In the shade as well there. It's a pretty hot day today. Not quite as hot as it has been over the last few days, which has been unbearable. Quite well populated on the top of the Ian Botham stand as well, I think, but not by spectators. Is this are they statues, or is this just a frozen image there? It doesn't seem that it's moving. It's going to be Griffiths and continuing from the pavilion end.
Storms in. Marlowe turns it round the corner and they'll get a single. The fielder has slipped down, but they're not going to maximise that. They respectfully do not run.
Not particularly graceful. It's been an unlucky slip.
Good bit of sportsmanship though, not to run.
Yeah, I expect they also thought that Robbins was going to be. They've already managed to lose a wicket to a Robbins run out. They don't want to lose 2.
Well, Robbins has been in the action for all 3 wickets, run out and 2 wickets herself.
Yeah, she certainly has.
Good day for the Gloucestershire player. Griffiths again. It's gone aerial. It's gone over the top of mid-off for 4 runs. They're definitely not afraid to put their hands through, are they?
Oh, Dobson, 34 off 31. She's racing away now.
She really is. Took her time to get in, but now she's definitely swinging. I think she's only dealt in boundaries for the last few balls, hasn't she?
Yeah, it's been. Well, there was a 2, wasn't there, as well? But yeah, other than that, it's been.
Just seems to be finding
those 4s, yeah.
Griffiths looks to respond. But Dobson finds the fielder.
Oh, it's a nice shot, though.
It's a beautiful shot. A nice drive. But it won't get past the infield.
Every now and then, and we're talking very rarely, and it's never as good as that, but very rarely, sometimes I hit a shot and I think, oh, that's flown off the bat. And every time it goes straight to field and I just think, that deserved more. You know, when you just think, oh, for naught, I could have missed it and got the same result as that.
As Dobson just pushes that back, but there will be no run.
But it's a rare occurrence, sort of blue moon we're talking here.
I keep saying I'm going to get back into playing and stuff, and then things just happen and then I don't. But a bit of shadow cricket, you know, pretending that I can, yeah.
So I've worked out, I've noticed something the other day, and I can't explain it. I shadow bat left-handed, but I bat right-handed. Isn't that weird?
That's very weird. Dobson swipes that one away and makes just 1 run again. So a bit slower this over, taking a time, which we can do. Because they took, was it 14 off that last over? Was it 14?
Yeah.
Yeah, 14 off last over, 2 off this one so far.
6 with the, because there was 4 as well.
4, yeah.
Yeah, I can't explain that. Shadow bat left-handed, but actually bat right-handed.
That is bizarre.
Bizarre, really bizarre. When I started to sort of notice, hang on a minute.
Fielder comes round and the batters make 2 easily. So again, 8 so far off this over. 8 off the overs, 22 off of the last 2, so 11.
Yeah, averaging out 11 in the last couple. That's very good finishing this from Northern Diamonds, who are pleased with the way things are going, despite the fact they've lost those wickets of Armitage and Winfield Hill.
I feel like we did a disservice saying a runner ball would be good at this stage.
Yeah, well, at that point it did look good, but they've really, they've certainly upped it, haven't they? Now then, what's Neve Holland doing? Neve Holland's going to have a bowl. Okay. interesting choice towards the end. Not that she can't bowl. It's just towards the end. You think this is coming into the cauldron, if you like, right in the death. How much has she bowled? I think she's bowled too much this season. Let's take a look.
She definitely used to
somewhere.
bowl in the county.
Oh yeah, no, she's got 0 for 38, 0 for 26, 0 for 15. So she hasn't taken a wicket yet, but she's bowled in 3 games that she's played of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. She's played 8 games, bowled in 3 of them. So this will be the 4th from 9 now. Useful sort of medium pacer.
From Langport, nice and local to here.
Yeah. She's low ham, I think, is because we're following her progress quite a lot on the podcast they do. So yeah, so low ham, tiny little village just outside Langport. Yeah, there's probably only about 10 houses there. Oh, in the air. Now, has that got the legs? It certainly has. It's going to go all the way. 6. I did say into the cauldron, a tough place to come and bat first up against Dobson, who's been hitting them really well. She's on to 41 from just... I can't see at the moment how many balls she's off, but not very many, about 30, 32, something like that. 41 off 35 she is. Yeah, tough place for Neve Holland to come in at this point.
Absolutely, but hopefully she can strike through.
She comes again, and this time, oops, a bit of a collision with the off non-striker. She, in the end, she can't catch up with the ball when it's fielded by Sophia Smale, her under-19 Women World Cup colleague. Although it's a rival, of course, in the 100. Both of them play for London teams. They're up against each other. But Dobson now off strike, which is probably a good thing as far as Neve Holland's concerned if she's going to start smashing 6s. Shorter, in the air. Has it got legs on it to get to the fielder? No, in fact, she's picked the gap really well there and bisected the 2 fielders who are coming together. And so another 4. This is brilliant finishing from Northern Diamonds, who are really rocketed now.
They really have, and I think we did undersell them a few overs ago, thinking, oh yeah, run-up will get to about 250 and that would be competitive, but actually they're really powering through, and it is looking more likely that they're going to get to about 260, 270 mark.
Yep, which we thought would be good when they were just 1 wicket down. Well, these two, they've got a great partnership. In fact, Sophie Luff will come over and talk to her Somerset teammate to say, hang on, this is what we're looking for, try and do this. I don't know, it's hard, isn't it? First over coming in, and there are just 4 left to bowl. And Northern Diamonds, I tell you, have done exactly what they should be doing, which is seeing, well, let's be fair to her, I think it's cruel to say part-timer, but seeing someone who doesn't bowl that often, hasn't picked up a wicket in the competition yet, thinking, right, we can really do some damage here. That's going to go down as a wide. So, you know, target these overs.
Yeah, and without the likes of Lauren Filer and Danny Gibson, the bowling attack is a little bit different.
Well, the heart of it's been ripped out, really, because Filer and Gibson would bowl an awful lot of overs, probably open the bowling together an awful lot of times as well.
I was trying to find a polite way to say that, and you just smashed that.
Oh, sorry. Could have left that one alone, probably would have been given a wide, reached for it, so in the end it's a dot ball. Yeah, no, and you wouldn't ever begrudge it, and you don't want to stop plays from going away, but when you get England call-ups like that, and it's 2, and they're both from the same department, you know, both bowlers, it really does, for a team like Western Storm, it really does make an impact. And that will partly be why they have struggled at the bottom of the table at the moment. That's partly why. I don't think it's the only reason why. This one's chipped up in the air, there's no fielder there, so they'll come through at least for 1. They'll think about 2, but it's just the single.
Yeah, the other thing for Storms, obviously as well, having, was it 4 rained-off matches?
Yeah, that really doesn't help.
Which, again, is against teams where they could have picked up points, potentially.
Yeah, that's... Any season struggle. You struggle to get into momentum as well. You know, that's the start of the thing. If you're having a couple rained off on the bounce, then you've got a big gap, because there are all sorts of gaps in this schedule as well, aren't there? In the Tayo Flint Trophy, that one manages to get through. Dobson misses it, ends up on 1 knee, and that's the end. Came back well, actually, Holland, there at the end of that over. 13 it was from those 6 balls, and we thank Hannah for her commentary in this first innings. She'll be joining us once she's had some cottage pie after the lunch break. 246 for 3. So they'd still be eyeing up 270 here. That's 3 overs to go. And Claire Jenkins is going to come in alongside me to finish off these 3 overs. You'll have 2 of them. I've got 1. And you're going to be starting off with a bit
Do it. Let's bring it home.
Alex Griffiths. So, I mean, 246. They'll be quite happy here. Diamonds, won't they, with this off 43 overs with still 3 to go.
Yeah. It was amazing, wasn't it? I mean, Dobson has raced to 42.
Yeah.
I mean, I went off and had a little cuppa, and she's come back and raced to that score.
I'm pretty sure it'll be her highest so far in this tournament. Just trying to find
42
where
off
my notes are.
only 37 balls, that's the thing.
Yeah,
For
she
6
scored
and 5 fours. So.
A 7, 24, 13 and a 20, so already more than doubled, or pretty much doubled her top score so far this season, so it's been a good return for Leah Dobson.
Griffiths right arm over to the right-handed Marlowe, comes forward,
Shot.
plays that straight down, and it's going to go past the fielders. It's going to be another 4. Another 4 to the total then. Marlowe just lent on that one. 4 runs to the total.
That's one of my favourite shots in cricket, that, I think.
What, the leaning on it and
Just
straight back past the, past the bowler. Really.
No real power from, just the way, as you say, just leaning and using the pace and getting it out the meat, straight back down the ground. Nice shot.
Really nice. And that's the 250 up for the Diamonds, 250 for 3. Griffiths runs away from us to Marlowe. Plays that through the point region, and there's a bit of a misfield, and they get through for a single. 251 for 3 are Northern Diamonds in this Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy clash. So it's a 50 over competition, but we had some rain, so we're on 43 overs aside here at Taunton. You're listening to Charlie Taylor, who's self-styled Captain Somerset, Captain Somerset, and Claire Jenkins. Griffiths comes in, and it's over the top of the fielders, and that's another 4. 1 bounce 4. Oh, this is easy stuff here, isn't it? For Leah Dobson. Just leant back on that one. Thank you very much. That's right in my slot. And now I'm going to move to 46 off the 38 balls I've faced.
Brilliant.
Yeah, it was a really nice shot. 5 for 3.
I've said it a couple of times. I think there's really good runs out here, actually, for batters saying just get in, play the shots like, seeing Dobson there. She hasn't really taken many risks. Not really. That was a bit of a risky shot there.
Yeah, just a few streaky ones, but yeah.
Just
back past the bowler, but they're going to get through for a single.
Straight back there.
Deep, long off. Straight back, yeah.
I think you just got to...
Mostly risk-free, haven't you?
Yeah, pretty much all risk. I can't think of too many where, it's been edgy or too risky, but you just, if you can get in, I think Western Storm should be buoyed by the fact that actually there's runs out here.
Yep, let's hope so. Well, we want a nice even contest, don't we? We want to see both teams having a go at everything. There's Griffiths into her 8th over now to Marlowe. Plays that into the mid-wicket region. There's a fielder flying in.
Holland.
Just Neve Holland coming in at speed. Just the 1 then, keeping that to the single.
That's what you get when you're 18 years old. You've still got all that pace and enthusiasm.
Bendy and pacey, yes. It's been a while for me. I can't speak for you. You're doing all this cycling, you say.
The only pace I ever get is cycling.
Really fit and bendy.
No, well, the thing is, I'm really sort of tight. That's what I am. My muscles just...
Cycling fit. And that's played again back past the bowler. Oh, it's cut off at the circle by Fran Wilson, and they just have the single.
Yeah, there's just no flexibility in my legs now. It's just, that's the problem. I need to do more yoga or something, or stretching.
Yes, do that. That's what's keeping a lot of those, like people like Jimmy Anderson and stuff. I'm sure that Pilates and yoga and stuff are prolonging some athletes' careers. So 41 overs gone. Diamonds are 258 for 3. Dobson on 48 and Marlowe on 12.
I do none of that stuff, so I think I'm brittle. I'll probably snap soon, I think.
Well, stretching is so beneficial, but it's sort of the boring bit.
Exactly, that's it. Whereas going down hills at 20 miles an hour, that's the fun bit. So I definitely need to do more of that. As you say, it's finding the time as well, isn't it? It adds on another 20 minutes if you're going to do it properly, or more to actually, my girlfriend does about an hour yoga in the mornings if she can.
Just getting into a routine, that's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true. Make it part of your day.
Just doing 1 or 2.
Yep. Absolutely. So this
good habits. Do something while you clean your teeth, or while the kettle's boiling. Something that you do regularly, and do some sort of stretch, or do a bit of weights with your baked bean tin or something.
I can't lift my baked bean tins at the moment. I need to do some weights to build myself up to baked beans. It's going to be Neve Holland they're going to stick with.
A very small bag of flour.
Yeah, exactly. Half empty bag of flour. In comes Neve Holland then, who took a bit of a tap in the first over she bowled, but this one not going for 6 off the first ball this time, which is always a benefit.
So what can Western Storm? Can they keep the lid on this? Can they keep it down as low as possible? Because they're going to have a big chase here.
11 balls to bowl.
And these are good, but they don't have Danny Gibson and Lauren Farley. I'm sure these players are very good with the bat, but Danny Gibson certainly would be a big hole on the batting.
That's the other thing. You get an all-rounder like that, as this one's pulled for a single. You're missing out on an all-rounder like Danny Gibson and Lauren Farley to an extent, although she's much more of a bowler than batter really, although she did hit a nice pretty much 50 in Bristol last year. I remember enjoying watching that. Yeah. But yeah, when you lose 2 players like that, it's just a big gap that you've got to fill, and quite often there isn't an awful lot of squad depth in some of these Rachel Hale Flint Trophy sides.
Not yet necessarily.
That will come.
It will come.
But it's just not quite there yet, and often when those players go missing, you're bringing in 18-year-olds who might have played plenty on the county or have started playing a bit of county cricket, but there's not an awful lot of county cricket around, so you'll be playing club cricket, so then it is a big step up, and you're facing some.
You need your academies to be bringing up.
Absolutely, and that takes that takes time to come, doesn't it? It's going to take a few seasons to really bed in, as that's a full toss towards the toes, and they'll think about the one, and they get through, and just a single, which I think will be fine for Western Storm. They'll take singles rather than boundaries, which is what have been coming recently. Dobson on 49 now, sorry.
Yeah, and I was going to say, talking of batting, is that, of course, Western Storm with the benefit of all of Prendergast, who hit that century in the first game at Survive Garden, which was absolute joy to watch. Just loads of time on every single ball. She seems to have minutes and minutes to hit a shot.
Sign of a good player is Holland's in. Dobson on 49. Will she reach a 50 here? Yes, she will. Well played. Now, was that Marlowe in the end? The scoreboard was a bit slow. It was Marlowe. She hasn't reached 50. Calm down, everyone.
Nearly.
She might do now, though.
Sit back down again, sit back down.
Yeah. She's brought back on strike, though, Leah Dobson, who is on 49. Marlowe's now moved up to 23. 262 for 3, the score. And now, we've only seen 1 half-century so far. We've seen a couple of 40s. This one's shorter and pulled out, and that will go through the inner circle. In fact, there'll be a chase on to try and get to the boundary here.
She's going to get it. Yes, she has.
Well played, Sophie Luff.
Fantastic, Sophie Luff.
Brought it in from the boundary, and that is the half-century then for Leah Dobson, who's reached 52 with those 3 runs she's just got there. Raises her bat, and that's the first one she's got in this tournament this year. And they come punch gloves and hug Leah Dobson and Emma Marlowe. And that's been a great inning so far, 52 from 44. There's still a few balls to go. What a useful half-century right at the back end of the innings. Shot Diamonds up to a very good score.
Yeah, because we were, when I was on with you last, we were trying to speculate about what score they might get to. And this is going to be a very big score.
Yeah.
For Western Storm to
I thought 270 if they did well. Well, they're looking beyond that now, aren't they? What have they got left? Exactly one over.
265.
So,
what can Western Storm keep this to? And what can Northern Diamonds register in terms of more total? So quite a lot of pressure here on Alex Griffiths. And this will be her 9th over. 53 runs she's gone for so far, so what can she produce here? It's played through cover point. There is a fielder there, but it's going to beat her. There's a really nice, easy shot through cover point there for 4.
That's a very good shot.
I'd like to move it apparently, says the DJ. 269 for 3 are Diamonds. This is the last over. So Western Storm will want to restrict them. Diamonds will want to get lots on the board and try and go for that bonus point to leapfrog several teams in the table for the Rachel Hale Flint Trophy.
Wasn't a lot of width there. It was really good
footwork and timing. Wasn't it? Oh, and that's swiped across through the square leg field. That's another 4. It was almost gone before it had arrived there, that shot. Another 4 to the total. 269 for 3. Dobson on 56, Marlowe on 23.
Dobson up to 60 now. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah. The big 6-0.
She's just been fantastic the way she's come in, striking
she's
so
just,
well.
Yeah.
I'm really impressed.
Very good. Very good indeed. Griffiths' run starts almost at 25-yard circle. Oh, and we've got a refusal there, as Rose Debbie just says no, that's a deep ball. And Griffiths has a little think about what she's going to do now. Tossing the ball hand to hand. I missed the tactical sawdust. I wasn't on for that one, but Western Storm using it as an extra fielder at the far end. Oh, another refusal. The timing's not quite right. Not quite right. So, reload that one. 4 balls left in this last over.
Just be thinking, won't she? The last 2 went for 4, so she's got to get this bang on right.
Get this right, because Dobson is, as they say, seeing it like a beach ball. There's the klaxon going off. Oh, it's in the air. It's beyond the fielder though. It's dropping tantalisingly beyond the fielder. They're going to do 2. Are they going to go for a 3rd? No, just the 2 then. And that also keeps Dobson on strikes and moves on to 62. Off the 47 balls she's faced. A field retreat again for Dobson. Diamonds 275 for 3. Western Storm 3 more balls. What can they get some wickets in these last 3 balls? Oh, another refusal. This timing's not quite right. Not quite right. I don't think this is playing with the batter's mind. I think this is just genuinely the bowler not quite.
Yep.
She's looking like I would look after 1 over. After 9 overs. Griffiths, yeah, beg your pardon.
Griffiths normally got quite a big smile on her face even when she's getting hit.
Get this right. Get this right.
Not this
Dobson.
time. No.
No, not this time.
She looks really. When she turns around, she's concentrating. She's smiling a little bit there on that one, but.
Fran Wilson's just having a little word of encouragement.
Yeah. She just wants to make sure she gets it bang on right. She doesn't want to gift easy run. You know, you don't want to give 12 runs. She wants to get it right,
but she also wants to get to the halfway, I imagine, and finish, get out of this over.
That's the thing.
Dobson looking in the mood. 62, seeing the ball. Oh, there's a rap on the pads, and more importantly, a dot ball for Western Storm as captain's fantastic Sophie Love fields the ball at point. Fran Wilson has a accusing look at the ball and then passes it back to Griffiths. Last 2. Is there a magic ball in there? In those last 2 balls that we've got for the first innings before we have the lunch break. Comes forward and swipes that to mid-wicket. There is a fielder there, although it's hit so hard it goes past the fielder, I'm afraid, and that's 4 more to the total. 279 for 3.
Colin getting hands to it, but not quite taking the pace off enough.
Really going at some speed, and she was trying to cover that space, but not quite getting to it. Adding to Griffiths' anguish. But 1 more ball. Is this going to be a wicket ball? Griffiths in from the pavilion end to Dobson. Plays that through the covers. There is a fielder there. They're coming back for 2. They're going to try and get as many runs on the total as they can. So, Northern Diamonds, who were put into bat from the toss, finish on 279 for 3. So, 281 for 3, beg your pardon. And so that means Western Storm will need 282. That's going to be a big ask, I imagine. So let's have a little look at so Lauren Winfield Hill went for 83. She was caught Wilson, bowled Robbins. Callis was run out, brilliantly run out by Robbins on 45. So as you say, possibly both of them avoiding buying jugs of drink. Also Hermitage on another jug avoidance on 45, caught Griffiths, bowled Robbins. Dobson finishes not out 66 and Marlowe finishes not out 23. So quite a big total. What do you reckon, Charlie?
I think that feels very big. I think, especially after 50 overs, you'd be happy with 281 really in a lot of games. So to do it after 43 is good. As I've been saying, I think that the pitch is offering a lot for the batters today. I think that it's quite a flat pitch, and if you can get in and play well, play sensibly, I think you can probably score on this pitch. It's not a great big ground either, quite a short boundary on over to our right towards the Andy Caddick Pavilion. So I would say that Western Storm are not out of it, but they're going to have to play and bat well. And for the Northern Diamonds, if they bowl well and if they can make a quick couple of wickets early on, they're probably going to be in the box seat here. So I wouldn't say it's 50-50. I'd say Diamonds are probably would be happier. Yeah, absolutely. But there's absolutely no reason why Western Storm can't chase that down. But they're going to need one or two players to really go well.
I wonder if Western Storm, having seen the covers on, whether they wondered whether there might be another rain delay, and then that would allow them to know what they were chasing, etc. But hopefully the weather is set fair. So far this season, in terms of Rachel Flint, Western Storm have relied heavily on, in this order, Fran Wilson, Emma Corney, Alex Griffiths, Walla Prendergast obviously not in the picture now, and Captain Fantastic Sophie Luff. Some of the others will probably have to step up as well, but we shall see for the second half.
6.6 the required run rate.
There we are.
Interesting. Just over a run a ball. I guess that's that is doable. Just over run a ball. It's not 12 and over.
Should we do just a quick mention things that they're asking us to look at? So the thing you should know, this is really important, is that tickets are already going for England versus Pakistan being played here next springtime. So you really need to be thinking about getting into ballots and putting your hat in the ring for those tickets, because we wondered whether it was just an Ashes flash in the pan, that it was the old enemy wanting to watch England play Australia. But as we've seen, Derby was sold out for the Sri Lanka game, and tickets going already for the Pakistan-England women's game next year. And if you want to come and see that, you could join the Western Storm membership for £45, was it? You're going to get entry to all the Western Storm games. You're going to get entry. We're going to get something. Charlie, help me out. What was it? You did the thing earlier.
So you get, for £45, you get entry to all the Western Storm games, home games that is. You'd also get entry to the ODIs here. You get tickets for the ODIs at Taunton and at Bristol as well, and you'd get discounts on Championship and one-day games in the men's game, and you get discount on the double headers in the Blast as well. So an awful lot of reasons to go for that good value at £45. So exciting new thing announced today. It'll be on sale a bit later on this month.
And we think it's the first of its kind, and also there's a lot of people tweeting about that. Alex Hartley has already picked up on it, saying that that's an absolute bargain. Because when you factor in how many games there are,
if you manage to get to all those games, you're probably paying about £3 a game or something.
Hardly paying at all. So there's that, and and as we mentioned again, England versus Pakistan women playing here next May time. So please look all of that up and register. So we're just going to have a bit of a break for lunch now, and we shall rejoin you for the second innings.
For those of you who are in London and live on Western Storm action, don't forget that our next match is back here at the Cooper Associates County Ground on Wednesday. We'll take on Central Sparks in the Rachel Hago Flint Trophy. Tickets for this match are still available and can be purchased via the Western Storm website. Gentlemen, please welcome back our umpires, Rose Doby and Simon Willer.
Welcome back to Taunton, to Somerset County Ground. You're listening to the live stream on Somerset County Cricket for Western Storm versus Northern Diamonds. Western Storm are the southwest, so it's the whole of the West Country and the whole of Wales. And Northern Diamonds, which is the northeast, not just Yorkshire, but beyond that as well. Northumberland player, Lizzie Scott later, etc. So it's the whole of the northeast. Rachel Hayhoe is the 50 over competition between the 8 regional centres of excellence. Unfortunately, due to a rain delay, we are on a 43 over a piece competition here at Somerset. We had a rain delay, as I say, but the weather now is hopefully set fair for the rest of the day, and Western Storm have been set. Then you're going to need 282 to win this game. This is going to be a mammoth run chase without Danny Gibson and Lauren Filer. And that's not to say that the players are in any way less than, but this is going to be a big chase for Western Storm against Northern Diamonds here at Taunton. What do you reckon to the challenge then, Hannah?
Yeah, it's definitely a challenge, but we've got a young side here for Western Storm, and if some of those players step up, who knows what can happen. And of course we've got the experience of Sophie Luff and Fran Wilson in the mix, and Nicole Harvey scored runs the other day in the 20s as well, so can definitely contribute. And back in the county days as well, I think her top score is 99 not out. We'll have to double check that, but she's definitely someone who can hit a clean ball.
That's what we need. We're going to need some hitting of some mean ball this afternoon here at Somerset County Ground. You're listening to the voices of Claire Jenkins and Hannah Thompson-Radford, both former Somerset players. You'll also hear the voice of Charlie Taylor, who's Test match special, and his mate's calling captain Somerset, so we'll just have to ask him about that later. And we've got Griffiths and Corney coming to the crease here to open the batting for Western Storm. So India chasing 282 to win this. Northern Diamonds, meanwhile, really want to win with a bonus point. So it's 4 points for a win, and they'll get an extra point as a bonus point if they win this heavily, and that will make them leapfrog several teams in the ladder or table, that is. So we're about to start here. Bowling from the loft end. And I'm not sure who the bowler is because she's got no number on the back. Coming in from the far end. We'll catch that up in a minute. Griffiths to face.
Yeah, Griffiths facing. Hopefully gets Storm off to a good start. It's a wide delivery.
Minus graphics, so that's not helping, and the player has no number on the back is also not helping us work out. Oh, Sophie Turner, this is the new player that they've borrowed. They borrowed from
Thunder, isn't it?
Thunder, possibly.
Another wide delivery. makes sense why there's not a number on the back now.
Yes, Borough from Thunder, so she's a right-handed bat and a right-hand medium bowler.
An emerging seamer.
Sophia Turner.
On loan, as you mentioned, from Thunder. Comes in. And another dot ball. Western Storm yet to get off the mark. So she went on loan very recently, so the news was out on the 8th of September. There was a slight confusion for a minute because we were looking like, oh, who is that? That's not a familiar face of the Diamonds, and there's no number on the back, so we're just quickly searching, but all has been made clear. Now she steams in, and Griffiths will get off the mark now. She swipes it backwards for a single.
Yeah, we had a similar situation, didn't we, with this fixture last year? And we were Lizzie Scott. We're like, who's Lizzie Scott? And then Lizzie Scott, as you mentioned earlier, she made a debut here against Western Storm. She then went on to win the Rachel Ayo Flint with Northern Diamonds at Lords, and then got herself in the under-19 squad, and then found herself with a 100 contract. So, having spoken to Lisa Scott, her mum, it was a meteoric rise to fame. But yes, we have Sophie Turner coming in from the far end.
Of course, she has played for Thunder as well, so she is a familiar face, just not in the blue of Northern Diamonds.
That's right, cross Pennines.
As now Corney gets off the mark as well with a single. And Corney signed her first professional contract earlier this year, so it's her maiden summer as a full-time professional.
We're going to see that a lot now, aren't we? We've gone from hardly, so when it started there was about half a dozen players, well probably even less than that, but only a few players per team, and now it's creeping towards most of the players have got full-time contracts.
As Griffiths defends. Western Storm 4 for North at the moment. 2 extras off of this over so far. Griffiths and Corney on it, 1 apiece.
It's going to be a big task here for Western Storm. I shall see.
Just need to go.
Nice day. It's a nice day. It's a nice surface. I've seen it can be hit.
And run a ball a little bit more required. Finds the fielder. End of the over, 4 from it. Western Storm 4 for naught. Griffiths on 1 and Corney on 1 as well. 42 overs remain, because of course it is a rain-affected match. 43 overs per side.
Yeah, and the bowlers will be on 9 and 8 overs to bowl as opposed to their normal 10 over limit. Emma Corney, of course, top scored against the Sunrisers with 34. So she'll want to be channeling her successful batting.
Now here's a player that you definitely recognise.
Lizzie Scott. Oh, Lisa, your daughter's about to bowl. Yes, Lizzie Scott. I felt quite connected because we started a conversation. So there was a shot of somebody having a glass of wine on the flats, which I started talking about, and then I had a side text conversation via Twitter with Lizzie Scott's mum about the values of that and what that might mean to their family. And I kept bumping into her over the summer. So yes, I feel quite connected to Lizzie Scott's family, although I don't think I've actually even spoken to Lizzie Scott. But she is going to be bowling from this end, away from me, to Corney. Ooh, a little flirt at the edge there. Lizzie Scott, nice player, under-19s. We've talked about the under-19 World Cup, great experience. My mum tells me that she really, Lizzie really relished that, as did all the under-19s. It's just great to see them thriving, and as you mentioned, getting 100 contracts, which is the big one, isn't it, that they want to get, put them in the profile, and yeah, financially, but also getting ready for the England duties, which hopefully will be facing. Some of them will be swooped up for that, and there's no room there. It was dotted forward straight to the fielder.
And Scott emerged on this back end of the season last year, playing in the academies, etc., and then just really burst onto the scene in the latter phase and got that under-19s call up to the World Cup, as you mentioned.
Yeah, that's jagged down by the batter. A great ball from Lizzie Scott right in the block hole. Yorking, but she isn't from Yorkshire. She's from Northumberland, we should say. So, but bowling a Yorker there to the batter.
Especially this back end of the season, this is where we do get to see the new names and the academy players who are stepping up as well. So
that's right. Lizzie Scott in, and that's played uppishly, but fielded nicely on the 25-yard circle, and there is no run. So Western Storm still on that 4 for no loss in this second over. Lizzie Scott bowling well here. Nice batter as well, and good fielder. So much is hoped for with Lizzie Scott.
We mentioned it off air as well, because when you get different names pop up as well, it's hard to know the academy players.
Yeah, because we don't have a lot of information about them, unfortunately. That's squirted through the point region. They're going to get through for at least one. They're going to come back for a second one. Yeah, I think that's going to be an easy 2 there for Western Storm. So that's a nice 2 to the total. Western Storm are 6 for no loss in the second over.
That is something that will improve as well over time as the game continues to professionalise and more information does get put out there about the different players that are coming through, and the transfer news and everything that goes on around the game will be well more known.
Oh, that's a wide ball, and it's very wide, and not going to reach the boundary, but they're going to get through for a single, so another couple to the total there as Rose W, former Sri Lankan internationals, umpiring this end. You looked up the statistics, didn't you?
I did, because I thought, you know, Sri Lanka playing England at present, etc. Let's have a little look and see her stats. And she's got a test average of 52.
Because
she's only played one test and scored 52.
But how great is that? Retire on 52 and then go into umpiring again.
Played over 40 fixtures for Sri Lanka as well.
Yeah. Scott into. Oh, through the batter, and there's an appeal, and it's a slow right arm of destiny. Rose Dovey has given that out. No DRS here, of course. I'm sure it was a really good decision. We're at 45 degrees, so I cannot comment on the decision. But we see the slow right arm of destiny from the aforementioned Rose Dovey, and that's 1 down for Western Storm for 8 runs. Unfortunately.
Just wait for the replay. Got the replay of the high fives at the minute.
Yeah, I'm going to see that.
Nice celebrations from the Diamonds.
So Lizzie Scott claims the first wicket for Northern Diamonds, and that brings Captain Fantastic Sophie Luff out to bat. So Alex Griffiths for himself, LBW to Lizzie Scott for just the 1. Emma Corney on 3, and joined by Captain Fantastic Sophie Luff. So we said it was a hard task, and now already 1 wicket down in at the end of that second over.
Yeah, but Sophie loves playing. That's quite hard to say actually. loves playing at Taunton. It's her home ground. She's captain Somerset for many years.
There's a big picture of her behind the stand, isn't there?
A huge photo. It's brilliant, and we want to see more of that at grounds, don't we?
We do. Well, I've named that far end the Sophie Luff end, from which the bowler Turner is going to come towards her from. Oh, that kind of surprised her, and I don't know if it came off glove or the top of the bat, but there is no run. It went straight to the point fielder.
Yeah, so Emma Corney couldn't quite do much with that one.
No. The bounce seemed to surprise the batter there. So Emma Corney,
and of course,
facing up.
Turner moving across fund. It's kind of the rivals as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Corney plays that again to the point fielder, and there is no run.
Is it the Pennines?
The Pennines, yeah, across the Pennines. There's a sort of, the Roses clash and all the rest of it. But we've seen Kate Cross do that, haven't we?
We have.
She got pinched during the 100s to go to play for Northern Superchargers from the Manchester Originals. So there is some movement across the Pennines.
Yeah, 20 years old, Sophia Turner steams in.
Lovely forward defensive there from Emma Corney.
Held repose.
Yeah, for the cameras there. Just watching Lauren Winfield Hill having a good chat with Callis down here as it first slip.
sure they're
discussing their tactics, hoping to get that bonus point out of today's game.
happy with the start, I'm sure. Corny faces, flicks it down behind. They'll only get 1 run. Despite Luff is very quick in between the wickets, but careful decision at this early stage.
Yep, no risks at this stage. No need for any risks.
It was really interesting as well to see the ground staff during the interval as well. The
Oh, yeah.
amount of stuff they were clearing off the pitch as well.
Dust.
We had a
Considering how much it rained last night, they must have been drawing covers
yeah,
there.
they had like a massive spadey shovel thing and a
Spady shovel thing.
yeah, massive brush, and but Sophie Luff is still getting a bit of something off of the pitch.
Yes.
Doing a bit of cleaning down there as she's looking to face her first delivery of this batting innings and get straight off the mark with a quick single.
Yes, a typical nerdle there from Sophie Ruff. She's a sort of scrambler, isn't she, for runs? Like,
Yeah, that's how she
she
builds
runs
them.
fast and she gets those singles. She nerdles the ball into the gap. She's a canny batter, so let's hope we haven't talked her out of this.
She's always very busy in the middle. And be a huge support to Corny. Gets her hands for it. It's a brilliant shot, but the fielder gets a finger on it to take the pace off, and it won't get outside the inner ring, so just a single there. That's the end of Sophia Turner's brilliant second over. So Western Storm are 11 for 1. 3 overs have gone, Luff on 1 and Corny on 5.
That was the hand of Holly Armitage there, getting the big paw on that one to stop that going through. Saving runs, we talked about Western Storm's fielding, which was very good. They did save a lot of boundaries, but they still left chasing a large total as Lizzie Scott continues from the pavilion end, running in from the sawdust. 25-yard circle for the women, the men's is 30 yards. The numbers inside and outside of that circle vary for the men's and women's game as well. So during this power play, they only have 2 fielders outside of that on Northern Diamonds. It's played forward, but straight to the fielder at mid-off, and there is no run. And Corny on strike. She's got 5. Luff's off the mark with a 1. Score is 11 for 1 into the 4th over. Isn't it great to know that the England versus Pakistan game, the tickets are going already? I mean, it's going to be brilliant.
So good.
So good. Lizzie Scott, in from our end. Oh, swiped out down the leg side, but it's going to be a wide, says umpire Dovey.
I also love the history here at Taunton in terms of the women's games. They've always been a huge matches back in the day. I feel like 2009 was just yesterday, but obviously it's actually quite a long time ago. But hosting World Cup matches back then as well.
Yeah. Scott into Corny. Place that backward of square. There is a fielder there, so they're only going to get 1. Well, it was known, Somerset was known as a spiritual home of cricket during the Jill McConway era of, she was head of women and girls for the ECB. She had the development role and the elite role in her day, and she established this as Somerset spiritual home of women's cricket, and that's certainly how it's felt over the years. It's a great venue for the women's game, and
Jill McConway, I believe, had help in getting Fran Wilson into the game and developing Fran Wilson.
Oh, could be. I mean, she was heavily involved with all sorts of things. She retired out to New Zealand, but yeah, undercredited really, because you really want to go back and look at the achievements during her reign, as it were, in charge of women and girls cricket. And when she left, in fact, she was doing so much that the role was split in 2. Claire Connor took over the role with the elite stuff. Scott comes into Luff and she has a little waft at that. Yeah, Jill McConway's role was split in 2, so Claire Connor took over the elite stuff, and Sue Redfern took over as lead with women and girls cricket. Again, probably undercredited for the development work that was done there in terms of getting the clubs going, and also getting the counties to try and get them to get involved in women and girls. And that's down off the pads, and there is no run. 13 for 1, approaching the end of the 4th over. But yeah, Jill McConway definitely undercredited for all the work that she'd done.
Yeah, you can get some more international cricket at Taunton next year, which is exciting, especially if you buy that membership for £45.
By the membership, yeah, you get that and all the home games. Scott into Lough, who plonks that into the leg side rather convincingly, but there is no run. 13 for 1.
Like, I can't believe how affordable that is. £45 for the amount of cricket that you're going to get.
It's a great. We think it's groundbreaking. We're certainly launching it as groundbreaking. The first membership for one of the women's regions here, as Scott comes in to Lough. Comes forward, tries to play that past the short square leg, but only succeeds in hitting the fielder, and there is no run. That's the end of the 4th over. Western Storm are 13 for 1.
I think it's definitely the first standalone adult, because Sunrisers have like a Sunnies membership for the kids. I'm not sure whether it's under 18s, etc., which is obviously brilliant. But I'm not sure if they do an adult standalone one yet.
And there's some discounts in there as well, isn't there?
Which, for Western Storm to bring that in, it's absolutely magnificent. And on Twitter, so many people are, quote, retweeting it. Even
who's been retweeting it?
Danny Gibson has got involved as well. Said this is pretty cool and pretty
Melinda
cool.
Farrell. Who else have we got there?
We've got her game too. We've got Alicia Hawkins as well.
Mrs. Cricket Wales, yeah. She'll be in a posh frock today. She's always in hospitality when I see her.
Oh, she's the big dog up there,
She's the big dog, yeah. She's in charge, she is.
That's Turner in the attack, corny facing. Dot ball. Raf Nicholson has quoted it saying, pleased to see this, the fan base for men's and women's cricket aren't the same, and this is also brilliant value, and it really is brilliant value, and hopefully these memberships will be absolutely flying, perfect for Christmas and all of that fun stuff.
Great
I think I might
present for
buy my
Christmas.
nan one.
Yeah.
Keep saying that she wants to come and watch some women matches here. Turner. Brilliant shot from Corney as that races away to the boundary. 4 runs. Claire Jenkins next to me dancing. Very happy with that shot, were you, Claire? Oh, we've even got a bit of a, what do you call that? Mexican wave with your hands? I'm not too sure what that is.
We were talking about flexibility with Charlie, sort of worm in my hands. Happy with that, that's a really nice shot.
What Western Storm requires, 17 for 1 at the moment, 4.2 overs through. As Turner steams in. Corney looks for a quick single, but gets straight to the fielder.
She couldn't quite turn, what she really wanted to do, I think, was turn it round and down, sort of backward of square, and then pinch. There's definitely several, probably two runs there. But yeah, didn't quite get it straight to the field, unfortunately.
Dot for Turner so far this over, halfway through.
Yeah, we weren't sure whether the momentum from the Ashes was going to carry on into, let's say, for the Sri Lankan series for the English women, but it has, because they've sold out Derby. They've sold lots of tickets for that Sri Lankan series, which has been very exciting. We got thumped in the T20 series, and then England have come back with a vengeance in that first one-day international. Lauren Fryler doing very well there.
Turner to Corney. She edges it up in the air. And Lauren Winfield-Hill takes the catch neatly. Turner with her first wicket of the day. Corney's got to walk back. There might have been a moment of confusion between the two fielders, but Lauren Winfield-Hill claimed it. And in the end, it was an easy dismissal.
Proper steepler, wasn't it?
Corney goes for 10.
Corney goes for 10. Caught. Now that task becomes even harder. That's the Western Storm, big total. They're chasing, they need 282. Unfortunately, 2 wickets down already.
Yeah, and that's Sophia Turner's first wicket for the Northern Diamonds, because of course she's on loan from Thunder.
Caught by Lauren Winfield-Hill, the wicket keeper. But like you say, there was a split second where you and I were like looking at each other, and they were looking at each other, and was it going to drop between them, and was one of them going to call? And then Winfield-Hill in the end took it comfortably.
Just looking at the membership tweet from Western Storm as well. One of my other favourite tweets from this is from Meg Lay, who's been doing fantastic work in terms of the
She's a ground staff, isn't she?
Yeah, ground staff space. making women in the field way more visible. Actually, but had to read this twice. Unbelievable value for money. Access to all England women's and Western Storm games in the West Country, as well as discounted men's county tickets. As a fan, the best thing about women's sport is how accessible it is for everyone.
Because she's based up at Bristol and she's Gloucester, but she was part of that unique experience at Edgbaston, where it was an all-female grounds crew for that Ashes game.
Fran Wilson comes into bat and faces her first delivery, and it will be a dot ball.
Because they brought in somebody from Arsenal, and they brought in someone from Headingley, I think, didn't they? But they had an all-female crew, which was great. Because you've got to see it to be it, haven't you?
Absolutely, yeah. Visibility matters.
You've got to be able to, visibility is everything.
But I think that tweet sums up, because we want women's cricket to be accessible. There's no point pricing people out of the game. Turner comes in a bit more pace through that one, and Wilson hits it back to mid-off.
And once again, proving that there is commercial benefit to the women's game. Women's sport riding a high at the moment, and we're riding that wave with them. So I'm going to have a little break now. Charlie Taylor's going to come in to chat with you. So over to you then, Hannah.
So Western Storm 17-4-2 off of the first 5 overs. Power play will be 9 overs in this rain-affected fixture. 43 overs per side. Luff on 1, Wilson on 0. So a bit of a rebuild. Well, we haven't really started building yet, but a rebuild going on, isn't there, Charlie?
Well, it has to be really, with these two. And this is what we saw. It's very different from the Northern Diamonds innings. We saw that 100-run opening partnership. Well, both openers back in the pavilion before. 20s on the board for Western Storm. So it's going to be these two experienced players then. Luff, who's on strike now, who's managed just to prod that through the third area. And in fact, it's going to go all the way, I think. Yes, it is. It's a 4 for Sophie Luff. Her first boundary of the day. She moves to 5. But these two are going to have to be here for a long time, you feel, if Western Storm are going to come out with points here.
That was a beautiful shot as well. Completely timed to perfection and well placed.
They're just using the pace, bit of width, and you don't need to do all that much, really, as long as you get enough of a bat on it, which is what Luff did. She's got all the experience, she's got all the shots. She's hit hundreds in this format, plenty of those before. She might have 7 list day hundreds. This has just turned into the leg side, but no run that time.
Yeah, because we're at Somerset, she's kind of the equivalent of James Hildreth, isn't she? In terms of knocking on that door to play for England, etc. And she's never quite given the opportunity to get the top honours. Played a lot of academy games across the last decade, but
yeah, she's been up against a crop of very good batters that are also going for those England spots, which are currently preferred. But there's no reason why, if Sophie can put together some really consistent scores. I think that's where she's lacked it slightly. She's had good scores here and there, and we know she's got the talent, but she just hasn't linked them all and had a season where it's been hard to not pick her.
Yeah.
At the moment, she has been up against some very, very good batting. Just about to turn 30, I think she's 29. Yeah, turns 30
November?
in December, 6th of December. Yeah. So still got plenty of time there. Batters last generally a bit longer than bowlers, don't they? Although James Anderson would beg to differ on that one.
That's been the latest kind of debate at the minute. I heard Catherine Sibber-Brunt talking, I think it was on TMS. I think Melissa Story asked her during the last Sri Lanka match, do you think there is a sense of ageism in terms of selection? And I think she kind of said, yeah, I think there is a little bit.
Well, it's hard, isn't it? Because you don't want to invest tons of time into someone who's 34 and might give you a couple of seasons at international level. If you've got someone who's just as good who's 18, who might give you another 12 or more seasons, 15 seasons as this one. Again, is guided into the offside. But
I think it's what you just said, if they are as good. Because it's like, there has been a tendency, I feel as well, and I saw Melissa Stories tweeted it out a lot as well, about putting a bit more attention into the younger players, trying to develop them, which I appreciate is something that needs to happen. But at the same time, if people are performing in the domestic structure, if they're performing in England A, why aren't they getting that next step up to England just because they're plus 25?
Defended this time. Well, and that's exactly what the current men's test setup would say, is that Broad and Anderson were straight back in that team when Brendan McCullum took over, because they said these are the best players. Okay, they were left out probably because they were seen as maybe the old guard, but if you're there, your best players, put them in there, no matter what their age. If you're good enough, you're the right age, whether that's you're young, 16, 17 and doing absolutely brilliantly, or if you're late 30s, or early 40s in Anderson's case, still doing it. So yeah, it's a big argument, isn't it? As we just take a look at the Thatcher's Terrace there, busy with a lot of Western-super-Mare players. Just nipped down there briefly. Yeah, you can see hive of activity today, Taunton.
Yeah, also saw Carla Rose on there, who works for Somerset Cricket Foundation, and she's been doing a brilliant job getting more women involved with the Somerset Stragglers as well.
Brilliant.
As Turner continues her overs, and the misfield will allow Western Storm to get a quick single. We're going to come back for 2 as well.
Well run.
Really well run by Sophie Luff. We know she's quick and made that look very easy.
Well, she picked up that knock on, we think it was a thigh or the side of her leg. She was hobbling quite a lot earlier on, but obviously I don't know whether she's had some kind of painkiller or massage. I don't know what solves that kind of thing, but quite quickly. But clearly it was not too bad because she was scampering there.
Turner comes in, and Wilson sends it to the fielder.
Do we think there's any danger of having to Turner from both ends? Be good, wouldn't it?
It could happen.
Yeah. Sophia Turner, as you've been talking about with Claire, currently borrowed. Is that what we're going for? From
on loan.
On loan, yeah, maybe. From Thunder. And we've also got Phoebe Turner, of course, in the team as well, so that's why I ask.
She flings that down again, dot ball. Yeah, because the loan system can sometimes be indicative of where players move in the winter and beyond. We noticed that last year, or the year before last actually, with the Blaze, and Georgie Boyce all of a sudden popped up from Thunder as well, moved across to the Blaze, and next you know she got a contract. A few players have done a bit of moving over the last few years. Fran gets something on that to turn it round the corner.
It wasn't an awful lot, was it? But
It was something.
enough for a single? Or was it? Yeah, it was a single.
But we are starting to see a bit more of the player movement over the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, before, previous era, not that long ago, you'd have, whatever county you were in, obviously this setup didn't happen, these Western Storm and Northern Diamond teams. You just stick with that county, and then if you were good enough for England, you'd get picked.
Lightly
That's the
defended.
plan.
Yeah, because it was kind of seen that you were quite rogue if you moved to a different county, and some players were kind of serial and went round and played in different places, but most people just stuck loyal to the county. Like Sophie Luff, she could have left Somerset when they were back in, I think they were Division 3 at one point. She could have left them and played at a higher standard, but she wanted to take them forwards and represent her county because, you know, it's Somerset after all. Turner in to Luff.
Spoken as a true Somerset woman there. Hannah, you know, you obviously love Somerset as much as Sophie, clearly.
Yeah, back in the day.
Yeah.
It's not like I haven't lived here for 10 years. Yeah, for 9 years, but I always come up. To be fair, I'm down here more than I am in my house anyways, to be fair. All my family are literally in the same village, etc. So we've got the Western Storm membership on there. You spoke about it very well earlier.
Well, I think it's just a great deal. You talk about it with Claire. 45 quid it will cost you to get access to all the home Western Storm games. Plus you get a discount on the double headers, which includes the Blast games. That'll be either with Gloucestershire or Somerset or Glamorgan. And then also getting access to the England ODIs, discount on the One Day Cup and the Championship games, which are played at Bristol or Taunton. Or Cheltenham, I guess, as well. Scott coming in then, and this is a sort of pulled shot, but not really timed by Fran Wilson.
No food discount.
Yeah,
as well. 10% off match day 10% match day discount on club-owned food and drink concessions as well.
That sounds good, doesn't it? Slightly cheaper cups of tea, packet of crisps.
And if you're a student, it's only £25 and only £15 for juniors.
Yeah. Well, I mean, 15 quid to get your kid into all those games. Brilliant. Oh, that's a half-hearted appeal. Scott's not interested, the bowler, but Lauren Winfield Hill was asking the question.
I like to think that was going down leg.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I think that's why the bowler wasn't too fussed.
Have
Have
a
a look at the replay. What was it doing? Oh, super slow-mo. Look at this. Yeah, I think that's going down, isn't it? We can also see 3 stumps the other side. Attempted sort of drive, but it's a bit inside edgy. They'll come through for a single. run added. Well, as I said, these two need to stick around for a long time, and if they do, these two form a really good partnership. You know, they've both got enough skill that they could score big runs here. I think the pitch is going to be quite kind.
It's only going to dry out, isn't it? With this glorious sunshine.
Another one coming off an inside edge there. Looks a good prospect, Scott. Talked about her, the way she's risen up through the ranks over the last 12 months. A few players from that under-19 women's side in the World Cup in January have done something similar, had that kind of meteoric rise from maybe being involved in 1 or 2 regional games, but definitely in county games, and then finding themselves up in the England fringes and 100 matches where, you know, imagine the difference in atmosphere, walking out at a 100 match with the flamethrowers, the big crowd, compared to walking out for a county game. You know, county games are really important, and it's a great way to get players in, but I don't think you can compare the atmosphere really between those games. You know, we're talking 20,000 people in watching some of the women's 100 games. Here comes Lizzie Scott again, quite full, and just poked out using the inside edge. Well, they'll just come through for a single, although Sophie Luff turned around quickly. Don't think there was any chance there of running another one. Another overdone, 25, 26 for 2. 6 to Luff and 4 for Wilson. At the moment, they're just happy to pick up runs from the gaps, which is, when you've got the power play, it's a bit of a shame, but 2 wickets down, what you don't want to do is give away another wicket in the power play.
Yeah, because you've got that horrible statistic that gets mentioned all the time, but if you're 3 down within the power play, it's unlikely that you go on to win. It's a ridiculous statistic, isn't it? It's like 70% of matches end with a loss for the side bet loss 3 in the power play. But what have we got on the screen here?
Look, we're doing cameraman comparisons there. Looking at each other.
And we're back on the action.
We're going to start judging now who's the better camera operator. So they better be at the top of their games.
As Luff is facing Turner. It looks like, she does look like she might be overstepping slightly. Got Charlie with the binoculars. Have a look at the next.
Well, the umpire did just come around to have a quick look there, didn't he? In a way, just sort of stepped around. So I wonder if he's just taking a look at the marks. All right, I'm going to watch her front foot here. Been given a tip off.
Schemes in.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that one looks much better. As Luff looks to take the single, but Lauren Winfield Hill has the ball in the hand, and Fran Wilson says no. That one was much cleaner. The one before definitely looked a bit like she slid on a little bit.
A bit of movement there, underneath the boot.
So of course, we had some very damp conditions early doors today, and sawdust has been in play as well. Turner to Luff, who uses her feet.
Yeah, struggling to pierce the gaps here, aren't they? They're finding the fielders, or they're picking up 1s or 2s in sort of within the 25-yard or just beyond it, but not finding boundary shots yet at the moment.
So we've got a replay there. It looked a little bit, didn't it?
Yeah, I wonder if the umpire's keeping an eye on it. Let's have a look at this one.
Turner
Yeah,
to Luff,
fine.
tries to sweep, but it's a wide delivery. It's hard because you don't have the technology here, do you, in these matches? So
No.
it's a hard task for the umpires to keep control on everything, when in other matches there is that luxury of having the technology.
Well, they get told straight away, don't they? They have a little buzz in their ear now. They don't even have to take it upstairs themselves.
Luff uses her feet once again, but
Good
doesn't
bowling.
get it out in the inner ring. Sophia Turner has had an excellent over here. Western Storm is still the over, so ignore me. The umpire teased me because he looked like he was just ending it there. And
Has he taken another look at the footmarks, I wonder?
I think he must have been, because I think there's still 2 balls to come here.
Yeah, we've only had 1 wide, haven't we?
Yeah, so
So far, yeah.
2 balls left of the over.
Just fiddling around with the field a bit here. I'm just putting someone at point now. Pretty straight point.
Straight delivery, but Luff hits behind for 1 run.
Yeah, just able to guide that one around the corner. Pretty safe shot. It was in the air, but there's a big gap between the wicket keeper and the fielder who's at fine leg.
Katie Levick back there, it looks like.
Yeah, we haven't seen her yet. We're looking forward to...
Turner comes in, and it's gone aerial over the top of the fielder, and it races away for 4 runs. Much needed boundary from Western Storm. Takes a bit of a pressure off, but that over was getting quite quiet, wasn't it?
Well, it's the last ball of power play as well, so they finished 10 runs behind Northern Diamonds, but crucially, 2 wickets more down. So, yeah, 32 for 2 they finished the power play, but the power play, that was good effort from Fran Wilson at the end there.
Yeah, just relieves a bit of that pressure that was building a lot of dot balls in that over, ruined by that boundary option.
Hang on, I need to write down the power play. Oh, perfect, thank you.
And then I had 2, I was stealing one.
I see.
I'm not sure how that happens.
I probably left it there from the previous stint, to be honest, so I won't blame you.
For you.
So we're going to stick with Lizzie Scott here from the pavilion end, but we no longer have the fielding restrictions, or at least it's not as strict, the fielding restrictions in place anymore. As we head into the 10th over. Luff on strike and driving back down the ground. They're going to come through for a quick single. They'll have to run. Oh, I tell you, that was close. That was close. It's a risky single there. Firing it forward straight to the fielder, who was Phoebe Turner, picking it up at mid-off. Direct hit would have been very, very close indeed, although Sophie Luff was quite quick off the mark. She was determined to take that run, wasn't she?
She was very determined and she was quick, but it's just whether she would have slid her bat in enough, because I'm not sure that a direct hit, I think she might have just been slightly out.
Luff on 8, Wilson also on 8. Here comes Scott. Wilson trying to punch this one through the covers, but not able to find a gap. No run. 33 for 2 here under some wispy clouds and blue skies. It's a warm afternoon today.
I've only just clocked Lauren Winfield's Hills trainers as well. They're striking blue.
Yeah, they go nicely with the rest of the blue kit. Oh, this one just taking an under edge. Goes past the wicketkeeper. There'll be a chase on. No, there won't. It's going to go all the way. That'll be 4 runs. Not exactly where that was meant to go from Fran Wilson, but she'll take the runs.
Yep, doesn't matter on the score book, does it? A 4's a 4. Doesn't matter how it looks.
Yeah, it doesn't. They don't put a little asterisk and then say under edge. Not where she meant to put it. Could have been stopped by the keeper, but wasn't.
That's a proper.
Pretty scratchy. No, it doesn't say that.
It was a proper football dive as well from Lauren Winfield Hill behind the stumps, wasn't it?
There's a bit of goalkeeping back there, is it, rather than wicketkeeping?
Yeah, it definitely looked like it.
Not quite Mary Earps though, because she let it past her. Just the top ball there.
Yeah, now I've seen her blue trainers, I can't stop.
You can't say, quite dazzling.
They are.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not actually a lot of variety on show here from the Northern Diamonds, trainers-wise. It's all white, isn't it? Everyone's wearing white trainers except for Lauren.
I think that's why they stick out even more.
Scott back with ball in hand. Score 38 for 2. Luff on strike again. Wilson's on 13, Luff on 8. Oh, she's managed to pick out the fielder just backwards at point there. Otherwise, that was racing away to the boundary. And the score remains the same, 38 for 2. Luff's taken 23 balls to reach 8, so at the moment, just taking her time about things. She can definitely be the sort of player that can speed that up. But not just yet. As Hannah's going to step out for a bit, and we'll be joined by Claire Jenkins in just a moment. First of all, we'll finish off this over from Scott as Luff is driving. Oh, that's a nice shot. There we go. I said she could speed it up when she wanted to. She's driven through extra cover for 4 runs. Nice shot from the Western Storm captain, Sophie Luff. So the score moves to 42 for 2. Luff 12, Wilson 13, and Claire Jenkins is alongside me.
Thank you very much. Sunshine here at Taunton. I'll bring you news of one of the other games. So the Blaze are 6 down against South East Stars at Beckenham. So they're chasing 200. Well, I need 279 to win because that's 278 is what Stars got. but Blaze are 100 for 6.
Wow, gosh, that's...
Lizelle Lee is out caught, bowled McDonald Gay 22. Teresa Graves is out, bowled 14. Georgie Boyce is out 2 for 2. Caught Chatley, bowled Stonehouse. Michaela Kirk is out for 7. Ella Claridge is out for 33. Sophie Monroe is out for 5. And Lucy Hyam and Kirsty McSpin-Gordon are fighting a rearguard action from late middle order for the Blaze. So that will be a bit of a shock, I think, particularly with Lizelle Lee in the lineup.
Got to say, I didn't know that Kirsty Gordon's middle name was McSpin.
Yeah,
we're learning something every day.
You see, you didn't know what you didn't know.
Exactly.
Kirsty McSpin. I had the pleasure of commentating with her at the Charlotte Edwards Cup finals last year because Central Sparks managed to get there and I was token Brummy. And she was like, she wanted really aggressive fields. I don't know why they haven't got 16 slip fielders. Well, actually, Kirsty, there's only 11 fielders on the pitch. She loves an aggressive field as our Kirsty. And that's slung in, and that goes straight to the backward point fielder for no run.
Graceful bowling now.
Oh, thank you very much. I just got carried away with my Kirsty McSpin impersonations. Sorry, Kirsty. But you do like an aggressive field.
What bowlers don't, to be honest?
Well,
they
yeah,
love
that's
aggressive
true.
fields, don't they?
That's true. But I think Kirsty McSpin is probably at the extremes of that. Luff plays that deftly down to third, and the fielder will come in. They think about a second, but quite rightly, Wilson and Luff really need to do the lion's share of the batting here.
Yep.
In this huge chase.
How many times have we said that for Western Storm over the years?
I know.
It does tend
These
to...
two need to really be the engine room of this batting innings. And Grace Hall coming in from the Luff end to Fran Wilson, who's on 16.
Luff end.
She comes forward and just defends that straight to the fielder, and there is no run. Dobson very dramatically there, coming swooping in with the ball. I like to name things.
I know.
Yeah, he says. we've got the slow right arm of destiny with Rose. We've got Anna Harris, Anna the half doctor, umpire. We've got some various names. Hall into Wilson, who plays that through the point region. They get through for a single. And then I had the reverse. So Sophie McClelland, who's also an umpire. She said, well, what's my nickname? Because she really likes Anna the half doctor's nickname. Although I'm not sure that Anna Harris is very keen on it, but I like it. Yes, Sophie McClelland, if you're listening, you are Sophie McTest debut. Since she got your test debut, she got on for Anna, who was taken off not feeling well at the end of the test, and that's dobbed down defensively by Sophie Luff, and there is no run.
What happens when she gets a second test? She can't just be test debut when she's had about 5 test matches.
We'll change it then and see what she's doing. But yes, unfortunately Anna Harris was taken poorly on the last day of the test, so Sophie McClelland found herself literally in the firing line, making a debut, international debut at a test match. Now, I don't think there are many umpires who've done that.
Yeah, it's pretty good
Hall
going.
Comes into Luff, who just defends that down, and there is no run. The end of the over. 11 overs gone.
Wow.
Western Storm 43 for 2.
I guess all umpires made their international debut in Test cricket until, what, the 1970s when that sort of white ball stuff came in, I guess. But other than that, since then, no, I think they're all blooded in with the white ball.
I think she'd be pretty, she's in a pretty small group there.
Yeah.
Thoroughly enjoyed it, but I imagine that it must have been absolutely terrifying because it was definitely going to be having five-day test. I can't tell you how excited I am about a women's 5-day test. It's beyond explanation. But it was into the 5th day, and there was going to be a result finally in a women's test because we've got a 5th day. Did I mention we had 5 days? And so it was going to be a result. So it was the most cauldron it could be in a test match, and what had been an absolute roller coaster, a real demonstration, and big crowds at Trent Bridge, proper sporters there. So yeah, it was quite a place to make your test debuts.
We're going to see a change up here in the bowling. There's a sweep shot from Fran to get us going, but it's Katie Levick, who I did say when we spotted her outfielding at the boundary. Wonder when we'll see her. And just a couple of overs later, she's had a fantastic Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy so far.
She's got magic about her bowling, hasn't she, somehow?
Yeah, 4 for 36 in the first game she played this year. As that one will go through the inner field, but will get picked up on by the sweeper there.
Well, she got picked up by Birmingham Phoenix, so that makes her technically a Brummie now, in my eyes. And she did well with Phoenix as well. But she's one of those bowlers who makes things happen when she comes on.
Absolutely.
She's obviously got a lot of guile and bamboozlement about her.
18
delivery.
wickets so far in this competition.
Yeah, doing good.
That's seriously good. In short form as well. As this one's just played out into the leg side, and it'll be a single. Yeah, so that when she was playing for Birmingham Phoenix earlier this year, it was the first time in her career she'd ever represented a team that wasn't involving Yorkshire somehow. So she otherwise she's played for Yorkshire, Northern Diamonds, and all the various Yorkshire-based, all those guys. They all changed, don't they? But moved south for the 100 this year.
I think it's great. Because generally those 100 franchises had the core of the region and plus some extras.
Yep.
And I think that cross-fertilisation will have been absolutely vital.
Yeah. Well, it's good for a player probably to see more. As this one's a little reverse. Well, I was going to say sweep, but it's more just angling the bat, really. And that will run away, possibly all the way for 4. It's going to reach there. Yeah, it's done it. What a great shot for 4. Just angling the bat in the sort of reverse way. No real movement, no follow-through.
No effort at all, was it?
Yeah,
it's beautifully used.
Using the
pace
pace.
Of the ball.
There we go, look, just a tiny little tap.
She knew exactly what she was doing there. Lovely shot there from
Wilson using all her experience here. International experience and years playing around this kind of level. She's going to be crucial here today. 22 she's on now, 49 for 2 the score. What's Katie Levitt going to do here? She won't have liked that, I doubt. This time, good ball. Can't do it with that one because it was too much on the stumps, and it's a dot ball to finish the over, so the score remains on 49.
49 for 2, that's the problem for Western Storm, isn't it? Luff and Wilson at the crease, however. But, big mountain to climb, as they say. I think that's probably the cliche klaxon in the background.
You don't like your cliche. Every time you say a cliche, you're bringing out the cliche klaxon. I dread to think how often it would sound if I started counting up all the ones that I say.
It's when they interview the players, and bless them, I know that they don't want to say the wrong thing or be misquoted and all the rest of it, and that's why they... But if you hear that kind of, we're taking learnings from this, and, we've... I don't know, there's a whole load, isn't there?
The one you
been through our processes, or we've executed our plans, you're like...
Pick ourselves up is one, isn't it? We're constantly picking any team that loses picks itself up or has to.
I know it's hard, but the reason they used is because it's sort of easy verbal shorthand, but we must try and be more articulate. I mean, that's my words to myself.
Well, as you say, a lot of them probably go through this media training, and they're desperately trying not to say anything that is going to land them in trouble, or someone will say, "Why did you say that?"
Which is why Holly Armitage sort of saying she was, very self-deprecating during 100. I think endeared her to the audience as that's defended down by Luff and there is no run. Yes, she just is Holly Armitage, isn't she? And I think her personality shone through with 100, which is lovely. Because she's proper made of Yorkshire grit, isn't she? And she is the perfect Yorkshire and Northern Diamonds captain in lots of ways, and Northern Superchargers. Where it all comes in, slingy action, and that's dabbed underneath, and Luff thinks about a run, but it was going to be pretty risky with the fielder not too far away. There is no run, so tithering on the edge of that 50 milestone, our Western Storm. They want to see that one ticked off and then move on beyond that.
I want these two there right towards the end, won't they? Another 30 overs after this one.
There's plenty of deliveries to go, but what can they make with the bat? As Hall comes into Luff. Plays that outside of the off, but straight to the fielder. Well positioned there.
Any room either side of that, probably 4 runs.
Yeah, either way, yeah. Only a few
going.
inches either way, or centimetres, which if you want the new money. Either side of that field, and there would have been runs. Particularly for these two, because they're very quick between the wickets and used to playing with each other. That's a tantamount to knowing there's going to be a run out next, isn't there? That's played to the square leg region, and there is a fielder there. They think about that second, but quite rightly decide against it. So just the one to the total. So that's the 50 up you can hear in the background. Western Storm getting that 50 up. 54-2 they are in this Rachel Hayhoe Flint. So what would normally be a 50 over competition, well, it is a 50 over competition, it would normally be a 50 over game, but we were rain delayed to start off with, so we've got 43 over game here aside.
Hard to believe that now, looking at
no,
it,
look at the
isn't it?
sunshine.
Can't believe how wet it was
You
earlier.
mentioned the Quantox and the blue sky. We've got little wispy clouds.
Don't think views get much better.
No, Grace Hall comes in, slings that down right at Fran Wilson's feet, and there is no run.
Done a fair few of the grounds in England, and I know I'm biased because I'm from Somerset, but I still reckon that view out over the Quantox is pretty good.
Beautiful view. When I'm at Edgbaston, of course.
Yeah,
that's a
Edgbaston,
beautiful
you know what?
view
I
as
love
well,
Edgbaston's
with
view.
the E.
Yeah, E floodlights
floodlights.
and the skyscrapers and
Yeah,
high rise
that-
behind it. Really nice, especially as it starts to get dark and they
Yeah.
start twinkling a bit.
Yeah.
But
And
it's not the
that's
Quantox, is it?
Dabbed. That's dabbed to third. And they get through for a singles, not the Quantox. No, generally not. No, not in Birmingham.
No.
I mean, Bristol's quite cute when because it has some strange light around there. You get this sort of pinky light.
There's a lot of strange things in Bristol. I say that with love.
But it's not beautiful like this or Birmingham.
Yeah,
No,
when I've done Bristol, I've only ever been in the flats side. I've never done it from the media. Every time I've been up there, they say, "Oh, you're in the flats." You know, well, I'm always in the flats.
Are you in the sky? What do they call it?
The sky flat.
The sky flat.
yeah.
Now, what we should explain to your listeners is that it's basically a room with a toilet in it.
Yeah, it's an
And it's
actual flat.
full of rubbish
Yes,
and
it's
cables, and there's
tables and chairs.
there's no Wi-Fi in
No.
there. I mean, for all those cables, there's no Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
As Ed Seaborn and I found
It's a nightmare.
doing a Western Storm game earlier. And so, yes, when we say flat, it's a room with a toilet and a lot of cables.
Yeah, I do enjoy
It's a double.
going up to Bristol. I think it's a good ground, good place to watch
It's
cricket.
quite nice to watch. I remember seeing the England-India Test match. That was fantastic there. Watching Julan Goswami bowl in Test whites. Get through for a single there. Yeah, watching Julan Goswami come in to bowl in the Test match with England-India. The first time there's been a England-India women's Test match for a while. So that was quite some sight. She's very graceful in flight, is our Julan Goswami.
Just need a few more Test matches generally per year, in my opinion. But hard to squeeze them in the schedule, I guess. It's part of the problem as well.
Yeah, they say
demand, I
that.
think.
I'm not convinced about that. If there's enough schedule, room in the schedule for other things, and if
The men
if
can do it.
they say the men's schedule is too tight, great. I've got a solution for you. You play one less Test match, and the women play one more. Simple. Save a load of money as well.
Just defended that.
Because Shikapandi, I've heard her quoted, she was saying that basically she just felt like she hadn't played cricket until she played the Test match. She needed to play in whites.
Oh, reverse sweep, lovely shot. That'll go for 4. It's a bit wide outside off stump. Maybe Katie Levick saw that happening, and Wilson decided, actually, do you know what? I'm committed now, so I'm going to make it work for me.
It worked before. Why not do have another go?
4 more runs to the total. Wilson moving to 28, a runnable 21.
We want to see Western Storm dig in here. We need these two to do the lion's share of the work, as we mentioned.
Levick coming in again over the wicket and sweeping. There's a shout for LBW. The umpire Dovey is not interested, and that's the end of another over. So 57 for 2, and these two are doing what they need to do, which is just keep it ticking for now. They can accelerate towards the end once they're in, but what you don't want to do is leak another wicket now, and that gives inroads early doors to these Northern Diamonds bowlers. So the two of them, the experienced pair of Fran Wilson and Sophie Love, currently putting up some good resistance now.
Fran Wilson, of course, the highest ranked Western Storm player with the bat in those Professional Cricket Association PCA most valuable player ranking. So Fran Wilson finds herself at 15 in that batting rankings.
It's not ideal, is it, for Western Storm
It's
to
not
be
ideal,
number
but
1
that's-
as
but
number 15 in the...
Yeah. Therein lies several tales, I suspect.
Exactly, yeah. Totally.
And this is Hall to continue. Left plays that to backward point, almost to the rope, and they get through for 2.
Well done.
Yeah, it's good running from Western Storm.
If you look at Luff's wagon wheel, she really does use those square areas an awful lot. At the point and the square leg area.
Okay.
That's where she plays a good amount of her shots.
And I'm just getting past a note, which I'll mention in a moment. Grace Hall into Luff. Again plays that more this time towards the covers region. And they get through for a single. That's Fran Wilson. Just past 500 runs for Western Storm this season. She's only the second player to score 500 in a season, following Sophie Luff with 544 in 2021, says Mike Turner. Thank you so much, Mike. That's really helpful.
Yeah,
that's great stats.
We
love a bit of stats from Mike Taylor. He's always in with some great Western Storm stats for us, so thank you very much, Mike. Grace Hall comes in. Slingy action. Full toss, and that's dispatched for 4. Thanks very much, says Fran Wilson. I'll have some of that. Into the gap. At 9 o'clock, as it were, from the batting crease. Straight through. Into the shade.
Why don't we just get rid of all stupid field names?
Just call it
9 o'clock, 7 o'clock. Yeah, just a clock face.
Yeah, okay, so that's 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
4 runs to 9 o'clock.
Yeah, deep 9. That works, actually. I'm going to get on the phone to the MCC.
Else. Hole 2, and she only jags that down. There is no run.
Tell you what would be tough would be slips, wouldn't it? How would you... Short,
you'd have to say
short 1, short 5 past 1, short 5 past 2. Yeah.
Half past, 3/4.
It does get a bit tricky. Okay, fair enough. We'll
I've named some bigger things, though. I did commentary with Melinda Farrell at Worcester earlier in the year, and I've renamed the Women's National Cricket League in Australia. We've decided that's going to be the Betty Wilson Cup, because why wouldn't it be? And that's defended down, and there is no run. Still that's 64 for 2.
That's where this and the Charlotte Edwards Cup are quite nice, isn't it? Real that heritage back into the 2 great players, and not just players, but sort of pioneers really in the game, aren't they? Away from on field, especially Rachel Hayhoe-Flint was such an important person in building up the England women's side and the women's domestic structures. So
massive.
So important to recognise that achievement.
Yeah. Wilson, past the bat, but there is no run.
Right, I'm going to make way, and
break.
Hannah will come in.
So we're in the sunshine here at Taunton. Northern Diamonds in their blue in the field. And they were put into bat when Western Storm won the toss earlier today. We had a bit of a rain delay, so it is only 43 overs aside here at Taunton, but still a proper big lump of a game. And Northern Diamonds have set a huge total for Western Storm to chase. So they were 281 for 3 off their 43 overs. Western Storm at the moment are 64 for 2 at the end of 15 overs. So power play well over, because the power play is only 10 overs. So we're into the meat of the game here. We've got Sophie Luff, Captain Fantastic Sophie Luff, at the crease on 15, and Fran Wilson on 32. They're digging in here. What do you reckon, Hannah?
Yeah, you said it was a lump of a game. It's certainly a big total to chase, but it's all dependent on these 2 in the middle at the minute, Luff and Wilson, who, I tried to slyly get your attention with
got a big note here.
Mike's stat. It was terrible writing as well, I apologise. But 500 runs up for Fran Wilson this season, but it's Luff facing and Phoebe Turner bowling. Defends that neatly.
Yes, Phoebe Turner, and that was her first ball, so she hasn't bowled to this point so far today. We don't know if she's related to the other Turner, but perhaps somebody will tweet us and tell us whether.
Yeah, across the Pennines, etc. There might be a link, you never know, but it might just be
the same name.
A common name, yeah. As Phoebe Turner comes in. Luff, who hits it over the top of the infield, and it races away for 4 runs.
The fielder at sort of backward point there, like, I might be in. Oh, no, I'm not. Yes. Without a ladder, I'm not getting that.
Skied over her head. Interesting music in the background
Oh,
today
yeah,
as well.
oh, it's some great music.
Got some classics on the go. There's also some dancing going on in the players' changing room. I can see from here.
You need the binoculars.
Turner to Luff. Again, tries to edged off the bat and went straight past the bowler. And they come back for 2. That's not where she intended it to go.
I think she played that with a thin part. I think she played it with, I think it was an edge drive.
Well, you know those training bats that are really,
Yeah,
really
like
thin?
a training bat. That
That's
was exactly what it looked like a single stump width styly bat, which they use sometimes with the, as you say, in training.
I was expecting it to come leg side. My head went that way and
Got 2
realised
runs out of it.
it'd gone straight back past the bowler as Turner comes in again. A much cleaner shot by Luff this time.
Same direction.
But intended to go over, and it goes for 4 runs.
Yes.
Excellent striking from the Western Storm captain. That was much better.
Well, that's much well better.
Yeah. You can have slipped back into a West Country improper grammar.
That's a bit like when I go home to Birmingham and I'm getting very excited.
Flipping into where's it
my
to?
Brummie accent. Oh, you're going to say where's it to?
And all that, yeah.
And all that, yeah. Where is that to? And directly. Did you directly, or was that more Devon?
Oh, not really,
It's a
but
single
I'm
leg.
sure my granddad probably says that. I have to translate for my husband with my granddad. So I said to him the other day, I was like, "You're being really rude. What are you doing?" And he said, "I just didn't understand what your
No
granddad was
idea what
saying."
your granddad said.
I was like, "Oh, okay, that makes sense." But it comes across really rude because he kind of just stares blankly or just doesn't really give an answer when he's been asked a question.
He needs to read the subtitles. 75 for 2.
I love local dialects from anywhere in the world. It's Turner comes in. Because it'd be really boring if we all spoke the same.
There's no run there. Yeah, interestingly enough, I mean, I was talking during the innings break about having met inadvertently a lot of the Australian parents during the Ashes. Long story. However, I was trying to teach Alyssa Healy's. So I've got to pronounce that.
That is a name drop.
Because she kept saying, "No, it's Alyssa," and I'm like, "Doesn't know what I just said." Anyway, trying to teach the Australian captain's mum to say, "Hey up me duck," when she was in Nottingham, and then she was going round the room, "Hey up me duck, hey up me duck." I think she got it in the end, and then of course when she came to Birmingham, I was going, "Now you've got to say all right." So I was teaching all the various dialects and local phrases. I'm saying it's just like saying good day. It's like, okay.
Yeah, it makes life more interesting. And
Sandy Healy, we had a lovely time, bonded. I think she thinks I'm some sort of honorary Australian now. I'm not quite sure how I feel about that. As that's defended down and there is no run. If anyone's interested for the cricket, 75 for 2.
yeah, that's what I hope you're here for.
A bit of colour from the Ashes. Yes, I found myself sat between Alana King's mum and Alyssa Healy's mum. And they were both delightful company, I have to say. But yes, teaching the Australian captain's mum to say "hey up me duck" was quite amusing. Love to face. She plays that down, and they're going to take a cheeky single there. Holly Armitage has to dive full length to field that ball back in. She'll have dirtied her trousers doing that, Hannah. Oh, she's made a northern grit though, isn't she?
Oh, that's all right. We're wearing dark
Armitage.
trousers.
yeah, not good, not so good in whites. Mine, I only ever played in whites, and getting the grass stains out of them is a proper challenge. Wilson plays that back past the stumps at the other end. I think we're going to get 4 here. We are. Lovely 4 there. See, Charlie loves those. Lean on it. Straight drive is on him. He'd like that. Straight drive back past the stumps, really, not even past the bowler. And lovely 4 more runs to the total, which are much needed. Western Storm needs 282, and they've got 76 or 80 now with that 4. 80 in reply, so a long way to go still. Wilson to face. Grace Hall still slinging it in from the loft end. That's through point. They're thinking about 2, but they've decided no, just one's enough. Oh, trying to test out Lauren Winfield Hill. She's not tall enough to field that, and is now waggling her hand as if she'd caught the end of the fingers there. I don't think it even got that close to her, but...
No, I love how you just claim that end as the Luff.
It's the Luff end. Sophie Luff end. It's up to me, isn't it? I'm doing that end. It's my end.
Are you allowed?
I am. Well, as the next Somerset player, I get to name that end, I think. Oh, that's up in the air, but it's over the top, I think. Yeah, dropping in front of the fielder, Dobson, and they get through for a single. Up in the air, but risk-free, fortunately, for Western Storm.
We mentioned Western-super-Mare are in the house today.
Oh, yes,
as well.
they are downstairs.
And I mentioned the link to Violet, but I forgot to mention the link to Sophie Luff because that's where I'm not sure if she started there, but she definitely had a link a good decade ago to Western-super-Mare Cricket Club.
Having a lovely time there downstairs.
As well
Keep
as
going past, and they're having a lovely chat down there.
As well as Lympsham men's team, and
it's quite a tongue twister, isn't it? So that's the end of the 17th over. Western Storm are 82 for 2. Luff on 28, Wilson on 37. So building a platform, as they say. I'm doing a cliche class, so I think I've ruined it. Luff on 28, Wilson on 37. So we need them to kick on from here. So they've gone through the 50. We're heading towards the 100 now at 87, aren't we? So we shall see. Charlie, you missed a lovely straight drive when you were out. I know, did you see it? Lent on it, straight down the hill.
Yep, so Phoebe Turner from the pavilion end.
And I think Lauren Winfield Hill's going to come. She's gone further back for this one because this is a bit quicker, isn't it? She put the helmet down. She's going to put the cap on in a minute. Ooh.
And Luff looks for another quick single, but
I'm not sure if she actually looked for it or was she just like
following
messing with Holly Armitage's head, because Holly Armitage is probably the closest to that. And she might, I think they probably would have got a single there, but it would have been very, very risky at this stage in the game.
Now very appreciative as well that Lauren Winfield Hill has put a hat on. So for that first delivery, she didn't actually have a hat on.
No, she didn't. That was disturbing, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's quite bright here. So
Sunny.
Hat now on, Turner in.
Ooh. Off the pads, potentially.
So we'll see what the umpire signals here. Leg
yeah,
buys.
Rose Dovey says
Leg
buys. Former Sri Lankan international, as we found out, has got a test average of 52 from one innings. But yes, former Sri Lankan. So she surprised them by being at a warm-up game for them, but hadn't told them, and has played alongside a lot of the existing Sri Lankan players. So it's a great bit of fun.
Turner to Wilson. Uses a lovely straight bat, and we'll get 1 run.
Yep. Eking it out, aren't they? As Sophie Luff looked like she was testing her legs. She went down heavily earlier in the field. I'm hoping there's no lasting damage for that.
She's managed to avoid injury for the most part of her career, but picking up a few this season, it seems.
She's trying to use that front edge of her bat again, I think.
Getting value for money here.
I mean, you know,
to make the most
you pay for the whole bat.
Yeah.
I never use the middle of my bat. I only ever use the edges because, you know, you don't want to spoil the middle, do you? Got to keep cleaning it.
She's so good.
I'm losing it now.
It's Sophie Luff on 28 at the minute, facing Turner.
Oh, there's a gap there.
Leg side, finds the gap, and it's going to race away for another boundary. This is exactly what Western Storm needs. Chasing a mammoth total. Require 7.7 and over. Diamonds posted 281 in the first innings. Western Storm still need 194.
Yes, we need Captain Fantastic. She's testing her legs, I think, at the far end. Come on, Captain Fantastic. Find a gap.
Turner to Luff. Again, finds a gap, as Claire mentioned. Squeezes it backwards, rotates the strike, and that's the end of the overs for Cap. His return to Phoebe Turner. Western Storm on 89 for 2. Luff on 33. The tunes.
What's that?
Can you hear the music in the background?
I'm sort of concentrating
It's a bit of a
noughties. Oh, yeah.
I can't think who it is, but yeah.
We could have
There's a lot of the throwbacks. I'm sure some of these players actually might
live
not be
streamy
born.
Oki.
Oh, definitely not. We do not need to hear
No.
my voice singing.
But we have had some good music, you're right. I don't know how much of that you're picking up in the background.
But there's definitely songs here which were definitely not around when some of these players were born.
Yes. Oh, of course, the best music was from the 80s.
I also was not born then.
No, well, yes, thank you for reminding me. I won't mention that was my college years. Nobody will know. Yeah, the 80s. God, great music from the 80s.
It does sound like a great era, to be fair.
It was a great era, music-wise.
And cricket-wise, not long
And
after.
cricket-wise, well, yeah, I mean,
first
cricket-wise for me.
women's cricket, first cricket World Cup full stop in 1973, wasn't it? It's the 50th anniversary.
Yeah, I can go. Well, I was 73. I won't tell you that I was 10 then,
Well,
because otherwise you'd be able to work my age out.
The 1980s obviously came after that, because that's how years
Yeah,
work,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
So
yeah.
a buzz of cricket, World
Yeah.
Cups are in play,
Yeah.
women's cricket is growing.
Yeah. Turner again from the far end, and that's worked through third. It's going to race away to the boundary. I think we're going to get 4 there. We're going to get 4 there. If you can, yes. I can't see that corner, but Hannah can. So that's 4 runs to the total. These are going to be absolutely golden, these boundaries, saving a lot of running with the legs and taking a lump out of that total. Charlie's just giving us a bit of what I've got my headphones well on the music's on, so I can't hear what he's saying.
I think he might have just said this is now Sophie Luff's top score this season in this competition.
Okay. Sophie Luff on 41, which is unbelievable, really, because
Yeah.
you'd think she'd have got a big... Anyway.
Because we're so used to that, aren't we?
We're so used to her, just knocking off the 50s, like, 50 there. Sophie Luff, she's 37. It was 41 a minute ago. It's gone back to 37. Scoreboard's catching up. Right, from the far end. She comes forward and tries to do the same thing again. Plays it to sort of backward point, but there is no run. Either side of her again, and she'd have got that single there. She's obviously eyeing this gap, but because the third fielder, Katie Levick, who's dusting herself down, she's at very deep third. 93 for 2 are Western Storm, chasing 282 to win this game. Turner through cover point plays Sophie Luff, and they just get through for a single. You'll notice that this Turner has no name and number on the back of her shirt because she's been pinched from the Thunder to play for Northern Diamonds. So Sophia Turner from the far end, from the Luff end, in to Wilson, buggles a bat. It's dropped short of the short third fielder because Levick had been brought into the circle there, but it was 2 bounces before she got to it. But it was it was clearly the shot that they were trying to trap her into playing by having that fairly short third. Poor old Katie Levick had to listen to 25 overs of me commentating up at Chesterfield that nobody else heard, so at least somebody heard it, I suppose. Turner into Wilson, who again tries to chop that through the point region. There is a fielder there, it's Stair Callis coming around, and then get through for a single. 95 for 2, heading towards that 100. Hannah, are you feeling any more on the optimism-ometer?
Oh, I'm always optimistic,
Yeah, me
sometimes
too, me
too
too.
optimistic. Sometimes it's dangerously optimistic.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I like edgily, dangerously optimistic.
But
think?
you know what? If these two keep going the way that they're going, it could be a really interesting match.
Yeah, Turner to Luff, comes forward, dobs it down, thinks about a single, and then Holly Armitage comes in and fields it. So there's no run there.
And if anything does happen and one of the young guns comes in, it'd be so exciting if somebody like a Neve Holland comes in
and plays the winning runs.
Yeah.
Could be. So apparently Neve Holland and Lizzie Scott struck up. I'll just do the end of the over. So end of the over, 19 overs, 95 for 2. Lisa Scott tells me, that's Lizzie Scott's mum, tells me that Lizzie and Neve Holland struck up a great friendship. I think they might have been roommates or something at the Under 19 World Cup. And when I said to Lisa, are you coming down to watch this game at Taunton? She said, no, but Neve Holland's mum's there. And she's like a spare mum to Lizzie, which I think is lovely. So we got this kind of cross-regional connections, which will serve them well, because, you know, if they can stay injury-free, they could be playing for many years to come, which is great news.
As Wilson hits it behind, and they'll take the single. Yeah, it's that cohort of players, isn't it, coming through?
So exciting, isn't it?
Because I'm not sure how much they would have played against one another in terms of county, because the county system,
No,
I don't know if
it won't
it
be cross-region, will they?
No,
They'll be more
I was about to say,
localised,
back in
won't
the-
it?
Yeah, back in the day, I don't know if it stays the same today, but it was more kind of.
I think it's more regionalised,
yeah.
like Central Sparks have got a West Mids League, County League and stuff. Yeah.
So we probably wouldn't have faced each other as much, but then you get into the academies, and that's where they do start to play against one another more, become more familiar. Turner.
No, we're not going to see the slow right arm of destiny. No, she's not interested. Rose
She
Dobbs
asked
is
the
not interested.
question.
Ask the question, yeah. Got to ask the question. Yeah, because the academies play against each other, don't they? And there's obviously warm-up games and things, so they will have played against each other now that they're regionally recognised, as it were, on whatever level.
Yeah, which is brilliant because you need that pathway. Play against different people, be challenged. Turner comes in, and Luff goes a bit fishing there. Misses. Dot ball.
Well, I suppose she can have a little tickle at that because the third is right out on the boundary, but and the wicket-keeper's quite a long way back.
Yeah, no, it's brilliant. This regional setup is getting bigger and better. It's Turner to Luff. Uses her feet, hits it aerially. Fielder attempts a one-handed, absolutely spectacular, but misses.
Trying to get up and over that.
Ball races away, and they'll come back for two. If
I think she. I was a bit worried she might have hurt. No, she's back up again. Good. Dobson made a good effort at that, but I think it was well wide. I don't think it was really a chance there.
Yeah, if that was taken, that would have been extraordinary.
Yeah, yes, it would have been extraordinary, indeed.
As Claire mentioned, I think that was definitely safe. Luff still on strike, currently on 40. Wilson also on 40 as Luff doesn't quite find the gap. Fielder there on the boundary. Tidies up.
Nearly at 100.
Yeah, Western Storm 99 for 2 at the moment, coming to the end of this 20th over. Should be the last delivery. Turner to Wilson this time. They're looking for a quick single.
Yes! That's the 100 up. Oh, I'm going to leave you in capable hands. Charlie's going to join you again. 100 up for Western Storm.
Applaud around the county ground here. Western Storm put 100 on the board, 2 wickets down, and perfectly. Luff on 41 and Wilson also on 41. A brilliant partnership they've built.
Oh, partnership of 83 so far, going nicely. This is exactly what Western Storm needed after, well, leaking a lot of runs when they were bowling, but also losing those 2 early wickets of the openers. But, well, these two, we said it right at the start, they're going to have to bear a lot of the responsibility. That's what Trevor Griffin was talking about. The top 6 not taking on enough responsibility. In the previous game, there's the worm. Look at that, it's not all that far behind here.
It's really not.
Goes up a lot at the end. You'll see the top right of that light blue worm. That's where Leah Dobson was really accelerating. But with these two in, they can stick around for a long time. And then, as you say, great point, you know, set a platform for someone like Neve Holland or another player to come in and start to smash it with a bit of a licence, as this is Fran Wilson cutting it away to the fielder just in front of point. Pick up another single, and they're just finding gaps here. The odd boundary, which keeps it going nicely, but they're just picking up gaps out there.
Yeah, required run rate of 7.9 on the scoreboard over there. So
yeah,
ideally 2 boundaries and over would be ideal.
They'd like that a lot lower if possible, keep it around 6 if they can, so they've got to try and get on top of that. Start to target a few bowlers. And this one just played into the leg side, bit of a glance off the hip, and it won't reach the boundary, but they will come back for a couple. We've got turners at both ends now. I did wonder if that would happen.
You did ask for that,
Very
and
pleased.
they have given that to you, so.
Double turner. So yeah, he brings back the days of both Overtons bowling at the same time from this ground. You'd see off one over from Jamie, and then there'd be Craig waiting to bowl 6 at you. They must have just been awful for batters when you had 2 Overtons. Just think, there's non-stop Overton. Now these turners obviously aren't related, but pretty much the same thing. Oh, this one goes through the hands of the fielder. That's the captain, Holly Armitage, who took an awful lot of pace off that ball there, so probably saved 3 runs, I reckon. That was going quickly, and there's not much cover behind her near the boundary. So she's doing what she's there to do. These two copying each other as their scoring goes, 44 and 42.
Anything you can do, I can do vibes, isn't it?
Yeah, and they're a good partnership. They're like that, and they're just picking up ones.
Brilliant partnership.
Yeah, it's worked well for Western Storm, but they need a lot more from them. It's not enough yet. Oh, planning to use her feet a bit here. She almost scooped it straight down the throat of the fielder, who's at short third. A little bit too obvious what she was trying there, I think.
Yeah, I had a sharp gasp because I thought, oh no, you're going to go straight down the throat of Katie Levick here. But luckily, drops in front.
Yeah, I always think when you see a shot like that, you think there's a lot of risk involved for just one run.
You know, if that brings you,
if there's a fielder right there, you don't. Yeah, bit of a risk. Oh, Sophie Love deciding that actually no, not the one. Turned back by Fran Wilson there. 105 for 2. But after there was 17 for 2, you started to think, well, this could be a quick finish. But actually, the captain and Fran Wilson have come together really nicely. But they've still got an awful lot of runs to get. What do they need? Another 177 from here. Run rate's now over 8, because that was a good over from Sophia Turner. The 2 batters come together for a chat under these lovely blue skies. Sunny day it's been now in Taunton since the rain left. The long shadows of the floodlights over the ground. Still quite warm out there.
Just looking at the fixture last year again. So Normal Diamonds hit 334 for 6 last year, and Western Storm were bowled up for 230.
Well, 334 is pretty much the same run rate over 50 overs as 281 is over 43, isn't it? It's about 6 and a bit, 6.5, just under 6.
You're right, 6.6 a heat. Do you know what? I think that could actually be spot on, because I think, didn't you search it? It was about 6 points.
Yeah, it was about 6.6 something. Yeah. So it's basically the same score.
Yeah.
Certainly the same run rate required.
With Western Storm, they'll be hoping to do one better this time.
Yeah. Yeah, quite a few more runs to chase down they need. This time it's going to be the captain.
And there's an appeal, but I'm not too sure what happened there. Rose Dovey's going to signal a leg bye, so it was off the pads.
Yeah, I don't think that was particularly close.
I'm not sure it was close either. Optimistic.
Yeah.
Armitage in the attack with her spin. Taking the pace off. And they could look for 2. Love sends Wilson back.
I like the idea.
Yeah, but I think it was the right decision in the end. We saw in the England game a bit of a mix-up the other day, didn't we, in terms of running one perhaps.
Yeah. I like that they're looking for 2, but you've got to be aware, you've got to know when to turn it down, that second one, and that was the right call, I think.
Definitely the right call.
There's great big gaps out here, so they can, if they're clever enough and hit it with the right amount of power.
As this time, it should race away for 4 runs, and it does indeed. Wilson with another boundary.
Bit of a race to 50 here, these two. Wilson on 47, Love on 45.
They've battled a lot together over the years, county and regional. The music in the background.
He's on DJ duties today. It's been, I tell you what, it's been varied, hasn't it?
It's so varied.
There's something for everyone.
There really is. It's brilliant. Armitage comes in. Wilson sees it out. Opting for spin. The captain brings herself on. Wilson hits that down to Lizzie Scott.
Looping delivery there, a lot of flight. Wilson on to 48 now. She's the one winning the race.
Be Luff on strike. What can she do? Captain Sophie Luff defends it back to Armitage, which brings the end of the over.
Well, you've got to wonder if she's really thinking about the race between them there, because she's just gifted the strike straight back to Fran Wilson. It's almost as if they're playing a different sport to the one I'm thinking about, which is first to 50.
Yeah, definitely team players, these two, as Western Storm 112-42, Luff 45 and Wilson 48 as we call a drinks break.
What does Sophie want? Because they're bringing drinks out. She seemed to be signalling for something.
Yeah, she's definitely given the drink sign, and
yeah, and the drinks are already on their way out. So maybe she's asking for some other drink. Yeah, she's just taking a look at the two of them. They both look quite warm out there, having batted for the best part of what, an hour, I guess. Now, what have we got being brought out? Oh, it's a different type of drink. I think it might be like electrolytes or something. Or...
I bet it's hot out there.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. They both look pretty hot, which is no surprise. Actually, the weather we've been having recently. And they're doing all the work themselves here at the moment, Luff and Wilson.
I mean, apparently it's only 24 degrees, but it definitely feels like more.
Well, we've got a lot of warm air sitting over us, haven't we, I guess?
27 now it says, so you just need to update it.
Oh, right. You just refreshed it, did you? So
yeah.
27's hot enough.
Now,
yeah,
you'd
get hot there, wouldn't you, in 27? Yeah. God, it's been some of it's unbearably hot over the last few days. Now, I don't complain often, because what I like is those evenings where I've finished in the office, the evenings cycling back when it's still about 24. Oh, that's lovely. Middle of the day is not quite so nice, is it, when it's 30 odd. Anyway, there are the bowling figures. Just the 2 wickets to fall so far, one to Sophia Turner and one to Lizzie Scott. Quite expensive from Phoebe Turner at the moment, 7.5-ish per over. And Vic going at 6 and over as well from her 2 overs. So this is the run rate. So Western Storm generally below, in fact pretty much always below the run rate of the Northern Diamonds, but not far.
Yeah, not too far at all.
Within catching distance.
Absolutely. One bad over from Northern Diamonds. Western Storm can soon capitalise on the momentum shifts, and next thing over above the line and sailing past.
There we go, that's each over comparison. So again, you'd say looking at that, there's a few over. It's pretty even, really. Northern Diamonds are definitely ahead, but really not far. So if these two stay in, this is what we're saying, if these two stay in for a while, and we've got an interesting finish potentially. Look at that huge partnership at the bottom and not much to talk about otherwise. 95-run partnership, these two have been great so far. But I'm afraid that's probably only half the job done, really. They need to look at doubling that if they can.
A record partnership would be amazing, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So what would it be? If they doubled it, it would be a 190-run partnership. Well, that would take them to 220 odd. Just under 210, basically. Which would take some... and then still, you'd need plenty of runs after that as well. You'd still need 70 odd from the rest of your team. So this is a big ask for Western Storm here. Team that's been shorn of Heather Knight, Lauren Filer and Danny Gibson, which is pretty tough, really, to lose those 3 big names. Problem is the England games coincide exactly with the this regional competition.
We've also just got from Mike Turner, as we were talking about it, which is perfect timing. Thank you, Mike. This is the highest stand Sophie Luff and Fran Wilson have ever put on together for Western Storm, currently 95.
God, I'm surprised at that.
Which that does surprise me as well, to be fair.
Given they've both played for a long time for Western Storm, and they're both very good players with good high scores. So obviously they want that. I guess if you looked at it, I'd be interested to see how many times one has gone big because the other one hasn't. And so they think, right, the responsibility's on me now. Whereas today maybe they're thinking, right, the responsibility's on both of us. We've both got to go. It's interesting dynamic, that. But thanks, Mike. Really good.
Yeah, really good start there.
Statistics. And as I say, there's still a long way to go on this. Bit of Eiffel 65 now. In blue.
I've seen some of the players dancing as well out there. And we've also had the result come in from South East Stars. They win by 107 runs against the Blaze.
Well, that is an interesting one, and we know that Northern Diamonds are still in with a chance of keeping this competition alive for them. Well, there's plenty of other teams that will look at that result and think, right, game on. How many games have we got left after today? Is it two teams, 2 games left for most teams, is it? 2 games each, so there's still plenty of points available. Taking into account the bonus points as well for a big win. That's another thing we ought to think about here, is that Northern Diamonds are really trying to bowl Storm out for as cheaply as possible to get that bonus point if they can. All right, drinks break done. We have how many overs left to go? 21 overs. And they need to score 170 runs. It's a big ask. 8 and over, just over 8 and over. And we're going to see Grace Hall. Down the ground from Fran Wilson. It won't go for 4, I don't think. No, they're going to come back for a second though. A bit of a fumble. And 2 runs added to the total. And Wilson moves to 50. Exactly 50 from 49 balls. And she's played really well. And I think she'll know, and we've talked about it, the fact that that's not job done. But Sophie Luff comes up the other end. And Fran Wilson's like, oh, go on then. Punch gloves.
Yeah, it was a little bit reluctant, that
Well,
wasn't
we've only
it?
had 1 ball since the drinks break, so, you know, we don't want to take too much time out of the game. But, yeah, straight away, picking up those 2 runs. Wilson wins that race to 50. What can she do now? Hall comes in, and defending it is Fran Wilson.
Also appreciated the scorers next to us. Gave a little round of applause in their little box.
There we go. We've got 2 local scorers here. Normally got 1 from each, but I don't know whether Northern Diamonds were able to send a scorer down, so we've got a freelancer in, I think.
And Polly Rhodes and Cecilia Shapansky, who her daughter plays for Somerset.
Yeah.
Lorraine.
I interviewed her before. Down the leg side, that'll be a wide.
Plays over at North Perrott as well.
Lovely ground, North Perrott.
Beautiful. We've got a nice little balcony on top as well.
Very
haven't
nice. Yeah, one of the good ones. That they quite often do some of the higher profile games there as well, don't they? Occasionally, you know, they might play a team like Dorset there or something when there's a warm-up game or something. Really nice ground, North Perrott. Hall in again then. What you can do this time is, again, it's a little bit wide, but Fran Wilson tucks it into the offside for just the 1 run. Bringing Sophie Luff on to strike. She's 5 runs away from her 50 now as well. Field spread wide on the leg side. Only the 1 deep fielder out on the offside for Sophie Luff. She is forcing it onto the offside, but she hasn't been able to get it past the short backwards point fielder. So no runs. Good from Hall. Barring that wide. Hard to get away.
Just trying to refresh the Rachel Hayhoe Flint trophy table, but it's not quite updated yet, I don't think.
Still reeling from the Blaze result, I guess that's why. And Luff this time just finding a gap on the leg side. They'll run through. Scamper a single. She moves to 46. Takes another step towards 50, just a boundary away now. Another round of applause. Oh, the 100 partnership's up.
The 100 partnership from 109 balls.
Yeah, good going. 109 balls if you didn't catch that. So it's a good rate. Not quick enough at the moment, but we've got to start somewhere. Got to stay in first of all. 100 runs up. This is fired down towards the fielder at long on by Fran Wilson. She'll move to 52. End of another over, so she's kept the strike there as well. Storm 118 for 2, a partnership of 101 now.
Yeah, good from Storm. As you mentioned, these 2 are key to their success today. Still a big challenge ahead, 8.2 per over required, but possible. Definitely possible. They're not out of it at all yet.
No, they're going to have to start thinking about when to target overs, aren't they? Got 20 overs left. So you're going to have to think, right, we can't just keep going 1s and 2s here and there. We're going to have to start targeting bowlers. Having said that, Northern Diamonds are going to have to start bowling them bowlers that perhaps aren't the frontliners. A bit like Holly Armitage, perhaps, who's very useful, but probably not your frontline spinner.
And that's a brilliant shot by Fran Wilson. Beats the fielder, 4 runs. Sweeps it behind. See it on the replay. Comes out, reverse sweeps. Fielder misses, and it races away. More like that from Western Storm, they'll be very happy. Again, uses her feet, but sees it out on this occasion. Responds well.
Biggest score of the season for Fran Wilson. I think up to that point was 43.
Contributed in most matches, and she goes aerial. There is a fielder there, and Lizzie Scott unfortunately drops the catch. It was difficult. She had to make some room. Slid into it and spills it.
Tough one. Tough chance. Yeah, came in at a difficult level, sort of had to dive forwards, never easy.
And not to make excuses, the sun is also directed at her too.
Yeah, not easy in the lower September sunshine.
Yeah, as you
time of day.
Can see the angle it was coming at Holly Armitage there, even just returning the ball, had to put her arms in front of her eyes there just to get a bit of shade to see where the ball was coming from then. As Wilson remains on strike. Again reverses, but it skips it straight into the hands of the fielder. Armitage strikes, and that's the end of Fran Wilson for 57. Played a shot that perhaps didn't need to.
I wonder whether she was targeting this over. They put the fielder in place for that shot. She does play it quite a lot, the reverse to the spinner. Yeah, a bit of a top edge, wasn't it? Looped straight to the fielder. That's a massive breakthrough now. Sophie Luff is going to have to take on the charge. There you go.
See it again.
Yeah, top edged it. Easy catch.
But a brilliant innings nonetheless from Fran Wilson. Just a shame she didn't see it out with Luff, but it is a team sport. So we'll see what the middle order can do.
Yeah, well, you can't complain at that as a partnership, can you? That's brilliant from those two. As you say, Luff's still there, and there's still plenty of talent in this side. Problem is for Western Storm, they haven't seen it all come together as they would have liked much this season in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. What do they need? Another 158.
It doesn't sound so bad now, does it?
158?
Yeah,
Easy.
doesn't sound as bad. Well, considering to start with, it's all they need 190 odd, and you know, it soon trickles down.
Yeah, we're going to be. Who have we got? It's Neve Holland.
It
Two
is
Somerset players out together for
And
Western Storm.
She kind of reminds me of the young Sophie Luff in the way of how she burst onto the scene and the expectation. And
Well, last time I watched her back in the flesh, if you like, not on TV or listening or on a live stream, she was run out for Western Storm by her partner, and she was just getting going, Neve Holland. So I'm hoping that we'll get to see a bit more without it coming to an abrupt stop.
as she sees off her first ball. And that should end. Armitage is over. It does indeed. So Western Storm 124 for free now, as Fran Wilson had to depart. Luff on 47 and Holland on 0, facing just for one delivery.
Well, Holland has got 44 this season against Southern Vipers. She also scored 28 not out against Sunrisers. However, she's also had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 single-figure scores, one of which was not out.
All counts for the average.
2 of them are ducks. So she's had a bit of a up and down season in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. So we'll begin to see to what she's got today.
Mike Turner sent in another stat as well for Fran Wilson's 5th score of 50 for Western Storm this year.
That's including Charlotte Edwards Cup, presumably, is it? Then?
And said, again, only Sophie Luff in 2021 has scored 5 50s in a season before for Storm.
Well, very good. Yeah, Wilson's been doing well.
Always a steady contributor.
Well, now I wonder how Sophie Luff plays this, because what she could do is take it on, be aggressive, or does she just settle in with Niamh Holland a little bit here and just think, no, let's not put Niamh under pressure, let's just build slowly and then we'll accelerate again. Problem is you're running out of time now. Run rate's getting up to 8.4, so that's actually getting quite high now. But Niamh Holland she's got a very classic looking drive and pull shot, so she can definitely play. Oh, big drive, no connection. All swing, no ding, they say, don't they? That's one of those.
I don't think I've heard that for about a decade either, to be fair.
Was that the cliche klaxon going off in the background, was it? Can't believe I fell into that one.
I haven't heard that for yonks.
Yeah. I can't say I've ever used it in a match when I've been playing.
Oh, unfortunately,
You can say
yeah.
that. Oh, right.
I used to chat like awful.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Doing the same again. This time she has connected. It'll just be a single.
Used to think I was hilarious, clearly, but tragic when you look back, and pure embarrassment.
Tragic,
now.
was it? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely tragic. I thought I was hilarious, but yeah, no. And I don't know how I was so like. I think with cricket, like, you could become a different person, you know. You could be on the team, you're cheering your teammates on, and whereas like at school I was quiet as anything. Whereas like on a cricket pitch, I don't know who I thought I was.
Were they quite surprised to see you outside of cricket and discover you were quite quiet, were they?
I don't know, just possibly.
Hall to Holland, who's driving. Now, how would you describe that then, Hannah? That shot.
I'm not going to say what you just said. I'd say she's missed it.
She's missed it.
Yeah,
playing a miss.
Yeah, playing a miss.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
No swing noting. Oh dear. I haven't heard that in ages. That's tickled me.
That's 1, 2, 4 for 3. Oh, she got something on that one. I think so. Bit of an edge. Runs all the way for 4. What's the umpire saying? Yeah, giving it his runs. So Holland picks up her first boundary. In fact, her first runs of the day.
Well, as mentioned, it doesn't matter what it looks like. It's in the scorebook. That's a 4.
As Hannah and Claire both joining in with the cha-cha slide. It's going on at the moment. 129 for 3 at the moment. Holland 4. Luff is approaching her 50. She's on 48. Hannah's going to take a bit of a break, and she'll be back with us later on. But Claire Jenkins is coming alongside me now. Former Somerset player, just like the two batters that we see out at the moment. Both Somerset players.
Cha-cha slide into my seat, and that's dobbed down for no run. Oh, a little dance.
Well, let's enjoy the sunshine while, you know.
Yeah, we're still basking in the optimism, which we think is probably going to start to fade, potentially.
They're going to need to start scoring.
Oh, they're thinking about a run, and there's a bit of a half-a-rounder from... Oh, and a shot at the stumps. Oh, she's splooted across the crease at the non-striker's end there, did Niamh Holland.
Oh, Sophie quite right, saying no, absolutely not. We need runs, but we don't want to give away wickets. But they are going to need to start going quickly now, aren't they?
They are. Armitage. Oh, that's off the top of the top edge to short third, but it was dropping in front of the fielder, so no chance of a catch there from Luff, who twizzles her bat in anticipation of the next ball from Holly Armitage, right arm over. Comes forward, plays that to mid-on. The fielder, Lizzie Scott, has to run in for that, but they get a single.
Just looking at Luff's score, 49 from 72 now. You just feel like you need to up that rate.
Yeah.
You know, in this situation where you need 8.8 and over. Yeah, can't complain about the runs, that's great, but now, from this point onwards, you've got to start turning the screw. Yeah, got to start speeding it up.
Armitage to Holland. Plays that straight to the cover fielder, but there is a miss of field, and they get through for a single. Score moves to 131, 131 for 3. In the 26th over, 43 over game this because we were rain shortened at the beginning. Luff to face Armitage. Thinks about coming forward, but then instead plays it to square leg. The Stair Callis comes running in, and that's her 50. So Captain Fantastic's 50. Let me just check. Yeah, that comes off 73 balls, 5 fours. So the captain's not, as they say. She waves her back to the bench, and the appreciation of the crowd you can hear coming through. So that's, yes, well done, Sophie Luff. Now, as you quite rightly said, she's probably going to have to up that with 8.8 required and over. In the other games, I'm just doing a quick refresh there. I've got Sunrisers needing 36 runs off 12 overs against Central Sparks at Chelmsford, so they only need 3 and over,
yeah,
so that looks like a fairly, with only 3 wickets down, 192 for 3 they are, so they're on the charge there. Meanwhile, Western Storm here obviously need 152-ish runs. I don't know. So we shall see. Oh, that's edged, and the fielder is having to run after that. They're going to get 2. You get 2 there?
Yeah.
2. Yeah, it's Grace Hall having to run down towards us to reel that one in. And the score moves on to 132, 134 for 3. Less than 150 they need here, Western Storm. So another milestone ticked off as Luff plays that straight to, I think it's Katie Levick or somebody at mid-off.
Does look like she's just taking the initiative a bit more now with that kind of shot.
And they certainly look like they're trying to not charge the bowlers, but come forward to play this.
Yeah, get them off their lengths, yeah why not?
Yeah, put them off their lengths, indeed. Levick, right arm, bit of right arm mystery spin. Oh, has it gone straight through? It has. Katie Levick, I'm afraid, gets another wicket. So Niamh Holland is bowled by, it is Niamh Holland, isn't it?
Yep.
Yes, bowled by Katie Levick for 5 off the 4 balls she's faced. So much promise, but a bit of guile there. I mentioned that earlier. I think Katie Levick is one of those bowlers that just makes things happen. A little bit like somebody like Sophie Eccleston. You just know that when they come on, everything's in play. And Niamh Holland, unfortunately, great under 19, England under 19, has to make her way back to the bench.
Well, she's only in her 3rd over here, Levick, who could cause some real problems as the Storm tried to up the ante.
And Nat Wraith, the wicketkeeper, is joining her captain at the crease here. Western Storm find themselves 135 for 4 in the middle of the 27th over.
To show us any turn. Oh no, keeper's in the way, but I think there is a little bit of turn.
Yeah. Can't see there, but yes, I think there's guile and bamboozlement from Katie Levick. There's a bit of mystery spin, and it's a fairly it's a very distinct action as well, isn't it? It almost comes from
Here we go.
the back of her head somewhere.
From the front. Yeah, it does. I think, even though we saw it in fast motion there, but yeah, it does look like there's a bit of turn, I think.
I think she knows the batters that she's likely to be up against, and has a plan accordingly as Northern Diamonds swap the field round. So let's see what they end up doing when they settle. So Levick to bowl to the new batter, Nat Wraith, and they've got a slip in, they've got a backward point and a very deep cover point on the boundary, and that's played straight to the cover fielder, and there is no run. Still 135 for 4, so need 147 off these last few overs. Played, that's edged down, fine leg of short fine Alex Hartley, and they get through for, did they get 2 there?
Yep.
Yep. 2 runs to the total. 137 for 4. Western Storm batting. Northern Diamonds in the field. Northern Diamonds were put in to bat by Western Storm. Levick. past the bat of Nat Wraith, keeping Lauren Winfield Hill very interested there. That's the end of the 27th over. Western Storm are 137 for 4, Luff on 53, Wraith on 2.
Yeah, so Luff here is going to have to take the initiative, isn't she? Going to have to be the one who drags, not necessarily drags, who propels her team over the finish line, if that's what's going to happen. But it really does need her to stay around here, as we see that there's membership, don't forget, for next year, available later this month.
Groundbreaking initiative by Western Storm to get your membership, £45 will get you free entry to all the home games. Lots of discounts and things, so well worth the money as Armitage comes in, and that's a full toss.
Oh, shot, Sophie.
Yeah.
Well, I know, it was there to be hit, but
Whoa.
lovely stuff.
Whoa. Nice.
Don't mind a few more of those, I shouldn't think.
You said Sophie Luff needs to take the initiative, and she presented with a prize, an opportunity there from Holly Armitage, and
Yeah,
took the gift that was offered.
it's not going to be on offer
Luff
every
to
time.
face. No, she has to rock back, but this time can't get it past the ring, and there's no run. 141 for 5. So heading towards the 150 milestone, another one to tick off on the way, but needing almost 9 and over, which is going to be really hard. Armitage and Luff plays that to long on. Leslie Scott comes in and fields that. Just the single. 142 for 4. Chasing 282 to win this game. Needing 9 and over. Need to start swinging out here, don't they?
Yeah.
Armitage in Wraith this time. Rocks back and plays that backward of point. It's racing down, but there is a fielder after it. They're going to think about a 2, but they think against a 2. Yeah, it's probably wise.
Yeah, I wonder if they want Luff on strike as well.
Yeah, they want Luff on strike. Yeah,
Maybe, just as she's set, whereas Wraith still
getting
in.
her on in, as it were. Long shadows. Charlie mentioned the September sun going down.
Another
It's
full
played-
toss.
Yeah, it's played down to Lizzie Scott again at long on. Again, another single. Nicely fielded by Lizzie Scott. Wraith to face Armitage. Rocks back, plays that to the cover point fielder on the boundary, and there is a single. We've got a fair crowd in. I was looking up at the stand next to where our commentary position is. That was full. It's a good view up there, mind, because you're looking down at the same height as we are. I like it up there. It's chilly if it's cold, but it's a nice warm day, so it's a good place to watch the cricket from.
It's one of the best spots in the ground, I reckon, up there.
Yeah, I like it up there. Meanwhile, at Chelmsford, Sunrisers need 26 off 10.5 overs, so they need 2.48 and over to beat Sparks. If they're going to do that, they're only 3 wickets down as Levick comes in.
That's a attempted cut shot from Wraith, but she's not got hold of it. This goes through to the keeper. Got a slip in place here to Katie Levick. Not surprised, she's getting a bit of turn. Could just invite the outside edge. And again, Wraith is trying to just get it into the offside, but she can't connect with it at the moment.
Stair Callis, isn't it? I
Yep.
kind of feel like she should be one step to her right, but that's just personal preference, I suppose, about where you stand.
Coming down the wicket here and just playing it into the leg side this time. No run. And Wraith just already half the over gone. Levick really does race through these overs. And that can be hard for a team. Well, that one's fuller. And once more, they can't find the gap. This is very good so far. 4 balls in.
Tantalising.
Racing through this. Not a run from it yet. Can't afford that. Run rate now approaching 10. Using her feet again, and that time it has gone past the fielder. They will pick up at least one. She tried to find that gap, but hasn't
They're going to come back for 2.
forced it. They will run a second, and they'll
Easy
get there
second, yeah.
fairly comfortably. And there is just the 2 added, but it means Wraith's back on strike now. But she moves up to 8 runs, or is she on 6? 6
They
runs.
are rearranging the field. Holly Armitage gone.
Here comes Levick again. This one's
Short
shorter and
fire.
wider. Given as a wide. Well left by Wraith, who I think was pretty confident in leaving it.
Well, that's the thing to do. You're going to get a bonus ball and a run, so
Yeah. don't want to reach too far. You
Potentially.
can only really push it into the square side of the offside. This is just defended, so that extra ball was defended, which I guess she'll say, well, I had to because it was a dangerous ball, but I wonder if her captain will come down and say, yeah, just might think about playing those shots now.
Yes.
With 9.6
Don't leave
needed.
too many dots out there.
Just the 3 from it, then that over. Very good from Katie Levitt, who's picked up 1 for 20 from 4 overs.
And meanwhile, at Chelmsford, Central Sparks picked up another wicket, so Grace Potts has got somebody bowled. Anyway, they're 4 wickets down, but they only need, Sunrisers only needs 25 off just over 10 overs at 2.46. So looking like a Sunrisers win, but who knows? Central Sparks get some more wickets. Meanwhile, back here, Armitage to Luff. Place that, lost deletes, but straight to the fielder, Turner, who fields it back to her captain, her new captain. She's crossed the pen lines.
She just ran on that one, didn't she? He just
yeah,
fired
just hit
it
it
in.
and ran, which I think is what they've got to do, isn't it? So 149 for 4, tithering on the edge of that 150. Armitage, this time to Wraith. Rocks back, tries to play it, tries not to leave that dot, but unfortunately can't get it any further than just in front of her.
And this is why it was so important that Fran
Tidied
Wilson
up.
stayed in. Just needed that skill and experience that both ends, really. At the moment, it's Sophie who's forcing it.
Yeah, Wraith comes forward, plays that underneath the fielder at short mid-wicket, and they get through for a single.
You're absolutely right. It was like a shock in your voice, but it was it's almost deliberately played underneath.
Yeah.
150.
Yeah, that's the 150. I'm going to take my half here, the PA there. 150 up for Western Storm. Still a mountain to climb, as they say. 100 and a lot. Oh, not very many. That's up and over, and it's going to drop in front of Lizzie Scott. So 2 bounces, and she fields that back into her captain. 151 for 4. Wraith back on strike. She's got 7. Charging again. It's through the gap. That's going to be a lovely 4. We'd like that one.
That's her best shot.
Charlie likes that one.
Very nice.
Through the covers for 4. Nat Wraith. She came forwards and played a beautiful stroke.
Yeah, lovely footwork.
Yeah, really nice. Off the front foot. Opened that front foot, opened it up, played through the covers.
Well, hopefully that's the shackles burst through now for Nat Wraith.
Yeah. Armitage to Wraith. It goes back, this time plays it through the mid-wicket. There's a few bounces to the fielder, and they get through for a single. So, yes, maybe a bit of a confidence boost there for Nat Wraith, who's now pinched the strike at the end of that over by taking that single. That's 30 overs gone. 156 for 4 are Western Storm. Luff on 61. Wraith on 12. Still a lot per over, isn't it? Over almost 10 and over now. 43 over game because we were shortened by rain this morning.
Yeah, clear blue skies now. Gorgeous evening.
Great day to watch cricket on at Taunton. Beautiful setting here, as I mentioned earlier.
In comes Levitt, and this is Wraith, who's just able to push this outside of the inner ring for a single. Through to point, and they'll run it. So Luff on to strike now. She's 61, top scorer in this innings. Not quite the top scorer in the game. That's held by Lauren Winfield Hill, who went for 83, I think it was in the end. 83, yep. 68 for Dobson, not out too. So this time she's rocking back again, trying to make room for herself. Doesn't hit it, can't have been far away from edging it behind to Winfield Hill.
I want to pick the right ball. She was trying to play that late and through the point region.
Levick in again to Luff, who uses her feet, comes forward, plays it towards long on. And again, just the one run. Well, that won't bother Northern Diamonds, I don't think, the ones, when there's a run rate of 9.9. They will only be bothered about leaking boundaries here. And that's what Western Storm have got to focus on. Might need to get a bit innovative, I think. Fired down the ground, but bouncing off the fielder. And they run through for a single.
Bit of juggling.
Yeah, I wonder if that hit her knee. I think there's a bit of skipping around to try and get the pain out of her knee, which is where the ball possibly thudded into. Lizzie Scott it is down there. And they send her back to long off.
Back.
And they bring in a square leg. And Armitage comes a bit closer at cover as well, as this one is turned around the corner but straight to the fielder, Callis, who throws it back in. So they're just struggling to find these gaps. There are gaps around if they can guide the ball there, but at the moment Northern Diamonds well on top. As Levitt comes in and this time forcing it out through the cover area. There should be a stop for Sophia Turner. There is, and they'll only get the one run. I realise I've overstayed my welcome by 1 over, so I should naff off now and allow Hannah to come back in.
Thank you, Charlie. I'm sure he'll be coming back in later. So Mike Turner's got us another stat. Nat Wraith is now the 10th player to reach 500 career runs for Western Storm. How great is that? So a milestone reached by Nat Wraith, the wicketkeeper and now batter at the moment. She's batting with her captain, Sophie Luff's on 63, and the aforementioned Nat Wraith on 14. Keep the stats coming, Mike. Thank you very much for Mike Turner, who's at lunch taken early on Twitter if you want to follow his stuff. He's also enjoying the fact that we credited the scorers, so we've got Cecilia Shapansky and Polly Starkey in the box next to us.
Polly Rhodes.
Polly Rhodes. Polly Rhodes. What did I say?
Polly
Starkey. Oh, I got the wrong Pollies now, didn't I? I got my naughties mixed up. Oh, it's straight to that fielder, but it's put down. So Sophie Luff takes a life there. Off Holly Armitage's bowling. And for punishment, the fielder who didn't take the catch is being moved across into the short mid-wicket region. And the short cover, and they're sending out long off, I think. Armitage, this time to Wraith. Lizzie Scott fields that in, they get a single. I've got my Polly's mixed up. Polly Starkey's Naughty Child podcast, that's why I was there. And then Polly Rhodes is our lovely scorer today. She always gives me a bit of a hug.
But brilliant Pollies, both of them.
Yeah,
so.
both brilliant Pollies, both cricket related. So Armitage into Luff, who tries to have a swing at that and misses it completely and looks accusingly at the pitch like, where did that bounce and where did that go? Missed it completely. Dot ball, unfortunately for Western Storm, as Armitage comes in. Stuttering run. Sophie Luff plays that into a gap in the offside. Not moving particularly easily as she comes towards us with an easy single. 163 for 4.
And it's glorious here once again. The sun is beaming across the ground.
Yeah, long shadows as Armitage comes in, this time to Wraith, who can only nurdle that straight to the fielder and there is no run.
I mean, something's actually reflecting the sun into my eyes, and I kind of looked at it and now I've got like a black blob in front of my...
Oh no, like, yeah, when you look at the sun.
Just don't look
again.
left.
Look straight at the pitch.
It's glorious.
Armitage into Wraith, comes forward, plays that into the mid-wicket region. You almost feel like they've left that gap to make them go for singles because they know that singles is not going to be enough. That's the end of the over. 32 overs gone. Western Storm are 164 for 4, Luff on 65 and Wraith on 16. And a bit more tunes. We've got some good tunes, like we said. The DJs.
Really good tunes.
Yeah.
Yeah, something's reflecting the sun off every time I try to look
Every
at you,
time
Claire.
me, but don't look at me. It's always best not
But
to.
it's getting hidden by the scoreboard to the left of us now, which makes it a little bit easier, but absolutely blinded by the glorious Somerset sunshine down here.
So Western Storm need. I think it's not caught up yet, but let's go to Sunrisers. Need 24 off 54 balls, so they've got a much easier task there than we have here at Taunton in terms of Western Storm. As Wraith plays that through the covers to the fielder doing the sweeping up, and they get through for a single. Wraith on 17 and Luff about to face on 65. 165 for 4. Levick. Bit of magic spin from the Luff end to Sophie Luff. Comes forward, plays it up and over. There is a fielder there, but I think, yes, drops on her knees. And they're going to get 2 here while they tidy that up and
I think that
find
should
out
have been
how big
taken.
I don't know. It's difficult to tell because we're looking down the line of the ball where that actually bounced, but it was in the air for a while, wasn't it? And then it as she went down to ground, it hit her knees, and they got the 2 runs, and that's played late and up and over the point fielder. It's going towards the boundary, but it's going to get reeled in by Sophie Turner, and they get through for 2. Score moves to 169 for 4. Luff on 69, Wraith on 17. Shadows falling across the ground. The flats to the left of our commentary position, casting a larger and larger shadow. It's almost reaching the 25 yards. Well, it is reaching the 25 yard circle at 1 point behind Rose Dovey at square leg.
Levick comes in. That spin. Left decides to leave that one.
Hoping for a wide, perhaps.
Luff on 69. Tries to sweep it behind. Quick hands from Winfield Hill. But luckily, her foot's behind the line. She's not out, and it's a wide delivery signalled by umpire Widdop.
So Widdop at the far end.
Levick returns to her mark.
Ooh,
Luff uses her feet, and that's a glorious shot.
Charlie would love that one.
Through the covers for 4 runs.
Gorgeous shot. Captain Luff. Captain Fantastic Sophie Luff.
Moves her score to 73 from 92. 108 runs they're searching for at the moment. 61 balls remaining and 6 wickets still in the hand for Western Storm. But as we get lower down the order, it is the less experienced players, the more of the youngsters that will be exposed. Luff rotates a strike for 1 run. He's looking for 2, but definitely not a 2 there. And that ends the over.
Get the strike, doesn't she?
So Western Storm 175 for 4, Luff on 74, and Nat Rafe at the other end on 17. And as you mentioned, it'll be still Luff to face.
Yeah, 10 overs to go. How can Western Storm do with this? It seems like a big task. However, we mentioned earlier that Northern Diamonds want the win, which will be handy to them because they will leapfrog. But if they get the win plus a bonus point, they will get 5 points out of this game. So it's in Northern Diamonds' interest to finish this quickly, and it's in Western Storm's interest to try and see how many deliveries they can take as Captain Holly Armitage comes in from our end, and that's a big sweep, but it's straight to the fielder. I think it's Dare Callis there at square it is, and there is no run.
Yeah, the table is looking interesting now. It's updated, so the gap between Southie Stars and the Blaze is closed. So after 12 matches, the Blaze 38 points, Southie Stars 31 points. So it is closing up at the top there.
It'll be interesting after this game and the other game going on, as Sophie Luff plays that to sort of deep cover, and they get through for a single.
Also on 12 matches is the Vipers, and they're on 28 points. And then you've got Central Sparks on 27, currently play. Are you still currently playing, or have they finished?
They are
They're still currently playing.
Yeah, I'll give you an update on that in a minute. Armitage to Wraith, plays a beautiful shot, but there is a fielder there. Oh, it's through her hands, and it's 4. Oh, that's going to be handy 4, and it could have been a really nasty wicket for Western Storm. It was coming out of the sun at the fielder, who's 10 or 20 yards in from the rope. Burst through her hands and across the boundary for 4, and we've got a bit of whim away there. As Armitage comes into Wraith. What can she do this time? She hits it. Oh, and the captain gets one hand to it, but they get through for a single. Catch chance off her own bowling there. Holly Armitage nearly got a left hand to it, but only succeeds in sort of knocking it over the crossbar, and they get through for the single. 181 for 4. Luff to face. Comes forward, tries to play it up and over, but only succeeds in squeezing it to the point field, and there is no run.
Yeah, but it's not quite falling for Northern Diamonds in terms of the catches, whereas it felt like Western Storm, they were like magnets, weren't they?
Yeah.
When the chances came, they took them a bit more difficult here.
Great
for
catch
Diamonds.
from Fran Wilson earlier, and there's an appeal there, but as Sophie Luff makes a sweeping shot and gets a single off the end of the over again. And that's 34 overs gone. Western Storm are 182 for 4. Sophie Luff on 76. Nat Wraith on 22.
Yeah, runs to win now 100, balls remaining 54. So 2 a ball basically, isn't it?
Yeah. Meanwhile, Sunrisers need 19 off 43 balls at Chelmsford to beat Sparks. They are 5 wickets down now. They need 228 and they're at 209 for 5 at Chelmsford. So let's see if Central Sparks can get some more wickets or Sunrisers.
Oh, wow. Sunrisers might be getting back-to-back wins.
Might be getting another. And you wonder whether Dane van Neerkerk, now not playing for them, but perhaps has passed on some wisdom to Grace Scrivens, who's now the captain down there.
Levick. In the air, but one bounce before the fielder. That's a single. You can see what she's trying to do, but just finds the line of the fielder instead.
Western Storm need 100 now, 54 balls, is that right? Yeah. One less ball there.
Yeah, 99 from 53.
99 for 53.
Field around.
Just going to take some boundaries. Yeah, as they swap fielders. So they're sending somebody out to deep long on. Somebody into short mid-wicket.
Levick to Rafe. Finds the edge of a bat that time. Returns the ball back to the bowler.
No run.
And Rafe puts her hands through that. But it's going to plug in the outfield. Boundary rider tidies it up. I just fell a little bit dead there, didn't it?
Yeah. I've got reflection because we're sat in a box next to another box next to another box. The scorer's next to us and then the press people, etc. And I'm getting reflection, so I'm seeing players on the other side of the pitch. So I'm looking and thinking, there's a load of kit there. Oh no, it isn't. That's the other side. That's just a reflection.
Levick comes in. Luff misses.
She's having a word with herself. Yeah, she's flinging a bat like, what was I thinking there? What was I thinking? As they adjust the field again, they're gonna take the field around, possibly try and keep Luff in a position.
Luffy Stuffy, it's gone aerial. Fielder's gone round to it and drops the ball over the boundary. What's going to be signalled? It is a 6. A 6 has been signalled. Messy in the field there, but Luff will not mind that. She put her arms through it and gets the maximum there. Fielder probably could have done better there. She knocks it over the rope. This time Luff hits it behind. Fielder's going to save it for 1.
Stair Callis sort of squashing over the top of that. End of the over.
Productive over for Western Storm. Is it 9 runs off it in the end? 191 for Luff on 84 and Nat Rafe on 23. 8 overs remain.
Dare Western Storm dream of the win and also of their captain getting to 350.
49 balls for Western Storm.
Yes, 91 off 48 balls. 91 off 48 balls. It's a tough task, but if you're hitting 6s, you're taking a chunk off that, aren't you?
You are indeed.
I think it's time for me to have a little rest, and I will leave you in Hannah's capable hands. Charlie Taylor will be joining you shortly.
Armitage to Luff, who swipes. Misfield. They're looking to come back, but they just get the 1. Nat Rafe was halfway down the track then when she called Luff to come for that single, putting the pressure on the field. Charlie Taylor coming into the attack as well now.
Well, let's see if Sophie Luff and Nat Wraith can get Western Storm to the fringes of a victory. This one is nicely swept by Nat Wraith. That's going to go all the way for 4 runs. So these two, well, we said Sophie needed someone out there with her. Nat Wraith doing a good job at the moment.
Yeah, she certainly is. 27 for her so far, and looks like the field just kind of let that go then, doesn't it? kind of looked at him and thought, yeah, that's going.
I've just been outside for a bit on the balcony, and the sun is low, and so there's drop catch over there. I don't blame her at all.
Yeah.
Because the sun is strong and low, and it is hot as well.
I did give her that one, to be fair, because you can see bowlers as well putting their arm.
Here comes Armitage, and this one is sort of heaved, if you like, down the ground, but only to mid-wicket. He makes a good stop. Almost looks like that player's wearing a flat cap there for the moment, but maybe that's just because it's the Yorkshire-based team that we're looking at. I'm sort of thinking it. Another sweep shot, well swept. Oh, that's another 4. Oh, Wraith is enjoying these sweeps at the moment. Oh, the way things are going, what? The run rate's up to 11.5, still high. That is still a very high run rate to try and chase down here, but the 200 is up now for Western Storm. They require another 82 from, how many overs have we got left? 7.2. That's a lot. But stranger things have happened. In comes Armitage again, and this time again in a shot into the leg side, which has evaded the fielder this time, but only for a single. It brings Luff on to strike for the last ball of this over. Luff, who's on 85. Trying to find out, and maybe Mike, who's listening in, who's good at statistics, has Sophie Luff scored 100 at Taunton for Western Storm before?
I think
she must have done at some point. She's got 7 list A hundreds. One of those, surely, at least must have come.
Unless they've all been at Bristol. She's definitely scored one at Bristol.
Yeah, that's what I can remember. Ones at Bristol.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think if there was one at Taunton. If anyone can help us out on that.
There's got to be one at Taunton, surely.
But if not, if we've got, I mean, if this is the one, you know, she's approaching her first one. Then
if not, don't tempt it.
Let's not even talk about it. Let's not talk about it. But at the moment, even with all these excitement and Western Storm's batting, Northern Diamonds, you have to say, it's still box seat here. They are the ones who have got it all to lose, if you like, the way they are set at the moment. What won't be pleasing to them is the fact they're probably not going to get a bonus point win from here. I haven't got the stats on that, but even the fact that Western Storm have reached 200 suggests to me that net run rate's not going to be quite big enough turnaround here. It has to kind of be a thrashing, really, which this one isn't going to be. Not an absolute thrashing, really, now that they're approaching. Still got 6 wickets in hand.
Rafe gets a single to put Luff on strike.
I'm going to keep an eye on my Twitter, because I'm sure there'll be someone watching who will be urgently telling me, reminding me of a Sophie Luff 100 here at Taunton. She's on strike now.
Levick to Luff. Over the top of the infield. Fielder chasing round. It's not going to go for boundary. We're going to come back for 2. Tidy looking shot. Nice to see Luff trying to play over the top. Trying to find those boundary options. It's what's needed at this phase of the game. Interestingly, DLS par would be 219 at the minute, so we're just a little bit behind that. Swing and a miss from Luff, and she's got to depart. Katie Levick with the wicket. Lauren Winfield-Hill behind the stumps. That's the end of Sophie Luff for 87. She's had a brilliant innings, but now Western Storm are in a bit of difficulty.
Oh, what an innings from Sophie Luff, captain, but also in her home ground, really, here in Somerset. Has to make what will feel a very long trudge off, having missed that one. Came down the wicket. You've got to hit it if you're going to do that, especially with the keeper standing up. And she made no connection. Good wicket from Katie Levick. Well, you've got to say, with that, ends a lot of hopes of Western Storm winning this game. Certainly won't be the hopes of the new batter there. Should feel like, here we go, this is my chance now. Is it Smale coming in? Can't quite see the number on the back there.
I think it should be.
Yeah.
New batter for Western Storm, number 16,
yes.
Sophia Smale.
I think it's now. There's no pressure on her.
That's it.
It's a difficult challenge.
You said to me you're quite an optimist earlier on. You really are, aren't you? Because every time there's been something bad, I'm like, well, no, there's no pressure. Okay. Well, we'll see. It would be an amazing result if Western Storm pull this one off. But we should just say 87 runs, played really well, top scorer in the match. Sophie Luff. Hopefully not in vain, but great to see. Sadly, falling 13 runs short of a century.
So the expectation now is that Diamonds will go on to win. So there's no pressure on Smell, is there? She's free to just go and do whatever she wants, and if it comes off, brilliant, and if it doesn't...
I think I want you as a life coach with your optimism.
This is when you find out I'm actually like a really sad person to myself. If only I could listen to that optimism. Yeah, no, I'll be your hype girl.
Yeah, that would be great. Just fill me with confidence wherever I go.
Levick. Smell tries to get off the mark, but it will be a dot ball.
Yeah, big shame for Sophie Luff. I'm sure she'll be kicking herself a little bit, coming down the pitch like that, missing it. She was only doing what she had to do, really, for the team.
I'm glad you chuckled then. Interesting from Smell then. You can see what she was trying to do.
I don't think that's the textbook way to do it.
No, but ended up collapsing on the floor.
Yeah.
And that's the end of a very important Katie Levick over. Western Storm 204 for 5 after the dismissal of Sophie Luff for 87.
It was indeed her highest ever score at Taunton for Western Storm.
Oh, you're going to get the blame for that, you know.
I feel, do you know what? I feel like I should just go home now. I attempted it there. Sorry, Soph, if you're watching. Oh, dear. Oh, well. 87 still an extremely good score. We shouldn't look past that. She's got another chance on Wednesday, of course.
Of course, yes. The final game here at Taunton County Ground.
Who have they got on Wednesday? Central Sparks. I'm being shouted at from the back of the box by Claire, who's looking forward to home derby. We're calling it a derby, I guess, because it's Gloucestershire and the Midlands, isn't it? So, yeah, I guess that's a derby.
It's Claire's conflict of interest with both teams.
Right, just to declare it, does she? As in comes Hall, and this is pushed leg side by Wraith. And they'll come through just for a single as the fielder comes in from deep mid-wicket.
She's a Brummie, but also played for Somerset, isn't she? So she's got
of course,
yeah, so
right. Derbyshire, Somerset, and is a Brummie. So, yeah. Oh, dear. That is very conflicted, isn't it?
Does sound like an identity crisis, doesn't it?
Yeah. Hall coming in again. Long shadows now. As this is played down the ground and will be picked up by Gracie Hall. There is no run. No, who's that? Is that Callis there? Who's picked that one up, I think. Hall currently with ball in hand. 205 for 5. It's been a good effort, this, from Western Storm, but once again lacking a bit of firepower in the bowling lineup. Well, that might be a no ball. That felt very, yeah, it is given as a no ball. So come through for a single. Too high, that one. Didn't bounce. Smale wants another run there. No.
Saying, give me the strike, let me have it.
Yeah. You don't want to get run out like that off a no ball. That would be not particularly good way to go. Smale, who's yet to get off the mark, really. I can see why she's desperate to face the free hit. Here it comes.
I love the sign for that. A little lasso.
Yeah. Yeah, I've never thought of it like a lasso. I like that. That's a good way of looking at it. In comes Hall again. Oh, lovely little shot. Well done, that Wraith, who's decided she's going to give herself some room, run over onto the offside and flick it over the top of the keeper's head. For 4.
Something that you've practiced, and when you get it out in the middle, you're just like, yeah.
Yeah, you'd be delighted the way she played that. She shaped up beautifully for it. 38, she's now on. Off 32, been brilliant since she came in. She faced sort of about 10 balls it took to get in, and after that, she's been fantastic. Run rate 12.9, that's the problem. If they had another 7 overs, you'd feel it was very gettable, but those 7 overs make a big difference. Chasing 282. This will just be a single played out into the offside.
So the Sunrisers scores come in and they beat Central Sparks by 4 wickets. So it's just our game live now. Which does also mean the points between Storm currently sitting in 8th and the Sunrisers is starting to widen. Sunrisers in 7th on 20 points and Storm on 16.
In comes Hall. This is over the top of the bowler's head. It will bounce safely as the fielders run in. Could be a collision there, almost. Luckily, Scott was aware of it as Callis came running in. And there is just 1 run added in the end, which is not really enough. Now, run rate going up with every ball that's not a boundary, so that's 13.3. And we get to that stage where it just sort of goes up and up and up. every ball, unless you start hitting 6s and 4s. And again, down the ground over the bowler's head. Oh, bobble a little bit there. Got stuck in the pitch. They'll come through, I think, for 2 this time, which is good running. But still it goes up. Even a 2 isn't good enough to stop that run rate from creeping up again. It's funny how even in a... OK, it's a 43 over match. But even in a 50 over match, it's funny how quickly the balls run out as you're counting down. What is there left now? Just 5 overs remaining. Still needing 67 runs. Well, could happen, but it's going to take some really... Look at that, there you go. It's not far off.
It's not far off, to be fair, when you look at the one, but there's a lot of pressure on these 2 here. But as I mentioned, because there's a little less expectation on them, it does free them up a bit, doesn't it? They can do the unthinkable. Levick remains in the attack. Reverse doesn't come off from Smale again.
I was thinking she's going to reverse it. Sweep it straight into her own stumps then for a moment. Oh, it was going up. Luckily, that didn't happen.
Which I find really interesting, because I heard her on a podcast talk about how she plays so textbook and straight, and how like her granddad told her to do this. And when she comes out, first thing she does, try and reverse sweep it. But there we go, that's a better straight bat. And they come through for a single. Attempt at a direct hit. She might have been gone, but easy single in the end. But yeah, I just love the fact she's being all creative and doing all these different shots when she admitted herself that she's very textbook and classy and
there's a lot of space behind the batter, which I think is what she's targeting, because I think if you can get something on it, you're going to get a 4. And the problem is for Sophia Smale, the way she bats in this lineup.
As Nat Rafe has hit that away for another boundary. She's really taken the responsibility on here. 45, her score moves on to now.
She's doing the Leah Dobson role, isn't she, from the previous innings?
Certainly is.
Where Sophia Smale bats, she's always going to come out and need to score a lot of runs. So what she needs, if she wants to work on this part of the game, what she needs to work on batting-wise is range hitting, I guess, is hitting 4s and 6s rather than nudging and nurdling. If she was higher up the order, that's more useful.
And again, Nat Rafe finds a boundary rope, moves across and sends Levitt into the stands along the floor there. Boundary 4. The music was really distracting me then. Got a bit of a...
steps going on.
Yeah, all sorts. Can't get my words out.
I need to keep Rafe on strike here, the way, if the things are going to go their way, I think. No, wait, Rafe's 49 from 36. Brilliant work.
So run rate still required 13.4, so it's still on that mark at present, but those 2 4s would definitely help. Can she do it a 3rd time? Fielder misses, and the ball races away once again, back 4s.
Well, that'll make an impact.
That certainly will. Well, that's 12 of the 13.4 that is required.
50
so
up as well.
50 up. Nat Rafe is having a brilliant session here. And we've got the Wurzels now in the background.
54, Nat Rafe from 37 balls.
Uses her feet, hits it back to the bowler, and then get a quick single. No one there to tidy it up behind Levick.
Yeah, thanks to Mike, who's just clarified. It would have been Sophie's first 100 for Western Storm at Taunton.
Yeah.
Not her first 100 at Taunton, which came for Somerset women. So wouldn't have been a moment like that, but still would have been a huge moment for her. 87 still an excellent score, and is still just about clinging on in Western Storm. Well, a bit more now after that over. What do they need? 53 from 4. We're going to see some fireworks if Western Storm come away as winners here, but it's not out of the question with Rafe still in on 54 and managing to pick up a single right at the end to keep the strike.
Yeah, Western Storm 229.45. 4 overs remaining. They're definitely making it interesting, aren't they?
Absolutely. Well, with Rafe on strike, you just feel anything can happen here. We've had fielding's quite tough over to our right, looking into the sun. We've seen some missed fields already, a dropped catch, one going through the fielder's legs in the previous over. What can Rafe do here? Grace Hall bowling this one. And this is in the air. Has it got enough? I think it'll land safe. It's not going to go for 4. They'll think about 2. 2 would be a good result because it keeps Nat Rafe on strike. And they do manage that. Even the keeper there couldn't see the ball, and that was coming in quite gently to her. So they'll want to make the most of that, really. If they can hit out into the leg side, that wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing.
Oh dear, I've just had a sneaky message from Claire Jenkins saying it's Brian the cat who's responsible for the music today. Photo on Twitter to explain that.
Oh, that's taken a bit of an inside edge. It's gone past the stumps. They'll come through just for a single. So Smale will have a bit of pressure on now. You know, 1 is fine, getting Nat Wraith on strike, but really you can get 4s. That would be even more helpful. 50 to win. In comes Hall. Oh, and she's scooping. That's what she's been trying to do. She's not got enough on it to go all the way to the boundary. They'll think about 2 here. It's not on. They're going to keep Nat Wraith on strike. I think that's the right decision. I'm not sure, firstly, that the second was on, but also the in-batter will keep the strike.
Yeah, very wise decision there by Smell, refusing sending Nat Wraith back. Because they could have possibly just made it, but as you mentioned, we prefer to see Wraith the in-batter on strike.
Here comes Hall. Wraith is pulling hard. I think there's a fielder there who should spot it. Yeah, does. I say should because the sun will be in her eyes there. So it's not a given. For a ball that goes out there, yeah, 100% of the time you'd expect them to field it, but just with the sun in their eyes, makes things tricky. Another single. Not enough, really. Run rate up to 14.5. In comes Hall to Smale. He's pushing this out in the offside. Fielder picks it up. They'll come through for a quick single. Yeah, they make it. Winfield Hill did not know where the batter was running, so she whipped the bails off. But always safe for Western Storm there. 235 for 5. 1 ball left in this Grace Hall over. The figures aren't bad. 8 overs. 44-ish runs. Just a ramp shot, but straight to the fielder. So Wraith will keep the strike going into the next over. 236 for 5. 46 needed to win from 3 remaining overs.
Yeah, that run rate, 15.3 required. Just imagine if there's a terrible over from the Diamonds now, though, and you never know what's possible. Well,
it's true, isn't it? If you got an over of 24 runs or something, then that would be very, very helpful indeed. But we will wait to see what happens to those last 3. Hannah, thanks so much for coming and bringing us so much joy and expertise on the commentary today. And optimism, absolutely. Hannah Thompson-Radford with us today at Taunton here watching Western Storm against Northern Diamonds. Our thanks to her. And joining me now is Claire Jenkins, who is going to take us through the last 3 overs.
How well have Western Storm?
Yeah,
you know,
it's been a really good rally.
It's been a great rally. People starting to kind of, waiting for Sophie Lough, hoping she was going to get that big one. And still, there is still hope. While there's still balls left, there's still hope.
Absolutely, 46 needed, 15.3 and over.
Nat Wraith is in the mood as well, isn't she?
Absolutely, looking really good. 59 she's on now from 42. And as Anna said, really good point. You can get those overs that go for, nightmare overs for the bowler that go for 24.
Goes
several
off target.
wides, a couple of 6s, a 4,
Lizzie Scott into Nat Wraith. Ooh, tries a little waft at that. It's going to be a wide. So, yes, Hannah may be predicting, but...
felt a little bit harsh, that wide.
Yeah,
I'd like to see I don't know. Felt like it was tight, put it that way. It would have been a close call, that one. Well, thought she'd got away with it, personally.
Scott running in from the 25-yard circle into Nat Wraith, who's on 59. She comes forward, plays it up and over. It's going over the fielders, but they're going to reel it in because it's getting a bit cold and damp out there in the dark. No, I'm only kidding. But I think it's stopped up there in the outfield. And they only get the... Was that 2?
Yeah.
Did they get through for 2?
Yeah,
yes.
They came through for a second. Yeah.
239 for 5. Wraith on 61. Smale on 5. Lizzie Scott. Right arm over to the right-handed Wraith. Plays it up and over again. Is it going to be up and over or is it straight down? No. Unfortunately, Stair Callis has moved rapidly to her left and taken a catch on the ring. And I'm afraid that is the end of Nat Wraith.
Great innings.
A very, very good innings from Nat Wraith. I cannot emphasise how important that innings was. given that Lough and Wilson had gone, and Nat Rafe. A very entertaining 61, great innings. 61 of 43 balls and 8 fours in that innings. So yes, a very good. You can hear the applause. That was a great innings from Nat Rafe. Put them into the possibility, the optimism. And we're going to see a new batter coming in here to join Sophia Smale.
Not Nicole Harvey down as the next batter, but
no, they're sort of walking side by side, so it's difficult to.
Yeah. Put it up on the scoreboard yet. I'd say it's Skelton, judging by her. Looking at her, I think it's
New batter
Skelton.
for Western Storm, number 20, Chloe Skelton.
Chloe Skelton. There we are. So Skelton joins Smale. Smale's on 5 of 10 balls she's faced. So we've got a new batter to the crease here. 239 for 5 are Western Storm. Having just lost Nat Rafe. She was going for the right thing and thought she'd cleared the ring, but a swift move from Stair Callis and a catch on the ring has dismissed Nat Rafe. But a very good innings there. Skelton will face Lizzie Scott coming in from the Lough end.
Ooh, she's going to swing.
And she's not going to. She's not going to wonder about that. She's having a go at that, and there was no run. She plays around that. Lauren Winfield Hill debating about whether she needs to move the field a little bit, but straight through to the wicket keeper. And there is no run. 239 for 6. Running out of balls here, our Western Storm. If they're going to do anything, they need to swing the bat. So Skelton doing the right thing, but that's straight to the fielder, Holly Armitage, and there is no run. Singles will not do it, and dot balls certainly will not do it for Western Storm. Very few balls left now. Remember, this is a 43 over game because we were rain affected at the beginning as Scott comes into Skelton crouching. She plays that into the leg side. They're only going to get through for the one, I think. Yeah, just the one, as the shadow of the flats creeps ever closer to the centre square here. 240 for 6, which looked like completely impossible at various stages during the Western Storm innings. Scott into Smale this time. Oh, he tries a funky shot, and Winfield Hill tries to go for the stumps as.
I think she
Smale
was in.
takes a little. I think she was in.
She was about
anyway.
3 pitches down by that point.
She was, but she was still in because that line goes all the way to the edge.
It certainly does.
So yes, that was a dot ball at the end of the over. 41 overs gone. Western Storm 240 for 6. Smale on 5. Skelton on 1.
That would have been a stumping, wouldn't it? So I'm not sure you see many stumpings where the player is stumped when she's about 3 pitches next door to the one where she's playing.
Yes,
That
and
would
still
have been
in
quite
a crease.
unusual.
That would be
And still in a
fairly
crease. I mean, had she been given out, she'd
been
not
very
been
good.
in a crease, but still.
Yeah. But keeping the batter honest. But that would have been a challenge if it had potentially hit the stumps and she'd been in a ground, and then the ball's not dead then, so they could have just kept running. If she'd broken the stumps, and then you've got to go in and poke it out with the ball in your hand and all the rest of it. So,
why not?
that could have been interesting. Didn't happen though, so we're all right. We don't have to figure all of that out. Is this Grace
42.
Hall for you from this end? She's been bowling all day. Grace Hall, slinging action.
She's done. Is this her 9th? Yeah, she'll bowl out, will she? Yeah. She comes over the wicket, and this one's driven towards the fielder at long on, and Callis comes round to field it.
Callis, the omnipresent.
Yeah, she's everywhere.
Stair Callis, she's everywhere.
Yeah.
She's every single women's cricket game, playing in every game.
Well, it's been the frustrating thing for Storm is that. Do you remember when we said earlier on in Diamond's innings they'd be looking around 250?
Yeah, we did.
If Storm had kept them to 250, they could have won this game.
Yeah, this could have been speaky bomb at this stage.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, it's a shy.
Oh, God.
Oh, God.
Direct hit.
Gone.
Down the ground to, who was that? It's Lizzie Scott, who's hit them, and it's Smale, who was halfway down the pitch. No question about that, and she has to go off.
Good bit of fielding there, Lisa Scott. Lizzie Scott's mum will just let her know. Nice bit of fielding there. Direct hit is always harder, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. Even when you've got three, she pretty much had 3 stumps to aim at, but even then, there's not very much really.
Yeah, we didn't even really need the slow right arm of destiny from Rose Dovey because we knew even from here, even not stood sideways on.
Yeah.
But they had to do it. They had to try. So.
Oh yeah, no, they can't complain really at this stage of the game. But this is, that's just to finish that point. The Western Storm. What they're lacking is like a kill. When they're lacking someone like Filer and Gibson, what they miss is that killer edge with the ball. In my opinion, you've got Luff and Wilson and Wraith who've done well here. This is a decent score after 43 overs. What they're missing is that extra bit of something with the ball, which just restricts your opposition and then means your chase is, a possibility. So that for me is what you're looking at. And so I don't think you can say that Western Storm have been bad today. I think add in Filer and Gibson, and you've got a team that really does.
Yeah, they've done well despite being
exactly
minus them. I think and this shows what is now the depth of the regional production line. We are actually getting players who previously would have been looked exposed, but actually coming in and as Nat Wraith did. I mean, she's been in from the beginning, but still in previous times might have felt that she couldn't and may not have performed as she did today.
Well, I'm really pleased for Wraith, who hasn't always been able to score big with the bat. Top score 68, scored 61 today. Great stuff.
Oh, up and over.
On the ground, up and over. Manages to bounce just pretty much on the 25-yard circle. Going to come through just for a single. It's Nicole Harvey, the new batter, who will now face the ball.
Yeah, she's taking guard from umpire Rose.
Yeah, it's a bit of it's hard, isn't it, for these batters who come out, well, they're the bowlers really, who come out and are forced to scamper every single run. And when it's, your batters come out at the start of an innings and they've got time and they give themselves time to get in, whereas when you're a bowler, you just got to come in and swing like that. And they might pick up a single, probably was a single there, really. Turned it down.
But great for match awareness because, it won't be the only time that they have to come in and try and save a game.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, yes. It's almost impossible task. Not quite impossible, so still keeping that optimism.
You're as good as Hannah there with your optimism. In comes Hall, and this time Harvey is able to get off the mark as she's just placed it into the leg side gently for a single.
Yes. He's got some very orange trainers there.
Yes.
Look, the heels of her trainers peeking out from underneath her batting pads.
Yeah, not sure about the orange.
Are they
going
orange
with the
already?
green? No, they are.
Yeah,
they are orange, but just the sort of corally peachy orange going with the sort of lime green of the top. The colour clash.
Oh, thump.
Into the leg side now. Will that get past the field? And no, Callister's well, and they'll turn down the second.
Callis again.
Yeah, she's been put into positions where she's going to be involved a lot. You can tell the captain.
And she enjoys that, doesn't
she?
She, you can see that she loves to be involved, as everyone does. But she's proper thriving on it.
Yeah,
wants to be involved in everything.
So what do they need off the last over? 38 needed. So it's going to be a big over.
Again? Well, yes.
No, I think at some point we have to say. Ooh, I love the optimism.
Barring some no balls and whatever.
Wides and everything else,
But to have got to this, the point is to have got this close and to be using all of the overs, frankly, because they might not have.
Well, 17 for 2.
Yeah.
There was part of me that thought, well, I wonder how long we're going to be here, but they've been brilliant.
Somebody had a passing conversation. Actually, I don't know what his name is, but so just as well, I can keep him anonymous. But he said, "Oh, we're going to be going home early today."
Well, that's exactly.
You paid for 43. You're going to bat for 43 as Scott comes in. Oh, and that's another swing. I don't know quite how that didn't hit the bat there, but it didn't, and there is no run.
If Skelton connects properly with one of these, they're going to fly into the river.
You're going to get plenty of ding for your swing.
Are you sure? Yeah, she will.
If she gets one.
That's the question. She's got to line it up right.
Yeah.
But still, that'd be something to watch, something to behold.
Lizzie Scott. Really nice action coming in from the loft end. Oh, and then deciding against it. I was just talking about the action. Come on, now, Lizzie. Get the rhythm right. Lizzie's got blonde hair and a ponytail coming in from a distance towards us. Skelton. Taking a big swing. You said she would if she connected, but there's a fielder out there, unfortunately, so they're only going to get the single. but a good clunk.
Yeah, not sure it was
She
a full...
played that. Not a full-blooded, but,
yeah, it
but
was good,
definitely
wasn't
a
it?
clunk.
Yeah. I think
They'll-
Skelton's a great player. Really rate her bowling and
Yeah.
seeing her a bit with the bat. If she can just get
Yep.
this going a bit, work on the batting slightly.
Yeah, it's all brilliant match awareness for
Yeah.
them as Scott comes into Harvey this time. Plays that into the leg side, and they're going to get a sneaky single there.
Skelton, another one of those who signed a full-term contract over the
Oh, excellent.
over the winter. So she's been able to really focus on a lot of different parts of the game because of it.
Because that's the thing, that was when they were trying to balance jobs and studying and
Yes,
things. And they can
how will you
actually-
ever expect to improve really?
Contact time and playing on decent pitches as Scott comes into Skelton. That's to jab that out because it's a great Yorker from Lizzie Scott. Under 19, as you said, very pleasing to watch the under 19s beat the Australians in the semi-final of the first ever under 19 Women's World Cup.
I'm not sure how much of a joy it was given how stressful it was. I think I lost
Yeah,
a
it was
few years
stressful,
of my
but
life.
I think Grace Scrivens from Sunrise is about the only person who could have pulled them through, and she
Yeah.
did. So Scott into Skelton. Takes a swing and it goes back past the stumps. I think we might. It's going towards the boundary, but of course Callis is after it, and it's going to reach the boundary. 4 runs to the total. It's getting edging closer. Oh, it's like karaoke here. Oh, it's a party.
250 up.
250 up. So yes, it is a party. 250 up for Western Storm. Well done, Western Storm. This is brilliant. I don't mean that in a patronising way. I just mean it's an amazing feat to get this far as Scott comes into Skelton. Ooh, big swing, and again a miss straight through to Lauren Winfield Hill. And that is the end. So Storm managed to get to 250 for 7, which they would have paid a lot of money for on previous occasions. Well, not today, but on previous occasions. As you said, quite rightly, if they'd managed to keep Northern Diamonds to that 250, then it would have been, game on. But always a big task, especially when you've lost some of the big guns at the top. Wraith fighting a rear guard action and possibly could have taken it even closer if she'd managed to stay in, but they've done really well, all of them, the entire batting card for Western Storm. So let me run you down that batting card that I mentioned. So Alex Griffiths was LBW to Scott for 1. Emma Corney was caught Winfield Hill off the bowling of Sophia Turner, who they borrowed from Thunder for 10. Sophie Luff, 87, we've established was the highest score for her as a Western Storm on this ground, was stumped Winfield Hill, bowled Levick. Fran Wilson was caught Duckworth, bowled Armitage for 57. And Neve Holland was bowled by Levick for 5. Nat Wraith, brilliant 61, caught Callis, bowled Scott. Sophia Smale was run out by Lizzie Scott for 5. And Chloe Skelton finishes 9 not out. Nicole Harvey 1 not out, but they find themselves 31 runs short, which is an amazing achievement from Western Storm. But well done to Northern Diamonds, who take away 4 points, but not, I suspect, any kind of bonus points. So that may well make a difference at the end, because in this tournament, Rachel Hayhoe Flint, what is normally 50 overs, the first team goes straight to the finals. 2 and 3 battle it out in an eliminator, and points are getting quite tight, as Hannah mentioned earlier at the top of the table. So not having a bonus point may be key in terms of who ends up in that 2nd and 3rd place slots. In terms of the bowling card, so Lizzie Scott gets 2 for 30. Katie Levitt gets 2 for 61. Wickets also for Sophie Turner and Holly Armitage. So that's the sort of highlights of the bowling innings. What's you thinking then, Charlie?
Well, I think
agonising short.
Yeah, it is. It's the second time I've watched an agonising short run chase for Western Storm this year, actually, in both games that I've commentated on for them. And I think what they're lacking if we're looking at their batting, is a little bit of aggression towards the start in the power play. I think they could make more of that. Hard when you lose those 2 early wickets, and you don't want to do that. And that really then stunts you in that power play. And then, another 30 runs, let's say they would have got another 15 in the power play, then you're only looking for an extra 15 elsewhere. I don't think you can criticise too much more in the batting. I think Luff and Wilson played really well together, and Wraith came in and did a job. Not everyone's always going to score big, so you can't blame, I think, the others. And then it's the bowling where you're missing Gibson and you're missing Filer, and that's always going to have an impact at a level like this. You add those two in today. Filer in particular probably would have picked you up a couple of wickets earlier on. So it's hard to criticise when you're missing 2 key players like that, and Gibson as well with her batting also would have been very useful towards the end. Actually, I think there's a lot of positives to take, despite the fact they're now bottom of the table by some distance after a Sunrisers win. But they just need, they need to, I think, push on a little bit, be a bit more aggressive. They can afford it at the start, but it's about making sure you don't lose those early wickets, isn't it? So that really doesn't help. So it's a hard one to, I don't want to criticise, because actually I think they've played quite well. 250 in 43 overs. Western Storm should be quite happy with that. It's just they leaked too many runs at the start, probably because you've got a bit of an inexperienced attack.
And actually, Northern Diamonds were more or less full strength. They were missing Bess Heath, but having said that, she keeps wicket and bats. But you've got Winfield Hill in there anyway.
Exactly.
So not that it's. I mean, Bess Heath is a great player. Do you know what I mean? But missing. It's a bigger loss for Western Storm.
Absolutely.
2 key players.
2 key bowlers.
Would have made a big difference today.
Absolutely. So I think they should be, and add in Heather Knight as well. And this is a totally different thing. I know she doesn't play much for Western Storm, but she is on their books. And you add those 3 in, and suddenly you're looking at a very different result. And Western Storm will look back at the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, look at the form games missed for the weather, think about the momentum that stopped them having, and then they'll look at missing. They probably didn't expect to miss Filer and Gibson. They knew that Knight wasn't going to be around. But to lose Gibson and Filer pretty unexpectedly, really. It wasn't like they were breaking into England. They suddenly just turned up in the England squads overnight, really. And then you can sort of see why this is a Western Storm team that doesn't quite look like a complete unit at the moment. So it's a bit unlucky and unfair, but I thought they played really well today, and I think we've had a great day's cricket. If you've paid your ticket, you'd be quite happy with that.
And it's a good news, bad news thing, isn't it? It's great news for Western Storm that they've got 2 players who have broken into the England side this season.
Absolutely
and
brilliant.
Successfully broken in. But then the downside is then you haven't got them available at the region. But close game.
A lot closer than it looked for a long time, actually.
Than it looked.
So that was really good, and just a lovely day. Watching cricket at Taunton is fantastic ground, and a beautiful day to boot as well after some heavy rain. So.
And we've been looked after by Somerset. Thank you very much for looking after us today. Thank you very much for listening. You've been listening to the voices of Claire Jenkins, Hannah Thompson-Radford and Charlie Taylor. Any last thoughts, Charlie?
A couple of games left this season, then both teams, Northern Diamonds will keep alive hopes of climbing up the table for Western Storm. I guess it's can they grab a win would probably be what they'd be looking for. Central Sparks here on Wednesday. No reason why they can't push on and try and learn from here. They've learned from that last defeat at Sunrisers. They've improved today, still lost. No reason why they can't continue and take confidence from Nat Wraith's innings, from the way Luff played. I think there's a lot of positives going into.
As you say, another couple of games, and also that table is going to change, because when you've got 4 points for a win and a possible bonus points, there's all sorts could go on.
It's quite tight, really.
Rounds, still. I shall be here again on Wednesday, as will Hannah Thompson-Radford.
Not I, sadly. No, but I'll be keeping an eye on the score.
Yes, we're going to have Ed
Well, that's it.
back.
Yeah. See, Ed wasn't available today, so they bring me in. I'm only here to make up numbers, really.
It's been lovely to commentate with you, Charlie.
And you. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Brilliant.
Thanks, Hannah, and thanks,
We've
Claire.
had a lovely day today. Thank you, Hannah, who's off mic at the moment. She's smiling at the back of the box. Safe journey home for those of you who are listening in the ground, and thank you very much for listening. If you're on YouTube, please hit that thumbs up button before you leave, just so that other people can find these things, because it helps with the algorithms and all that kind of stuff behind the scenes. But if you press the like button, that will help not only Somerset but also Western Storm with their social media and all that stuff. Any other messages, Hannah? No. But we should. So Hannah and I will speak to you again on Wednesday, where Western Storm will play Central Sparks, and there is another then game at the end of the week for all the teams as well. So 2 more rounds to go, and all to play for at the top of the table, certainly. So I'll sign off for now. Thank you very much for listening, and speak to you again.